content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
Yo, what's happening everybody, man? I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, man. The place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, with no chasers, bro. For real. And before I get things started, man, shout out to all you haters out there. I know y'all lurking, hiding behind trees and bushes. That's what y'all do, man. Y'all wait and lurking. So haters, man, go ahead and hit the like button, man, subscribe button, man, and the bell notification button so you can stay on top of things that's going on here on the Green Gorilla channel. Word up. And like I always do, I want to give a shout out to all the members of the Green Gorilla channel and my Patreon page. Before I get to the proceedings this evening, shout out to Michael Ross, Divine Love Ridge, Afro True TV, Show Me Brotherly Love, J. Cleveland Green, Rais Muajid, Spain Man, Lee Ways, and Tahuti Anukamet. Big up. Big up to No Sleep, man. Ben Cannon Kenton, Seven Coast Dojo, Apex Prouder, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, Black Swerve 404, and Honest Look, Sherlin Woe, Ricky Dawson, and Stefan. Big up. Big up to Julius Ferguson, Lord Hamal, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Superman's Cape, dun 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 dun, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Bill Monger, and BD Main. Big up. Big up to Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Banger, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanko, D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Barnolis, and Dar. Big up. Big up to Vincent Lindsay, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard ADOS, Jazz Tech, Shadow Observer, Sugar T, Artisan MC, Kyle J. Sura, Kareem, and Troy Warren. Big up. Big up to Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, Dreamlit, A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., and Mark Hope. Big up. Big up to Adam, BGS Ibmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, Papa Dita, Scott Haywood, Black Uru, Dr. Tree, Leroy Honeycutt, 77 Bass X, and Brian McMurray. Big up. Big up to Karen S., Charles Rogers, Rick Walsh, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Jason Hales, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and Cameron 87. Big up. Big up to Doc LaRock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heaton, Sir Anthony. Big up. Big up to ML Law, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, Red Pill Revelator, Aaron Infinite, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalondra Collar, Hostile Adept, and WPR1. And I can't forget them brothers that now reside in the heavenly domain. David Carroll, Forrest Windu, and Kevin Samuels. Big up to all of those guys. Also, on my Patreon side, I want to give a shout out to Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillips, Keith Bass, Nick Rock 1, Albert C, Dr. Ben Vincent, J Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Anu 219, Pursuer Prisoner Taz, Dragon 59, J Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and the Sangwa. Big up to all of y'all. Big up to all y'all, man. Thank you so much for supporting the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis, man. It really helps me to keep things going and keep my, personal life straight, man. For real, though. Consider a membership with the Green Gorilla, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm always in your corner, man, giving you the updates and the news, man, on what's going on, man, and how you can, get through this grid here in this America, man, that, is so hostile and so vicious towards black men, man. So here's how you do it through a membership on YouTube, man. I'll be back with the show right after that, man. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, I'm back. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. We just not getting things fired up and started. And just in case you don't know, man, you know, this is a show for adults. If you're a kid, man, beat it. Break wide, man. This ain't the place for you right now.
The content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised.
We ain't pulling no punches tonight, bruh. It just is what it is. We talking reckless on this bitch tonight. I brought a guest along, man. What's up with you? Keep it 100. What's cracking?
Busting them over, because I'm down for my
niggas. Fuck them other niggas, because I'm down for my niggas. Dun 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 dun.
Right.
But anyway, man, you know, here's some, you know, let me just say this before I start off, man, because there's a lot of cats out here, man, who have opinions about, you know, the kind of content we create here. You know, I am a member of the Black Manosphere, whatever the case may be, but I would like to think that I am unique. I have my own perspective. I am my own individual. I have my own value systems, my own axiology, my own understanding, my own experiences, so on and so forth. I'm not like anybody else that exists within this space.
Right.
And I've always said, and I'll say this again, I'm not here to, you know, issue criticisms of only one group of persons. I think there's enough blame to go all around. But, you know, I don't have a problem with putting black men on the spot when they deserve to be put on the spot. I don't have a problem with putting black women on the spot if they deserve to be put on the goddamn spot. I don't have a problem critiquing anybody. I'm an anybody critiquer. But some of you guys feel like there's some people who are above reproach. Oh, you can't say nothing to them peoples. You can't say nothing about them. If you say something about them, then you's engaging in the misogynist. You can't say nothing. No, sir, man. I don't move like that, man. I am a critic of everyone and anything, and I've always said this as well, that both men and women have the capacity to put on a face of viciousness or virtuousness. Either gender has the capacity to either be virtuous or vicious. It doesn't have anything to do with what type of gonad you got, right? It has to do with the type of character and the disposition you have. That's what it is, man. So I'm just tired of hearing guys continuously talking about how you can't say this about this group or this demographic. The fuck I can't. I can say whatever I want to say. I can say whatever I want to say, bro. To whoever I want to say it to, whenever and however I want to say it. And also, you know, look, I really don't want to say names, but I am going to say a name. To this Amiri guy. Like, I don't know what your fucking problem is, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you got some bone to pick with the manosphere. You think we're being divisive, that, you know, we really, you know, are not like these big advocates for unity and so on and so forth. I mean, what the fuck do you expect us to do, man? To just basically say, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya, and this is why everything's gonna fucking work out? Because we got an ideal or an image of how it ought to work out. That's not how fucking life works, bro. It's not how shit goes, bro.
Nope.
And look, I'm for unity, but the unity that I'm for has to be predicated upon truth, and it has to be predicated upon substantive solidarity. Not go along to get along bullshit. If I have to sacrifice my substantive ideas and my integrity as a human being, as a man, in order to get along with anybody, it's not worth it to me. That's not a relationship that I'm worth maintaining. If I gotta go along to get along and make motherfuckers happy while I'm miserable, I'm not fucking doing it. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. Whether it's motherfuckers on the street, whether it's another Negro with nuts and a penis, whether it's a woman with labia and a uterus, it doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck if you're straight, if you're fucking gay. I don't care if you're bi or you're trans. I don't care if you're red, you're black, you're red, you're purple, or yellow. I don't give a shit, bro. Mm-hmm. I don't care. If it's not predicated upon truth, and there's no integrity in it, and there's no fairness and reciprocity in it, I'm not fucking with it. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro.
New member.
New member, man. Thank you so very much, Seth Sun 7. Appreciate that, bro. Hey, please, if you can, support the Green Gorilla channel. Memberships are important. They help me to keep the channel going and to keep things organized and running smoothly over here. Thank you so very much, sir. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you joining the Green Gorilla channel, my guy. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. Welcome aboard, sir.
I might got an echo. Hear that?
Somebody got an echo? Well, it might be. Can y'all hear echoes out there?
Yeah, they can hear it. They say feedback. Can you hear it?
I can't hear it. I cannot hear it. You hear me echoing?
No, I hear me.
Yeah,
do you have?
Okay. I know what to do. I know what to do, bro. I know what to do, bro. Let me just. I know what to do.
No shit.
Okay, so it should be gone now. You see if is the echo there?
DJ Clue. There it is. It's gone.
I know what to do. Okay. Now I wanted it to go because I want to show things. I wanted to show things with the display, but I ain't gonna even fucking worry about it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna even worry. I know a roundabout way. I know how to get there in a circuitous way. Okay. But anything you want to say preliminarily, man, before we even get started, man? Today is Short Bus Tuesday. I'll tell you what it's about to me. Anyway, any preliminary remarks?
Well, since the gloves are off, fuck Amiri. And y'all already know how I feel about the dude. Y'all already know. I mean, he's shooting. He don't shoot this way no more. He don't shoot this way. It's not beneficial. It's really not beneficial. I got one in the chamber. For Amiri if he do something worthy of me responding to him. I mean, he shot a couple shots at me on Facebook, and I'm like, corny. Nah, you gotta make a lot more noise than that to wake the sleeping giant. You know what I mean? But
this dude, look, in principle, look, here's my deal with the shit, right?
Right.
All I said was recently, I saw what you put out there in my fucking Facebook chat, which was a connection between what was supposedly going on in, the Tyree Nichols case and the Black Manosphere. And personally, I don't see the fucking connection. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
Bro, listen, if there was a nuclear explosion on Mars, he would connect it to the Black Manosphere. He's done, this is not his first time connecting some random act to us 5 or 6 or 8 dudes online saying what we're saying. It's not the first time he's done that. This is just, shout out to Black Men Being Brutally Honest. He sent me the screenshot and I sent it to you. So, yeah, man, just wanted you to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. My only thing is like, look, bro. I'm in a fraternity called Omega Psi Phi, man, and 3 of them dudes, man, who deleted Tyree Nichols, man, were members of my fraternity, bro. Okay, and I can guarantee you, most of the guys in my fraternity, most of the guys are not members of the Black Manosphere, have never heard of the Black Manosphere, bro. And more, you can say that there's more connection between the culture that led to the death of Tyree to Omega. And I know people don't want me to say this, but like, you got to critique your own as well. Even your own fraternity has to be critiqued. Or a culture that can allow for or permit for the death of another brother. They got to get critiqued too.
But I'm curious as to what his correlation was. Because I don't know if he's saying that it's the police listening, those officers listening to us, which I doubt, right? Or if he's saying there are other like factors or components that point. I would like to understand his, pseudo analytical or pseudo scientific, correlation of, again, a few dudes on the internet who have nowhere near the reach, right? None of us have 1 million or 2 million subs to where we're reaching that many people, right? For anybody to be like inspired and go out there. And we ain't telling nobody to go out there and beat up nobody with a billy club.
Not at all, man. Not at all. Not in any shape, form, or fashion. So here's his own words. Here's this guy's words. Okay? Y'all calling my correct analysis a stretch is hilarious, bro. Rhetoric has consequences, and the blackmail misandry y'all put into the ether affects behavior. So what I'm doing is blackmail misandry, according to this individual. Okay, whatever. I go off on black men when they need to be going off on. If you disrespectful, I'm gonna go off on your ass. If you in my face being disrespectful, I might fucking put my hands on you. It is what it is, whether you fucking like it or not. If you cross the line, I'm gonna cross that motherfucker and make you feel the reason why you shouldn't have crossed the line. It is what it is. You don't like it, it is what it is. Now, if you being respectful, I'm gonna respect you. If you want to resolve conflict, I'll resolve it with you. But petty bullshit, I don't deal with it, bro. I don't bullshit like that. I don't play games like that. And anybody that knows me in real life knows. I don't go looking for static. But if you really want the shit, you can get it. I'm not going to yell about it. I'm not going to rant and rave too much about it. I will rant and rave for a minute. But after that, I'm going to just chill out, watch you fucking act a goddamn fool, and end up making you regret it. It is what it is. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? So at any rate, he says, take accountability, and none of those officers have to be card-carrying manosphere members. After all, y'all aren't an organization with any agenda besides peddling division and corrupting the minds of other men. So now other men are being corrupted by us like they have no fucking nuts. They have no mind of their own. They don't have the ability or the capacity to differentiate between what they consider to be true or untrue, false or verifiable. However, that has nothing to do with the fact that those officers identify with much of you all's talking points, which are what? And the devaluation of black male life y'all push under the guise of this matriarchy rhetoric. Or are you all oblivious to the implications of that rhetoric? What the fuck does that have to do with Tyree Nichols getting fucking killed by a group of jump out police?
what
The matriarchy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
But how is that valid even on its own, right? Even on its own. Listen, he's saying that we promote the devaluation of black male life through speaking on the matriarchy. How does that make that's a correct analysis? Right? So this is the thing, man. This is the thing. Since we're like I said, gloves off, right? And I'm gonna say a little bit of this because I got a stream coming up where I'm gonna address this like real deep. There are people in this space who are black male misandrists. We know their names. One of them came at you. Now, I feel like for a Mary to send you that message is off base because that's not what you do. But we do got your MOTs in this pro-black male space. Okay? And I ain't scared to say that motherfucker's name. He jump on my shit or in my chat, and I'll have a roasting session. And I know that there's fans of MOT that's in this space. Understand that he's one of those guys, right? So if we're going to say that there's black male misandrists, just say their names. Don't paint the whole movement. And this is why I say it's very important for those of us who, practice black male, or black men, black boys. We practice advocacy, right? For black men and boys. It's kind of important for us to call out people who call themselves part of this space who send an anti-black male message. It's important for us to do that because then we give motherfuckers like this space. It's like asking Trump to denounce them 3Ks, and he won't do it because he doesn't want to lose his voting base, right? So we have to shout out these sort of guys like your MOTs, right? So that they get separated from the core message or the core intent of this space in this movement. You understand what I'm saying? You got to do that. You got to call out your extreme motherfuckers. You got to do it.
And look, man, all I'm saying is, like I said before, I'm an equal opportunity critiquer. I'll critique women. I'll critique men. I'll critique my own fraternity. I'll critique members of my own fraternity. I'll critique academicians. I'll critique rappers. I'll critique, politicians. I'll critique members of the clergy. I'll critique other content creators.
Right.
It is what it is. Facts. But one thing I'm not going to sit back and do is tolerate disrespect and people trying to articulate the ideal or to put forth the assessment that somehow I'm responsible for tangential fucked up shit happening out here in the world with no real in-depth analysis at all, no systematic, no institutional analysis, just impact from what's going on in the black fucking manosphere, which is tangential to any kind of systemic or institutional influence and impact on the day-to-day activities and actions of anybody. I mean, those, if you want to know the facts. And let me give a shout out to Ghetto User. Appreciate the donation, sir. Appreciate that. You deserve a bomb for that one. Shout out to A. Wilson's Ghost, man, again. He deserves a shout out for that. Okay? And let me just say this. So, I do want to say, and I see it, and this is probably a Miri, Ahava, says black people aren't only disrespectful to ourselves, but everybody we encounter. Whatever that's supposed to mean. In other words, we just have a fucked up culture, correct? That's what that's supposed to signify or explain. Like we're fucked up to everybody. Ninjas use profanity like it's an intellectual language, all because it makes us feel strong and hard like Viagra. Bro, dude, Who the fuck are you talking to or about, bro? Like, why? First of all, I don't have to use profanity, but I damn well would use whatever fucking language I like. Who are you to tell me how I'm supposed to utilize language? And if you want to come up and explain and express to me how you have a better command of the English language than I do, feel free to bring your ass up here and explicate and explain with graduated terminology or verbiage how much more you are aware of ideals and politics and philosophy and so on and so forth than I am. I'm waiting. I will await you, sir. So you guys think that you have like some litmus test on what the standards of worthiness is. Like you get to fucking make, predicated upon your own thought process, evaluations, and then you can issue judgments like you got all the fucking facts in line and people are supposed to follow you. To where? This is the shit that fucks me up. I'm not on anybody's pages critiquing the methods or the means by which they express themselves. But you always got some uppity or some so-called high-cultured Negroes. I don't know where these motherfuckers are from. I have no idea where they come from. But they have the assessments of how people are supposed to comport and express. Who are these niggas, man? Who are they? Where the fuck are they from? How are you supposed to tell people what and how to think, man? This is the shit that fucks me up, man. And because I like to utilize facts in the way that I say things, in the way that I express myself personally, let's walk down the fucking highway, huh? Let's explore it for a quick second, just in case you want to understand it, okay? Why swearing is a sign of intelligence and helps manage pain and more. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but cursing may actually be a sign of intelligence. Well-educated people with plenty of words at their disposal, a 2015 study found, were better at coming up with curse words than those who were less verbally fluent. Swearing may be a sign of honesty. Unlike definitely. A lot of you motherfucking cuckolded, sit when you piss ass Negroes.
It's definitely that in my case.
Huh? Science has also found a positive link between profanity and honesty. People who cursed lied less on an interpersonal level and had higher levels of integrity overall. Something you motherfuckers don't understand. I'm not going to go into the pain thing, but profanity improves pain tolerance. Cursing is a sign of creativity, and throwing expletives can lead to a diminishment of actual violence. So you fucking enlightened and noble, you fucking superior guy, you culturally forward progressive motherfucker, I'm putting an issue in a big fuck you sign to you, sir. I'm saying.
Yo, hey man, pull your skirt down, B.
Pull your skirt down, man. Pull your skirt down, bro. Pull your fucking skirt down, man. And fuck you. How about that?
Oh, wow.
I don't have to curb my speech. I don't have to modify the way I talk in order to fit into what the fuck you think is appropriate or inappropriate. You don't tell me what I'm supposed to do. Black people this, black people that, and black is this, and black is that, and black is night, and black the type, and black all is, or black all white.
If anything. Because that's, that's
tell me how the fuck to express myself. If you don't like what you hear here on the Green Gorilla channel, fuck you. Click the link to get the fuck out of here is several on every page on the internet.
But this tone police shit. I mean, nobody tone polices Simon Cowell, Gordon Ramsay, the guy who come to save your bar, your restaurant. These dudes talk crazy. Nobody ever looks at them twice or crazy. Is, you know, the other thing is, right? You know, it's tone policing. Like dudes got to speak all extra soft and get rid of the bass in your voice, right? You know, and this is why everybody hates. You see what the last comment he put, and this is why everybody hates blacks. That's why.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why.
That's why slavery happened, because niggas had a potty mouth and
Right.
they hated us.
Right.
Jim Crow happened because niggas was cursing too much and throwing dice and was sitting around eating fried chicken and watermelon, and that's why they don't like Negroes, huh? Get your bum ass out of here, man, with that bullshit, man.
Every 5 minutes they come with a new reason for why niggas. If you only stop doing this, black man, or if you only did this, or you dressed like this. Everybody tells us. Rich Max says, Marcus, your turn. Say motherfucker. It's my turn.
All I'm saying is, man, don't try to tell me how I'm supposed to comport, how I'm supposed to articulate, how I'm supposed to express. Don't get on my channel, man, telling me what the fuck I'm supposed to do. If you don't like it, bro, you are welcome to exit stage left and to never come back again.
St. Ted
it's just
talk,
that
nigga.
simple, bro. But I believe, and again, I left the link the first time. I'll leave the link again.
Motherfuckers ain't jumping up here, man.
No, they're not.
Because
a lot of these guys, like I said before, you know, they liver-lipped. Feckless. Individuals. Quislings.
The black
Cowardly.
men walk away from their own babies. Mm-hmm.
You know, so at the end of the day, man, I'm not looking to be respected by white people no fucking way. I don't give a fuck about what other people think about what the fuck I'm doing. Worried about what the white people got to say about me. Right? That's why Negroes they don't like us, because what y'all niggas done did. If y'all niggas just would act like I want you to act, then maybe of course we'll probably get a little bit of respect. Man, fuck all that old beat feet and then I gotta jump around and tap dance and shit in order to be accepted by any goddamn body. I ain't dancing for nobody. I ain't doing the vaudeville for nobody. It is what it is. I'm not daffy dancing for you guys out here.
Black men and black people have done everything humanly possible to fit into America. We fought the wars. We got the education. We speak the language. We wear the hairstyles. Anything that you can think of that would be asked of us to do to fit into America has been done. Okay? There's nothing else but to say fuck you.
So that's preliminary. Hey, we done allocated too much time to that bullshit. All right? Facts Aroni.
San Francisco treat.
Down. Down. Hey, V decide. Hey, V got something to say, man. Talk to us, man. What's
happening, bro?
Shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You got something to say to us, man? Speak to us, bro.
As you said, what hasn't black people done to try to fit in?
They call that the politics of respectability, man, where you're supposed to wear a suit and a tie. That's going to get you some more respect. In the white man world, all you need to do is use the proper language and speak with the right tone and have your shoes shined and your Windsor not tied tight and you got to have on a Windex smile and you... Man, fuck all that, man. I'm not about to be tap dancing.
You know what my response to that is, though? Seriously, explain how grabbing by the pussy got elected to be at the top of the United States.
I was gonna say that earlier. Mm-hmm.
I need to get the Bixby, the Clayton Bixby head explosion fucking graphic as well. I need that. You know,
explain how Trump. If even white folk were on this respectability, explain how Trump got elected.
It ain't look, man. I've been trying to tell people, man. I've been to white schools all my life, bro. Except for
I went to private school.
From pre-K to 8th grade, it was an all-black school, but it was run by white nuns. Okay. And those nuns, they didn't really curse very much. They weren't, but they did every now and then when they were upset.
Okay.
They would, utter an expletive. But I mean, for the most part, I went to school with all elite white folks and elite black folks, when I went to college. But, what my high school experience was with car dealership owners, sons, and diamond store owners, and, people who, managed hedge funds and shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some Hoosiers there as well. We call them people, who were working class white folks, some of those guys too. But, guys, coming in brand new Beamers and Lexuses and shit like that. Yeah. And those guys, they'll curse out them. Hey, man, what's going on? They call you by your last name. They don't call you by your first name. Shit.
Motherfucker.
Hey, what's up, gorilla? What the fuck's going on, bro? What are you guys doing today? You're shitting me, right? Coming with us, man. Hang with us. We're going to get fucked up. We're going to do some shrooms. No, I don't know about the shrooms. I'll fuck with you guys, but I don't know about doing no shrooms here, buddy.
Yep.
All I'm saying is, man, don't come to me with this, this holier than now bullshit. I'm not trying to hear all that, man. I'm not trying to hear the politics of respectability at this juncture. I'm not feeding into it.
Racial insecurities got black people tipping more, being more polite, walking through stores, holding items high so that people don't think we're stealing them. Black people do a whole lot.
Black people are feeling like they got to be so motherfucking on alert. They start cleaning up the fucking hotel room and shit.
Right. We overdo
that.
we got to make up our bed before we leave the hotel room.
A lot of us do. We do a lot of behaviors to offset the stereotype, right? The other thing is, because he said, we aren't only disrespectful to ourselves, but everybody we encounter, right? They got a whole name for white women who do exactly that, right? Who are disrespectful to everybody they encounter, including other white people, right? White people call white women Karens at this point. So these are the same women that call the cops on everybody, get your car towed if you park there 5 minutes, hold up the line, take pictures of you at your apartment complex pool, ask do you live there, harass you at your Airbnb, call cops if you're selling lemonade. They got a whole name for white women who do this, and these same white women annoy the shit out of other white people.
Yep,
I know white people who use the term Karen to describe these, and they hate them. They hate them.
Look,
okay.
Let me just make it clear, man. I don't really propagate, or I'm not a proponent of the politics of respectability. But I mean, I feel like it ain't because Negroes' pants are sagging that they getting locked up anyway, because niggas was getting their heads knocked in when they was wearing 3-piece suits. I got pictures of black people being lynched in dresses and suits and shit with ties on. But I'm not going to even go there. That conversation has elapsed. It's over. I'm done with it. I'm done. All I'm saying is, and I'll say this again, I'm an equal opportunity offender. I will critique anyone for any reason that I feel is relevant to do so. I don't care if they're male or female. I don't care if they're young or they're old. I don't care if they're black or white. I don't care if they're straight or they're gay. I don't care if they're cisgendered or transgendered. I don't care if they're a lesbian who's a femme lesbian or a butch lesbian. If I feel like you deserve to be critiqued, I'm going to critique you. It is what it is. There's nothing off the table. There's nobody else off the table for us. We can be critiqued by anyone for any reason in any regard. But as soon as we start critiquing, everybody says we're so divisive. Oh, you're so divisive. You shouldn't be divisive like that.
We need to get together and there should be more unity and positivity in your speech. Why? And this is, you watch a bunch of shit.
Barack Obama became president of the United States, and his wife's still complaining.
But let's get past that, man. I'm done with that shit, man. I'm gonna do what I came. Let me do what I came here to do. I came here to do some simple shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So let me get this shit going, man.
All right.
This called Short Bus Tuesdays, man. And we're gonna look at a few shorts and weigh in our opinion on the shorts that we have seen. No one has been alerted ahead of time as to what the content of these shorts are. They are going to appear in random order, but they deserve to be discussed and talked about for only a short period of time. We're not going to spend an extended period of time talking about any of these shorts. Okay? But we do, we might spend at the maximum 5 to 10 minutes talking about any particular one. Okay? That's it. No more than that. Okay? I can't endure any more than that. So let's get to these damn shorts. I wanted to have, of course, the audio from Google going in, but it's creating an echo effect, and I don't want that to occur. So I'm just going to share the screen on StreamYard and do it that way. Okay? So there is a sister. And it came from the Phil Scott show, who says she's upset about a rapper named Saucy Santana. I don't know if you ever heard of Saucy Santana.
It's a no voting, no
voting.
Right, that guy.
That fruitcake.
Girl, whatever.
So anyway, this is what this woman said to sister. She's upset because Saucy Santana said women need gay men to teach them how to be women.
Whoa.
This is the response. This is what the response is from the sister. Sister.
I am not here to judge, okay? Because I know we all have those moments where we speak out of our asses. But I really believe Saucy Santana's rant on women needing gay men to teach them how to be women sparks a conversation that needs to be had. Society really believes that being a woman is about playing dress up. The powers that I possess as a woman doesn't come from these nails. It don't come from these lashes or my 30-inch wig, ho. Those are just perks and not the ones y'all like to pop. Baby, I know we make this shit look good, real tasty and real good. It look real fun, don't it? But baby, this shit is heavy and it runs deep.
Lady.
Bruh, I'm just saying, like, what did she say, man, that had any substance to it at all, bro? What did she say that had any substance in it?
What substance?
I kind of get what she's trying to do, but the articulation is just terrible. Right, the articulation is where she failed.
Bro.
So what Phil talking about? Let's
see what Phil says.
Now this is y'all fault, and the reason why it's y'all fault is because for years you hung out with them, thought it was cute, and all of that. Y'all go looking at the same men, etc. Now there's a movement of them that want to replace you, and now you're having a problem with that. You should have protected y'all spaces a long time ago. Now they're coming at you.
Now I just want to be clear.
So that's what Phil Scott says. Phil Scott is basically saying this, okay? That you kicked it with him, you was Ace Boone Coons with him, now they trying to take your slot. Just like the other woman trying to take your man. They trying to take over your slot, sis. That's what Phil Scott is saying.
He's on point.
Real quick, GG. Tracy Ellis Ross came out and said that she got her femininity from a transformer, and now she's single and 50 plus and miserable.
Let me. I want to make a hypothesis.
Uh-oh.
I want to make a hypothesis. Have you ever seen women from the 60s and the 70s?
Yes.
On television and just in like, I remember being young in the 70s, not the 60s because I was born in the 70s, but I remember being young in the 70s. And yeah, women had attitudes, but I don't recall the long ass fake hair. I don't remember Brazilian butt lifts. I don't remember long ass, fake ass eyelashes or nails. I don't remember none of that. I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I cannot remember that. So my hypothesis is maybe much of the way contemporary women act, black women in particular, is based upon or is undergirded by black gay male culture.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Even Hunty, Okur, all this language. Right. All that language.
RuPaul.
Sashay, Shantae. All that RuPaul shit.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, even in some instances, it's difficult to differentiate between a transformer and an authentic woman. We can't tell.
You got to ask for baby pictures now, and that might not help either.
Here's what Saucy Santana themselves had to say that evoked the response from the sister. The sister. So let's see what Saucy Santana had to say. And of course, oh man, I fucked up. Hold on, let me go back. God dog it. Command C. Command V.
Here we go.
Let's see what Saucy got to say. So it ain't gonna be all that, it's not gonna be easy to discern because it's, Saucy at the Source Awards. No, Saucy Santana is at some fest, and he's gonna say this.
Cause I want y'all to know gangs run the motherfucking world. When them hoes need their hair done, they call it gays. When them hoes need their stylists, they call them motherfucking gays. When them hoes need their motherfucking face done, they call them motherfucking gays.
When they need stylists, they call the gays. When they need their hair done, they call the gays. When they need their face and their makeup work, they call the gays. This is what he's saying now.
When your dog ass baby daddy wearing your ass out, you need advice, you call them motherfucking gays.
When you dealing with you dealing with your man, you call the gays.
Cause we the motherfucking blueprint to this bitch. Anybody need a motherfucking gay rapper that's really running shit out here. And I'm gonna open the motherfucking door for all of us in this bitch.
The question is, did he lie?
No.
Nope.
Did he lie?
Did not lie at all.
No.
That's all I'm saying. Is he lying? Did he lie?
Nope.
Let me tell you something. That is a war that I will pay for front row seats to watch pop off. The war between black women and gay black men, because they use these motherfuckers as tools against us. They parade them in our faces to piss us off, and they pretend to be champions of, gay rights, gay marriage, gay this, gay that. Then when they want to shame one of us,
what's the first thing they call us?
That's the first thing they call us. They use the gay man's lifestyle to shame us. It's not something that the gay men and the trans motherfuckers don't do either, because they do that. The first thing trans and gay people want to do is expose motherfuckers or trick motherfuckers. They play that game. So right. So understand that at some point, gay men are going to get tired of being used as a tool for black women against straight black men.
okay, so before I even move forward, I just want to make some factual claims.
Right.
Here are the names of 7 gay designers who changed how, quote unquote, we dress. I'm not gonna. But it's worth looking at. Okay. Yves Saint Laurent.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say he's not influential. Can't say it. Giorgio Armani.
I'm sure we'll know all these names.
Halston.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Klein.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure Karl Lagerfeld is somewhere on this list.
Jean Paul Gaultier. Alexander McQueen.
With time for that.
He ain't there, and then they got one woman there. But we all know these names.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a list of names. Like, Versace was gay.
Famously.
We had trap rappers talking about Versace. The fashion industry is filled with gay motherfuckers. Am I wrong? Am I somehow incorrect in my assessment?
Nah.
Nah.
I don't think I am. As a matter of fact, I know I'm not. Now, this is not to say that, I'm not here to go off on gay people at all or whatever the case may be. I'm not even here to do that. But here's the thing, though. Factoid, in case you don't know, okay? So if you want to, how does Saucy Santana even get the fuck on? How does a gay rapper get on and all of a sudden start touring and shit like that? How is it possible? Well, I'm gonna tell you. Wait. I'm gonna tell you how it became possible. Because as he said, when you want your face done, you kind of see who you kind of see. You kind of see the guys. Saucy Santana, also known as officially known as Rashad Spain, but professionally as Saucy Santana, is an American rapper after beginning his career as a makeup artist for the hip-hop duo, the City Girls.
Really?
He started rapping in February 2019 and released his debut single, Walk 'Em Like a Dog.
Damn, that's a short period of time.
Rewind. He did makeup for the City Girls?
The City Girls makeup.
Wow.
So is he lying?
Yo, bro. So
and look, before I end though, I got 2 more things to say and then I'm out of here. Okay? And then we're gonna move on to the next one. I'm gonna let y'all talk and have the floor. But I feel like I have to demonstrate this shit because if it's not demonstrated, and basically, like women out here playing the game like these dudes ain't influencing female culture. That's a lie. They have to admit it. Okay? Like when it comes to, like, say for example, and I'm gonna let Distinguished Legacy come back up in a second. I'm working right now. You feel me? I'm working right now. Does anybody know this guy here? Jay Alexander. You ever heard of that guy?
I seen the picture before.
Black dude, right? Tall as I am,
America's
6'3" plus, 6 foot plus.
America's Next Top Model.
He is a runway coach for white and black and Asian, whatever runway models exist. He teaches them how to walk the runway because they don't know how to walk it. Now he used to be on what's the woman name? I love her to death, man.
What, Tyra?
Yeah, Tyra Banks with the titties and the
America's
bounce,
Next Top Model.
Yeah, ANTM. But he teaches women how to walk. He teaches them how to perform femininity.
Well, yeah, for the fashion.
The fashion shit.
Right.
So in essence, femininity and the way it's being expressed by these guys is what other men want, what George Armani wants to see. It is what it is. It's what Halstead wants to see. He wants to see a skinny ass boy rocking some heels and shit.
That's why they picked up. I don't want to say that out loud.
I'm not here. Hey, look, I'm just keeping it a buck. I don't care. I'm just telling the truth. Okay?
So
Not only that,
son.
not only that, but this other dude, you ever seen this guy?
Yeah.
He also was on
absolutely.
America's Next Top Model.
Yeah,
Her
Jay
whole
Manuel.
staff was filled with gay men.
But that's the industry.
That's the industry. That's the fashion industry. That's the entertainment industry. And what are women patterning their lives after?
Fashion.
The fashion or the entertainment industry?
Mm-hmm.
He was a makeup artist. So why does a man need to do your makeup?
I had a gay male makeup artist for the magazine. I had a gay male makeup artist for the magazine. I had a female first. I had a couple females first. And the female makeup artists will always bump heads with the models. So I got real shit. So I got, yeah, they would hate on each other. So I got a Hispanic, shout out to my man Lex, a Hispanic gay makeup artist to do the models' faces. And the whole energy changed on the set because they love them. They love them. Right? They love him. Real shit. Real shit. And the motherfucker was about his bread. He showed up one time and did his job. Right? So that's my reasons for inputting that. But they like the feel of that because gay men are connected to that industry. It's like they kind of get the energy of that space by associating with those dudes. You understand? Does that make sense? It's
And
like how
all,
women
all
like
I'm
to drink.
saying is, but by proxy, what's happening is men are receiving from black women, black, gay, male energy.
Right.
This is what we're receiving, and you wonder why these women are so aggressive and shit like that, or why they're so fierce. Why they're not really actually feminine anymore. They're getting their energy from black male gay motherfuckers.
Right.
I'm not trying to be ignorant by saying this. I'm not trying to say that these people shouldn't have a life or shouldn't be able to do what they do. But the whole point is, you mad now because it's a lot to this. You know, what like the woman said before, you can't step in my place. You imitating these motherfuckers. You saying we the white people or black people, you are the black gay males of black culture now.
Right. G, this is important. The thing that'll be interesting about this is these are two protected classes clashing with each other. I would love to see how this goes. These are two.
They ain't going nowhere.
It might not, but it'll be interesting to watch. It's two protected classes. You one can't claim, oppression or victimhood from the other. You understand what I'm saying? These are two protected classes. So I would love to see how one spins it, and we have no dog in the fight, so we can just get our popcorn and drink and watch it go down.
All I'm saying is, maybe sometimes the masculine energy you're getting is because, your girl is sitting around with gay dudes and they trying to be like the gay dudes.
Black women, they built gay men up to now tear them down.
Niggas don't, I don't want a female version of Saucy Santana.
No, hell no.
In my circumference. I'm sorry, I don't want that. I don't want a woman walking around acting like a gay dude.
Right.
I don't want that. Because a man is going to continue to maintain masculine energy even if they're a fucking performing as a woman.
Hey G, Reyes just said something very important. I like that. That's real shit right there. What he just put up. He said some real shit. Real shit is
the trauma
real
bonding.
Shit. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, abso-fucking-lutely.
He says black women also associate with gay black men due to their shared experiences with black men. They essentially love to trauma bond with those motherfuckers.
That is a fucking fact, bro.
Yeah.
That is a fucking bro. Reyes, we we roast each other and shit, but you sometimes, bro, you say some shit. Okay,
Gotta get a broken clock is correct twice a day. No, I'm just fucking.
Nah,
with
we
you.
fucking with you, Ray.
Yeah.
But bro, so far, you drop a bomb on that if you don't.
But here's the deal, though, right? All I'm just trying to articulate is this.
Right.
If you're getting advice from a gay dude on how to treat a man, it's gonna be more aggressive than it should be. It's not gonna be right.
Nope.
You don't need, when your man start acting up, don't go to the gays. Don't do it. You might think that's who you need to go holler at. Don't go holler at them. They don't have the fucking answer. Okay? They don't have the answer, especially if they talking about being combative and being fierce and all this kind of shit. Like, don't do that. Because what it does is it leads to situations like the following, which I'm about to show right now.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh. So let me get Reyes down so I can get more space. Let me present, share the screen, which I have not brought anything up at this moment, but I will in 1 second. Copy the link. Put the link in the new tab. I wish I could do this by just sharing my screen. This shit is hilarious to me, man. Modern feminists think they can do anything. Can you see that? So there's a couple, Ace and Star TV. They do reaction videos and shit like that. Okay. So let me rewind this. Let me get this going again.
He came to pour oil on his car.
And I know where you work too. It's not like I can't even go down there. I told you not to play with me. These are crazy. I don't give a shit about no video, any of that. I don't care. Yeah, it's either you're gonna be late to work today, or we about to have a whole little melee. So you might want to put the phone down.
The only reason why he didn't already kick you in your neck is because.
Oh boy, with his Gail reacting like he got hot at seeing that shit. Like, oh no. But I'm gonna let him go here.
You're a woman. The invisible wall is protecting you. I'm putting hands and feet on that. What are you talking about? Hands and feet. We'll see if you do this again. I don't know how you're gonna do this again from the hospital. Cut it the fuck out. This is ridiculous. Y'all can't fight, and you need to stop threatening people who could kick your ass. Stop it. The amount of entitlement is sick. It's sick.
There's no consequences to their actions, so they think they can do
right. It's like being threatened by a stuffed animal. You have to just stand there and let it happen. It's ridiculous.
He came to pour oil on his.
So the whole incident is where she came to pour oil on his car before work. What y'all think about that shit?
Bang, zoom.
Mm-hmm. Well, we seen this shit. Like, niggas don't want these attitudes. This is one of the reasons why niggas are like picking and packing up. They're like, man, fuck this shit. I'm going somewhere else, man, to deal with chicks on a whole different level, bro.
Yo, black women think that the white men that they supposed to be divesting to don't see the shit.
Yeah,
like
they see it.
Right, like they don't see this. Shout out to the white guy that's in the chat. I forgot his name. He said he's like, I'm white and I see this shit. Right, right. He comment, brother, if you're in there. Yeah. The white men you're supposed to be escaping our terrible asses to go to. They see your shit. They see the shit too. Like, what do you think? That only it's like the chick that dressed sexy, hoping that only the dude she like is going to see her in her sexy shit and holler at her. Like all the niggas that she's not attracted to.
Hold on. We got this motherfucking nigga right here, Mary Brown. What's up?
That ain't him. That's him.
That's him.
Really?
Speak up, man.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. I what can I do for y'all fellas this evening?
Man, bro, this is my whole thing, man. Why you gotta connect everything that's fucked up, pathological, and wrong in the world and connect it and tether it to the black manosphere? So if motherfucking Joe Biden gets shot tomorrow, it's the black man of spirit.
Take the screen down, G. Take the screen down.
I'm merely using y'all scheme, Green Gorilla. I'm merely using y'all scheme.
Don't use my scheme. Use your scheme. Make your points according to your own logic,
Well,
internal or external. Make your points in your case, according to your own systemic analysis, bro.
Well, either y'all are right or I'm right. And so in our analysis of what's quote unquote plaguing the black community or plaguing black men and black males, if we follow you guys' line of thinking and line of reasoning, black men are inherently pathological because they're the sons of single mother, and we live in a matriarchal culture. That's y'all whole message. Y'all message criminalizes black men. I don't understand how y'all don't see that. That's the problem I have with y'all message.
No, but they're raised by the same women you defend, ain't they?
I don't defend.
Yeah, you do.
Black. No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I don't defend black women. I defend the black community because I'm a black family advocate.
The black community is black women.
And it's black men too. Black women aren't having children. Black women aren't having children by themselves.
Yes,
black
they are.
women aren't having children by themselves. How are black women having children by themselves?
Women are complaining about a black shortage, a black male sperm shortage. They are having children by themselves.
Black women are not having children by themselves. You sound absurd.
Welcome to a panel with me, Amiri. What's going on, brother? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
And yes, they are having children by themselves.
How are black women having children by themselves?
This is facts. They are seeking out black sperm on their own to be single mothers, and they're choosing that. So talk to me, because that's facts you can look up, brother. So you don't get the cap here.
Okay,
here, bro. What's up?
All right. Okay. So explain the biological reality of me. How black women are having children by themselves. If you want to teach virgin birth, if you want to teach the immaculate conception, go right ahead, brother. So you can sound like a fool to the world. Go right ahead.
I just explained it. So respond to that.
You didn't explain anything. You made an assumption that's not backed up by any scientific fact.
No.
You made an assumption that's not backed up by any scientific fact.
I asserted the fact that you can research and look up, bro.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. So explain to me the CDC report that says that black men are the most involved fathers. Are you saying the CDC report is a lie? Is that what you're saying?
When they're allowed to be the most involved, they are.
Oh, okay. So see how you're changing it now? But you just said the black community is black women. Which one is it?
When they are allowed to be.
Which one is it? See how easy it is to debunk your logical fallacies?
No, ain't no fallacy.
When they're allowed,
you can't when they're allowed to be, they are.
It's a fallacy, brother.
Yeah,
it's a fallacy.
He can't read stats correctly.
It's a fallacy, brother.
He can't read stats correctly. No, it's not a fallacy.
It is a fallacy.
Last time we talked, you couldn't
Amiri, man, let me just say this shit. Let me say this shit because it's the GG show. So here's the deal, bro. A lot of black men want to be married, right? Do you think that's the case?
No, I think that is the case.
Okay, so if it's the case that these brothers want to be married, right? And a lot of them, they take the fucking risk and they actually do get married, right? A lot of brothers, hold on, wait.
Okay, go ahead.
They do get married, correct? A lot of people, not enough of us, but we do get married, correct?
To the tune of 30-something%. That's the the lowest out of every male group.
Okay. Let me do this line of inquiry. Then I'm gonna open up the gates.
Right. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, most men want to find women that they could develop and form bonds and relationships with. Okay, but the small amount of men that do get married, what ends up happening to those marriages? Who ends up dissolving them in the vast majority of cases?
You're saying, so we're going to say women are, right?
No,
because I'm just asking the question.
I'm just saying. I answered the question. We're saying that the statistics say that
in order to marry and stay married, two people have to agree to stay married, correct?
Yes.
Now, I would argue that in the United States, in general, that marriage is not doing so well now, is it? I mean, not just for black people, but for white people and other ethnicities as well, correct?
It depends on what generation you're looking at.
We talking about the
if
new
you're looking at,
generation, bro.
if
We
you're
talking
looking at
about Gen
millennials,
X.
yeah,
Gen X
yeah,
on on.
no, yeah, but see that what you guys are ignoring. You guys are ignoring that the fact of the matter is that technology is changing the society. It's
We
changing the
already
way
know
we
that,
live.
bro.
It's changing the way
We're
we
aware of
live.
that. We're
Okay,
aware
then
of it.
so it's
We know
okay.
that,
So if you
bro.
know that, okay, so if you know that,
So
how are you blaming it
how
on
is
women?
yours?
How are you blaming it on women? How are you blaming it? How are you blaming it on
Then why
women
you
if
putting
you
it
know
on
that?
The
us?
same
Why you
way
putting
I
it
blame
on
a
us?
Gestapo officer for putting a man in a gas chamber. Dude, you can't blame
Why
the
you putting it
environment.
on
You
us,
choose
man?
it. You're
The whole
choosing.
problem
They're
is you keep.
They're
choosing.
not choosing. They're not
Let me
choosing
They
talk
are
the
to him right
choosing.
quick,
environment.
and I'm gonna open
They
it
This is
up.
are
the men.
choosing. You
This is
gotta
It's the
technology.
men's
everything is
fault.
choices.
It's all
This
the
is
men's
You
fault,
said
this
it.
is
right?
You said it on
technology.
Dennis Sperling's channel.
This
Everything
is
is choices. That's what you
technology.
said when he asked you. Don't think I ain't been
This
peeping
is
you, bro.
this is
Because you're a flip
technology.
flopper. You're a flip flopper. So
This is
keep
technology.
the same energy, bro.
This is technology. Take
You
it
said
down
it.
because you
You
ain't
said it was on
take
there.
it down because you ain't gonna do
You
nothing
said
but take it
you
down.
said it
This is a
was on there.
conversation. You're gonna get this work. Y'all gonna get this intellectual
What
work in
work?
Green Gorilla.
You ain't
By the
giving no
time
work,
by the
bro.
time I get finished with y'all
You ain't
you're gonna
giving
need
no
all your
Yeah, he's
PhD
gonna
brothers
go
to come
back
in
under
megalomania.
to come and debunk what I'm saying because what I'm saying is
Megalomania.
the correct view.
Bro, here's
And
what.
here's the
Let me
thing. This
hold
is
on.
what I want to know.
Hey man,
This
hold on, bro.
is what I want to
Stop. Hey,
know.
bro. Hey, look here, bro.
All right, go ahead. All right,
I'll
yeah, you're
get.
right. Let me be respectful. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Here's the deal, bro. I never said anything about technology this or technology. I haven't introduced technology into the conversation. We already argue here on my channel and among the so-called people I associate with in the space. We talk about systemic, historical, and environmental factors all the time. We don't just talk about subjective, personal responsibility, accounts. That's not the sole means or methods by which we analyze, assess, and dissect information. Okay, so what we do notice though are trends, whether they be predicated upon technology, whether they be predicated upon racism, whether they be dedicated or predicated upon the market, whatever the case may be, marriage in and of itself is on the downtick. It's not on the uptick. Now, my thing is, it seems like a lot of you guys that want unity and solidarity, you feel like a situation or institution that's in and of itself impacted by whether it be subjective or external factors can be salvaged by who doing what? If the trends are, if it's technology that's creating a decrease, if it's culture that's creating the decrease, if it's the attitudes of women that's creating the decrease, if it's the attitudes of men that's creating the decrease, then why is it necessary to just lay the fucking catalyst for the whole entire phenomenon at the feet of black men? What the fuck is the point in that?
I don't. What I blame brothers for are being hypocrites and having a double standard and wanting to have a double standard and putting standards on women that they're not willing to live up to themselves. See the real, and the social scientists have looked at this. The real truth is that black men as a group are unbridled by an overabundance of options because we have a gender asymmetry. This isn't anything I'm just making up. W.E.B. Du Bois in the early 1900s, in his study on the American Negro family, noted the gender asymmetry and how the gender asymmetry was problematic and led to single motherhood and single female headed households. That's not me making it up. That's W.E.B. Du Bois. All you have to go do is read it. So when men have an overabundance of options, they're going to be more loyal to their options than they. It is true. It's true. Well, we already know. I'm about to prove it right now. I'm about to prove it right now. We already know that in any predominantly black area, black women outnumber black men, and the reason why is because of mass incarceration. The mortality rate of black men.
Yeah.
Because black men are able to deal with other groups. We got the whole passport thing.
That's
so
not
all
true.
these.
No,
So
that
it
wasn't
is
true.
true. It is true.
That
It's
was
true.
just recent.
Yes.
That was come on.
It's true.
Amiri.
It's true.
Amiri.
So wait.
Amiri,
So all the
hold on.
social scientists are lying.
Amiri.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second. No, in other words,
take accountability.
He's not a social scientist. He's
hold
not
on
a social scientist. He's a
So
philosopher.
W.E.B. Du Bois was a social scientist.
He was. But
no,
Amiri, okay?
Yes, he was.
Black men were not allowed. Black women were not allowed to have choice until what? To the 1970s, right? It's called, what was it called? Miscegenation, right? Black women have always had access to what? White men. Always have.
No, you mean, you see how you're inverting it?
No.
You mean, you're inverting it. No. You mean white men have always had access to black women, but because black men were subjugated under white men, black men have not always had the same type of access to white women, so you're inverting it.
So, Amiri, what did you just say? What did you just say like 2 minutes ago, right? Black men have always had an abundance of choice, right?
That's what I didn't say they always had an abundance of choice. I didn't say that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. We all know.
Yes, you just did.
We all know that black men were not able to exercise the same type of sexual
bro,
prowess.
you can't win a debate talking over niggas, nigga.
You just said
you wanted to talk.
I didn't say that.
So let that man talk, nigga.
I didn't say that.
You did just say that.
I didn't.
I'm gonna
play it on my channel because that's not what I said. Go ahead.
You said black men have always had asymmetric choice, right? That's what you said, right?
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead.
So y'all obviously y'all aren't listening. I didn't say that.
This is female behavior, right? You know this is female behavior, right?
Let me ask you.
Yeah. Three people ganging up on one trying to overtalk his female behavior.
If you just be quiet for a second. Do black women have more passports than black men? Do black women don't have choice?
I don't care about. Listen, you think I care about people?
Amiri,
I don't care about any of that.
Now, the thing is, just like Green Gorilla was saying, you laying all this at the feet of black men.
I'm not laying anything at the feet of black men. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying what's going on. I'm not blaming anybody. It's not about blame. It's just like what Green Gorilla said. It's about analysis from an objective standpoint and just breaking it down like that. I'm not blaming anything. You think I care? You think I care because brothers going overseas?
So you
I don't
yes,
care.
You do. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Of course you do.
No, I don't. I'm just telling you. We're talking about the gender asymmetry, and all I'm saying. Hold on. Let me finish. All I'm saying is that those factors lead to the gender asymmetry. That's the only point I'm making. It's not blame. I'm just saying what it is.
Okay, so let me stop. Let me pause. I'm putting the brakes on.
Okay.
And the reason I'm putting the brakes on is because the interaction between you and I, Amiri, verbally, online, recently, it wasn't verbally in terms of orally, but it was verbal in the sense that we were writing back and forth. Okay?
Right.
And my thing is, and I saw it because I responded to it because I thought that you were stretching in order to make a connection between what's going on in the black manosphere and what the fuck is happening with Tyree Nichols. Okay? Now, I don't think the two have anything to do with each other at all. Okay? Now, what I do think has to do with it is the fact that you had a dude who was butthurt over a woman who basically had his associates, the people he works with, his team, basically jump on a guy because he was mad over a piece of pussy. That's what happened in that situation. Now, I'm telling you, as a member of the black manosphere, that I would never coach, never advise, never counsel any man whatsoever to ever hurt any other man related to what his fucking girlfriend, ex, currently or whatever the case may be, is doing with her fucking vagina. I would never endorse it, never accept it. In fact, I was speaking to a frat brother of mine today who happens to be a police officer of 20 years, and 3 of them motherfucking guys were members of my fraternity.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, we had a conversation about it, and I told him, because I'm his senior in the fraternity, I told him, if a motherfucker asked me to jump on another man because his wife or ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or fiance was fucking another nigga, I tell him, nigga, fuck you with that bullshit. We about to go out tonight and we gonna find you some more pussy. Okay. That's how I perceive the situation. Now, I would never tell another man to fight another man, to get aggressive with another man or his bitch on that account either. Because I tell him, you's a pimp, she's a hoe, break the chain, let her go. That's what I would fucking say. I wouldn't say, oh, just sit there and be all fucking peeved about it or go out sad about it. Because basically what he did, that officer who was butthurt about his fucking girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, he got motherfuckers caught up into his bullshit. And now they all going to prison over some pussy. My own sister even said, them motherfuckers ain't gonna never see or have no parts of their goddamn self.
Okay.
And my sister's a member of Zeta Phi Beta, and we was having a conversation last night. We talked for about damn near 2 hours about a whole cornucopia of subjects.
Right.
But the problem is, that ain't got shit to do with the black manosphere. Because I don't think anybody in the black manosphere would advise another man to go punish another man.
Nope.
Over some bullshit like that.
Some simp shit.
He would
simp
say,
shit.
He would say
we
that's some
anti-simp here, nigga.
He would say, get your motherfucking mind right and go find another woman.
And this is coming from the same man who endorsed Will Smith slapping Chris Rock because his wife got mad.
Yeah, I believe people should get slapped in the mouth for disrespecting people's family.
Okay, so then, if you endorse that violence, how can you say we endorse the violence that you're connecting to us?
Because
we're anti-simp.
Okay,
break it down. We listen.
Yeah, you're anti-simp, but you're also anti-black community, and I think we all can agree. You said break it down, brother. You said break it down. You can respond. Let me say
we're
my view on it, and why I'm saying. Let me give you my view on it, and I can tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying, and y'all can just rebut it. Now, this is why, from my view, the black manosphere is heavily implicated in this, because I think we all can agree that what we saw take place with this Tyree Nichols situation was a breakdown in community ethics. Like what Green Gorilla just laid out of how he would have handled that situation, that's what you call a community ethics. But when you have black men in the manosphere who advocate for let the community burn, who advocate for otherization of other black men by calling them Pookie and Ray Ray with these false constructions of black masculinity, who talk about hide your wives, hide your girlfriends, I'm a professional side dude. You see, all these things are, and the latent black male misandry you guys engage in all the time by vilifying and demonizing and attacking other black men simply because those black men don't share you all's view. So the black manosphere has not been a force for change. I'm almost finished. The black manosphere has not been a force for change or good in the black community, and I would argue, it's my position, that they have been one of the most divisive movements here in recent history. And so I think that what you're looking at and with this whole Tyree Nichols situation is just more proof positive of the further decline, degradation, and demoralization of the black community that black men in the black manosphere champion, while saying that they speak to the concerns of black men, while at the same time talking about how they would not think enough of a little black boy to buy him a fucking cheeseburger simply because they weren't the one who got to copulate their seed. So this is all part and parcel on what the black manosphere teaches, and the fact that someone as intelligent as all of you brothers can't see the implications of the rhetoric that we're putting out into the ether, and how it has the propensity to affect behavior and how we treat one another, I think is problematic, and if not problematic, is at the very least arrogant.
Oh dear.
Hey, G, I've been waiting a long time, G. Let me get him, G. Please. Let me get him, G.
Fellas, real quick. Y'all gotta go ahead and go respond. We can do this again later because I'm on a short schedule.
Oh shit.
But I don't have a lot of time. I'm busy too. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm listening
for this nigga a long time, G.
Go ahead, Kay. All right, Marcus, go ahead.
How the fuck can you lay that on us when the black women have proxy power from the fucking state? Let's start there. Okay? So letting the community burn is something we couldn't stop if we fucking wanted to. And you endorse that shit. Actually, you ridicule black men for not having that power while also holding us responsible, saying that we should have the power to do this. And I know it through your posts on Facebook, my nigga. So you don't get to play dumb with me because we've been doing this for a couple of years now. right? So you don't get to pretend that you don't understand that and come in here and act like, you know, we left the shit to burn or we don't care about these issues when we're on this internet speaking to these issues, whether it be Gigi, whether it be me, whether it be Dr. T. Hassan, whether it be BGS. We don't just talk about how much pussy we ain't getting. That ain't us. You confusing us with a different group of niggas.
Yep.
What we're doing is we're talking about if we can't have this control, if this control is being stopped by the same fucking black women you cape for, okay? They don't want to share that power. They got power they don't want to give up. Again, given to them by the state. Then we move on. And if it's burning and it's on fire, we didn't light it. It's burning not because if we let it burn, we didn't set it on fire. Why is it on fire to fucking begin with? Why do a nigga have to fight to be a dad? Why does a nigga have to fight that woman? So if you want to blame somebody, blame the person that's weaponizing this system against us to the point where we got to fucking skedaddle in the first place. They set it on fire.
So let me.
I'll wrap it up. I'll make it short. At the end of the day, bro, if anything, we can go elsewhere and create something functional there. Black women do not hold the patent on blackness. Black women in America do not hold the patent on blackness. So fuck these fucking women in America, bro. This not a situation we created in the community, whatever you want to call it. They like it. They love it. They can have it. And whoever Pookie and Ray Ray is that they love and they profess that they love them, they can share that space, that environment, and it's dysfunction. Progressive niggas are going to move the fuck on. Everything that you're saying we should do, we tried to do for decades. There's old videos of women talking about black men aren't necessary in the home. And that and you've even said that any control that we try to exert is likened to Mr. from The Color Purple. So anytime we make a move to do the shit you're saying we should do, we're abusive, we're oppressive. We're all of those things. You are dishonest, nigga. You are fucking fraud in the charlatan, my nigga.
So I'm the one being. I'm the one being dishonest, right?
I'm not done, fam.
Okay, well go ahead. You was done before you got started, but go ahead.
We let you talk. We let you talk. I had my mic on mute, my nigga. Understand? We know you. You switch sides every year.
There is no side. There is no side. There is no side, you fucking idiot. That's the point. There is no side.
Oh, now you sound like you're mad.
There is no side.
Dennis.
That's what you don't understand. There is no side. And the bottom line is that my response to everything that you just said, brother, is that black men get the women they deserve. So y'all deserve these women. Don't run now. You created them. You helped create them. Stop trying to sit here and pretend like black men was just lining up to be. Stop trying to sit up here and act like black men was just lining up to be husbands and fathers. Y'all been lining to be pimps, players, and fuck women, man. So just cut it out. Like, stop it.
We didn't come here.
I know brothers don't want to hear this. I know brothers don't want to hear this, but y'all aren't the authorities on family, brother.
That's shit, my nigga.
Hold on. So look, let me slow it up.
Okay.
Let me slow it up. Okay? I'm gonna slow this shit up. Because Gigi got something to say. Okay? Now, first of all, on my channel, I'm doing a series right now. Bruh, are you listening, man?
Oh shit, my fault. Yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
On my show, on a regular basis, I am doing an assessment of a book called Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. Okay? And in that text, we're exploring a variety of issues related to ghetto life. We haven't even gotten to the assessments of culture yet, or reproduction, whether it be the fault of men or women. We haven't even discussed the concepts of marriage yet, which we need to, and which we will at some point. But the problem I have with all of these assessments is, you know, we talk about how black men want to be pimps, players, and hoe slayers. And that's all the black men want. I mean, that's stereotypical, reductive in terms of an assessment about what black men actually are and what they want as a whole. That's dealing in stereotypes. Now, I'm not saying that women don't also get subjected to stereotypes. They do. However, you must admit, at the current moment, I don't even talk about pimps and players and hustlers and talk about how they destroyed the community and Pookie and Ray Ray is responsible for it by themselves. I don't talk about women being responsible for it by themselves. But they each are responsible to some degree to contribute to the problem. But to even begin to have a conversation and to just assess it objectively is offensive to some people. And apparently, it's offensive to you. Now, we can value solidarity, we can value family life, but if the conditions for family life, like I can value growing potatoes, I can value growing apples, I can value growing a vineyard. If we don't have the material resources or the circumstances to make that crop grow, then we need to figure out either maybe we need to grow some new crops or we need to just forget or forgo the idea of growing the crops altogether. It is what it is. Now, men, maybe that you say they don't. At some point in the 60s, the 70s, the black family broke down. It basically exploded. One of the reasons that the black family exploded was because black men, one, were pushed out of the fucking home, not only by the government, but they were pushed out of the home because they couldn't even make money. The market basically became mechanized. The labor force became outsourced. The country became deindustrialized. And so therefore, basically, men became missing from the family. I did whole shows about this. I talked about the welfare system and how it's used to manage and control black women, and how not only that, but the carceral state has been utilized to control and to manage black male bodies.
Okay, now can I ask you a question?
I did entire shows about this shit. But instead of talking about this shit objectively, I personally have never told anybody in the black manosphere that it's cool to denigrate and to talk derisively about black men and call them Pookies and Ray Rays and shit. You ain't never heard me say that.
No, not you. But I do want to ask you a question.
You definitely ain't never heard me say no shit like that.
Right.
In fact, I go off on motherfuckers who say shit like that.
Okay,
I got partners, this females, who can come on this goddamn show and attest to the fact of my integrity and how I fucking treat black women and how I treated my mother, who was on a deathbed. I took care of my mother when she was on a fucking deathbed.
Well, I can tell that about you, Green Gorilla, that you are more pro-black than some of the other brothers who could care less about black people as a whole in the black manosphere. But I do want to put, because I've never said that black men weren't pushed out the home. I've just my contention is with what forces my contention. I never see y'all keep trying to make it about fault. I ain't blaming nobody, but what I am blaming, what I do blame contemporary brothers for is for the way they want to go on this revenge tour. They want to now they feel like the brother said, brothers who are progressive, brothers who don't got themselves together. Because let's just be real, we know what a lot of what was being said in the 70s, in the 80s about black men that have contributed to these stereotypes. And listen, I'll just be the first to say it. Do I think that some of that stuff was overstated? Yes, I do. But I also think that there was a lot of truth to that stuff. And matter of fact, not only do I think that, I know that I'm one of you. I done came up with you. I've been in the hood. A lot of and even to the point of black men wanting to be married. I've never said brothers don't want to be married. My contention is they want it both ways. See, once upon a time in American society, Men could have it both ways. They could sow their wild oats when they was younger. Then when they get ready to settle down, you know, they done went through that. Now they can find. Now they have a nice crop of women to choose from. That they would consider wifey material. But the problem is, because this has been the predominant scheme that men have been operating with since the sexual revolution, there's no more women to choose from. Like that's on men. Men did that because it's supply and demand. That's the point that I make when I bring up the whole thing about the pimp veneration culture, the whole thing about being a player, the over sexualization and hypersexualization. We haven't even gotten to how sex has become a commodity and how that has broken down the black family. My main problem with the black manosphere is how everything that they talk about that has broken down the black family, it all has to do with women. It's never anything that has to do with men. So, for example, you'll never hear them talk about how pornography has harmed the black family or has harmed family in general, even though we know it has. And the way we know it has from an empirical standpoint is that, hold on, real quick. Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan both commissioned studies on pornography and its effects on the family. So we know that has had a detrimental effect on the psyche of men and women as it relates to sex and things of that nature, and even reproduction. We live in a society now where sex has become divorced from all human meaning. It's treated as a commodity. But we will never talk about that. Brothers want to talk about feminism. They want to talk about welfare, all of these things, but they'll never talk about how capitalism broke down the black family. They'll never talk about how capitalism broke down the black community. That's my problem. That's my problem with the rhetoric. And not only that, in fact, what we find in the 1960s with the Robert Byrd congressional hearings on welfare, what the government was saying, the government was not saying that black women, man, they put these men out the house for welfare. What they were finding is that black women were committing welfare fraud because they were using the welfare funds to supplement the family. And most times, in fact, when that social worker would come around looking for a man, I'm talking. When that social worker would come around looking for a man, they would find a man there. So they were finding quasi intact black families. So this whole thing about it being welfare, we know what it was. It was the crack cocaine epidemic, mass incarceration. The only place that we see an influx of black men out of the home into any other apparatus in this country is the prison industrial complex. But you brothers will never talk about the prison industrial complex. Why? A person like me would say is because to take on that task is a much more. I understand. Let me just finish.
You've been talking for about the past 3-4 minutes, dog.
Yeah. Go ahead.
100 points that we all got to address.
Bro, if I just say that black women have been controlled by the welfare state paternalistically, and then I say black men's bodies have been managed by the carceral state, why the fuck are you saying that we ain't saying shit like that?
Right. You're saying, bro, you're saying that, brother. But
I am part of the manosphere, bro.
Okay,
right. Do you not, it, bro?
I understand that.
Okay,
are you a majority of the manosphere? Do you think that your line of thinking, right, represents a majority of the line of thinking of the black manosphere or a minority?
The people who watch my show now, I read off and rattle off my members every time I do a show. Okay, whether it's on Patreon or whether or not they're subscribed to my memberships by means of YouTube. I read them off all the time. Some of them are content creators, some of them are not. Okay? Some of the people I associate with on a regular basis, they agree with some things I say, they disagree with some of the things I say. But for the most part, my assessment is not coming from a place of perniciousness. It's not coming from a place of I'm trying to have revenge on any goddamn body. All I care about is ascertaining what the truth is and having some sort of integrity and some sort of objectivity when I'm assessing and analyzing what the fuck is going on in the black community. Now, I will say this. To say that black men in the black manosphere are only blaming black women for shit at all when they also have this negative rhetoric about Pookie and Ray Ray. It's contradictory.
But
no, it's not contradictory
I'm
at all.
tell you how it's contradictory. Okay, if it's the case that you got black men in the manosphere who are willing to issue, whether it be because of cultural, genetic, or any other kind of traits that create the kind of behavior that they consider to be backwards or pathological, right? If they're assessing anything negatively about black men, it means that they have a critique that extends beyond just that of black women.
But then we're misandrous, G. See how his argument works?
It can't look, bro. Here's
You
my
are- yeah,
thing.
yeah.
I get
Go
what
ahead.
you're saying. Keep it.
With
I'm gonna let
bullshit.
y'all talk. I'm gonna back up for a second and let
Go
y'all
ahead.
talk.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
My thing is, every critique of a man cannot be misandry, and every critique of a woman cannot be misogyny.
Absolutely.
And if it is, then we're at an impasse where we can't critique anybody at all. Right. Every critique of a white person can't be allocated or relegated to racism. Every critique of a black person can't be regulated or assessed and reduced to racism. Okay? We have to be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. The only thing I've ever said is that both men and women have the capacity. In fact, any human being that is living, however they identify, since identity politics has become the paramount means or method by which people are able to so-called understand themselves and present themselves to the world. Anybody that's born, according to my ethical system, my axiological system, can either exhibit virtue or vice. A male or a female can lie. A male or a female can steal. A male or a female can cheat. A male and a female or a female can be intemperate, meaning they don't know how to control their emotions. A male or a female can be rude or overbearing or quarrelsome or nitpicky. These are factors and features of human existence that have nothing to do with just being male or female. Quite frankly, I'm tired of motherfuckers reducing either qualities of virtue or viciousness to either male or female genders. I'm sick of that bullshit. I ain't take fucking 3 graduate seminars on feminist philosophy to be schooled by niggas in any goddamn social media world or realm on what the fucking the matters of fact about the fucking, the area of inquiry is. I don't need to be educated on the shit because I'm already educated in it by competent professionals with credentials who then have basically written and testified to my own expertise and proficiency in the subject matter. It's not just I'm bestowing expertise on my fucking self. Well, this is the difference between niggas and social media and people who actually study shit for a living. It's a difference, bro.
Now, I agree with you there, but my only problem is I don't. From my assessment of feminist theory, feminist literature, many feminists themselves were in error when they were assessing the dynamics between men and women. So I mean, you take that for what it's worth. I see. I'm not a feminist either. You know what I'm saying? I think feminists. I'm sorry, say that again.
No, go ahead, AB.
Based on what facts you don't sound like a feminist?
The fact that I do what y'all talk about.
Yeah, but
actions speak louder than words because I have a family. I'm moderately successful, and I don't kiss ass or kowtow to anyone. As you gentlemen can see, I'm up here on y'all panel going against all of y'all and holding my own.
Okay, how about this?
Okay.
How about this? Yeah, you do what you do. I mean, I don't know the inner workings of your house, right? You appear to be a patriarch, yet you speak against patriarchy on the internet, right?
No, I don't, brother. I don't.
You do, and I can post it because I got a lot of.
Listen to what I'm saying, Marcus.
No, you gotta let me finish my point now.
Go ahead.
You rock. See, you got an issue with us, but here is my issue with you because you understand that me and you have been going at it for years. So anybody that's in the chat that don't understand what's happening right now, me and this man on the same panel is an event. Understand this, bro. Every day you engage in anti-black misandry on Facebook. Every day, daily.
Okay.
You don't call black men conquered men and weak men and what do you say? Non-sequential ass niggas, whatever language and verbiage you use
Non-essential?
to
Okay.
throw whatever you say, because you've had me blocked for some time now, right? Yeah, right. So understand that what you're accusing us of, you do on a daily basis while pretending to be or living this patriarchal shit that off your internet you do. Then you get on there and you promote single mothers, you promote black feminism, you promote these things that you're on here pretending to be against now. You're saying you're not a feminist, but you get on Facebook. See, you got a personality for Facebook and another one for YouTube, bro. Okay, so understand that. I know your whole steez, so you don't get to get on here for niggas that don't know who you are and GG and the rest of the PhDs and cap, because you already know I got your number, bro. So understand this. When you're in another space, hold on. When you're in another space, and I'm because again, in the beginning, you talking about anti-black, this anti-black male, this and that and the other, but you will get on Facebook and say that you're against the nuclear black family. You're against.
I didn't say that.
Speak out. Yes, you did, and I got proof.
No, I didn't, brother. I didn't say that.
Amiri, you don't get to lie to me because I keep receipts, my
nigga.
See,
listen what I'm trying to explain, brother.
Try to explain.
How am I against something? How am I going to be against something? Okay, go ahead.
You made long dissertations, so here's mine.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
So here's mine. Again, for those that don't follow you on Facebook, you speak out against everything you're saying right now, capping, right? Okay. I got a tablet, a fucking iPad 12 full of screenshots of shit you posted, even red pill shit you've posted. So understand, you don't get to come in here in front with me. Fuck everybody else with me. Marcus Aurelius, keep it 100. You already know. Know. So understand, I know your position. You talk down, you go and you live that patriarchy that you speak against. You're against black male patriarchy on the internet. But then you'll pose in a picture with your wife and kids.
Well, listen, brother. This is the thing. It's going to go back to our fundamental understanding of patriarchy, nuclear family, and things of this nature. I'm not against the black nuclear family. I'm just merely giving the objective assessment of its likelihood of it. Hold on, let me finish.
And why you trolling?
Of its likelihood to be successful. And you would think that when I'm speaking on it from that aspect. I'm coming from the aspect of a black man who's had a traditional nuclear family in a non-traditional time. And so when I'm saying those things, what I'm essentially telling brothers, and I do it in my own way, but the message that I'm essentially giving brothers is there's a better way to do this. There's a better way to do family.
But you're doing
I'll let you talk, brother. I'll let you talk. What I'm trying to get brothers to understand is that there's a better way to do family than what we have been told is the way to do family, especially for us as black men, because we don't have the institutional or systemic support that other groups and communities have. And so, and listen, real quick, let me finish. And then the other part of it too that I'm talking about when we're talking about patriarchy is there's a difference between patriarchy and misogyny. See, a lot of the stuff that these brothers think is patriarchal is just misogyny. Listen, there is no such thing. There is no other social arrangement in society, in this planet right now, outside of patriarchy. Everything is a patriarchy because patriarchy is all about social stratification. And so the point I try and tell brothers is the way that men were able to do it back in a time when women didn't have any rights. That's not going to work, even though everything is still patriarchal.
So why is it working for you?
Hold on, brother. Let me finish. I'm about to tell you why. I'm about to tell you why. So for example, when I talk about leadership is an exercise in setting the example That's what I mean. The reason why it works for me is because my wife has always seen me set the example. She's never seen me ask her to do something that I'm not willing to do. And there's been times where I had to accept shit that I wouldn't have ordinarily accepted, not only from her or from my kids or from people out in the world, but that's what I had to do in order to do what? Keep my nuclear family together. Can you go out here? Can you hold on? Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because let me finish. Because no. Let me finish, brother.
Just wrap it up.
Because he brought up my personal thing. So
no, you brought it up.
This is what I'm saying. And this is what I'm saying.
I'm wearing it as a badge of honor while telling
so a lot of brothers do all this talking like they really want to do this when I know they're not conditioned for it. You have the fact of the matter is brothers haven't been conditioned for what they're talking about. Period.
No,
like it or not, that's the fact.
Conditioned for the bullshit.
Are you talking about
like it or not, that's a fact.
Hold on. I want it. Look,
like it or not, that's a fact.
Okay, so look,
you don't have the skill set. I'm the authority. Bro, y'all niggas don't have the skill set.
Man, bro.
No, you appear to be the authority. I don't know how I don't know how the inner workings of your house go. For all I know,
let me pump the brakes right quick. I'm pumping the brakes on everybody. Okay, I gotta pump the brakes. Y'all can come back. I just want to give a shout out to Elwood Johnson. He said somebody close the door. Hot air just blow in, or whatever the case. All I'm saying is we got 233 people watching, man. Can we get some donations, some super chats, something, some kind to, because you motherfuckers obviously are entertained to some degree. So can we get some motherfucking respect for the channel real quick if we can? That's all I'm asking for. We're gonna take a quick commercial break.
PhD.
All I'm saying is we'll be right back real quick and then we'll resume this. You know what I'm saying? All I know is, I'm gonna circumscribe the conversation because it's my motherfucking channel. It is what it is. So I will be back in a second and we will have it. We will continue. All right, so we're back, man. I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place for black men to express themselves freely, straight up with no chaser. And look, Prism, whoever you are, man, look, one thing I don't do, I'm not begging. I'm asking and requesting. It ain't begging. Requesting is different from begging. And if you want to be disrespectful, man, get the fuck up on out of here. I don't play disrespect. See, this the thing. Motherfuckers want respect, but they don't allocate and give respect. I'm not the type of nigga to sit there and tolerate disrespect lying down. I don't give if it's from a white man, a black man, a red man, a brown man. I don't give a fuck what type of man it is. So if you want to be here on some disrespectful shit, you can exit stage left and get the fuck up on out of here, nigga. That's all I got to say. Now, I don't know nowhere where motherfuckers, that's a man, sits back and expects disrespect and just allows it to occur. I don't play games like that, man. If you a man, show some respect and you receive some. Otherwise, I'm gonna say, motherfucker, either come see me or holler at me. I don't play games, especially with niggas. We already know what a nigga is capable of. I come from the trap, the hood, where disrespect can end up in death. I've been to prison where I've seen more respect in a fucking institution where niggas are incarcerated show more respect than you fuck niggas online. Who, if you was in my face talking like a little bitch like y'all do, y'all to get y'all motherfucking pussy pop. How about that? You think it's a fucking game until you get your motherfucking head knocked in. Then the first thing you bitch ass niggas gonna do is call the goddamn police. Oh, there's no culture, there's no civilization here. Oh my God. Oh, it's so fucked up here. Oh, you guys are uncivilized. Nigga, you gotta act civilized to be treated like you civilized. That's what you motherfuckers don't understand. And I don't give a fuck if it's a male or a female. I don't play games like that. If you give respect, I will give you respect. Male or female, straight or fucking gay, bi or trans. Don't come on my show with that fuckery, man. I don't give a fuck if you male or female. You can see your motherfucking coward ass out of here, male or female. Motherfuckers think they can hide behind avatars and shit, and they supposed to just be anonymous. I don't play games, man. You know why I'm angry? I'm angry at disrespect. And I'm angry at the fact that people want to receive respect without displaying it. That's contradictory. That's what that is. Now, I'm the type of individual, if you're calm, I'm calm. If you get out of line, I'm gonna knock your motherfucking head off. That's all it is to it. Whether you fucking like it or not. I don't give a fuck about your boy or none of that shit. Show some respect in this space. You getting that work. Man, fuck you. Get your bitch ass on. Take your whole ass on. See, this is why bitches need to be cursed out and put in their fucking place as well.
That's a girl. See, yeah.
I don't give a fuck if it's a girl or not.
No, I'm not saying that.
See, that's my problem. Bitch, you think you can come up in this space and be disrespectful and it won't be no fucking consequences.
He brought the strags with him. He brought the strags.
This is my problem, right? I don't give a fuck if you male or female. Look, I done read the Combahee River Collective where the women say we don't want to be pedestalized, nor do we want to walk 10 spaces behind. To be treated equally is sufficient. That's enough. So if a man come disrespecting me, I'm going to set that shit. I'm going to let that motherfucker know I'm not taking that bullshit. If you a female and you come with some disrespect, I'm going to let you know the same shit. It's just what it is. My mama don't talk to me disrespectful, and I let it fly. But she's deceased now. My daddy don't talk to me disrespectful, and I let it slide. My brothers don't get to talk to me disrespectful, and I let it slide. My children don't get to talk to me disrespectful, and I let it slide. My fraternity brothers don't get to talk to me disrespectful, and I just let the shit slide. Because if you let people continuously violate you, they'll continue to violate your ass until there ain't nothing left to violate. So all we do in this space is allocate and receive respect. It's a reciprocitous circle or cycle. If you want respect, you give it. If you want to be on some troll shit, I can go off on your ass and say, fuck you. Or I can say, if you want to meet up somewhere, we can fucking meet up. I live right outside the Houston area. I don't mind going to a motherfucking octagon or a fucking alley near you. We can meet and settle the shit like men or whatever the fuck you want to do. You want to bring your proxies, whatever. We can do that shit too. I don't want no beef, but if you want some motherfucking beef, bitch, I will cook it. And I'm supposed to be scary because I'm not a goddamn teddy bear. I ain't no fucking goddamn docile ass nigga. I'm supposed to be scary. I'm supposed to be a problem when it come time. If you don't like it, you can get the fuck on up out of here. I was calm. Until you had some motherfucking strag, which is what we call them, who disrespectful because they don't think shit will happen to them. They don't think that they should be censored or any behavior that they exhibit should be proscribed. That's my problem with this shit. And then we act like we got a problem in the black community. And I'm not saying men are always right and they always are measured. Because sometimes niggas lose control, but we got to understand sometimes women bring this shit on themselves when they fucking disrespectful.
You're being misogynist, G.
No, fuck all that.
It's the color purple.
Man, fuck all that. If you got enough nuts to be disrespectful, you got enough nuts to take some disrespect.
Well,
male or female, I told you already, I'm an equal critiquer. I give equity. I don't infantilize women. I don't treat them like they are demure and soft and that you gotta treat them and touch them delicately and all this shit. I treat them like human beings. I did my daughter that way when she saw me fucking training in jujitsu. I want to do that too. I want to do jujitsu too. I say, you know what? Come on, let's do it then. Now, if the little girl or the little boy rack your ass up, guess what? Fold you in a motherfucking pretzel and feel like your arm about to get broken? Resist it then. Learn the counter moves. I'm here to help you do it, but goddamn it, all that crying shit, I don't give a fuck about your crying. I'm gonna treat you like you was my son.
Mm-hmm.
We say we want equality, but no, we don't. We say we want respect. No, we don't. Because we ain't even coming to these conversations respectful. We coming from these conversations from the angle of, I'm trying to see my boy give you this work and all this bullshit. We ain't even trying to arrive at the truth through discourse. It's a bunch of niggas want to be right.
Yep.
We don't care about the truth through continuous probing and assessment and information gathering. We care about our ideologies and what goes on in our echo chambers. When you ask me to be calm, I gotta be fucking passionate or dispassionate according to how you feel. How you feel.
Which is the problem in the first place.
Yep.
Which is the fucking problem in the first place.
And I don't give a fuck, man. Anybody that knows me, I got a whole bunch of female friends. A lot of them. And they know who I am in real life. And most of you motherfuckers are so weird, you don't even associate with people in real life outside of the context of your own fucking family and your jobs.
Well,
that's the problem with you motherfuckers. You have no social skills. And you don't have respect, but you want to receive it. That's my issue, man. You can't come to somebody else's house and then put your goddamn feet all and stand all on their couch. I don't do that in nobody's space. Have I been to your channel, Amiri, shitting on your channel and talking shit to the people in your chat? I've never done that. You'll never see me doing that. Because I know respect at its basic form. I can go back and forward with you, but I'll never appear on your shit saying ignorant shit to the people who are on your channels, bro.
Not in the comment section or the chat.
Right.
And if my people was where you was in my name, talking about they my people and they being disrespectful, I'm gonna check their asses. I'm gonna check them. Because that's a reflection of what I'm doing. All I ask for is, if you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. Let's not engage in nigga shit. That's all I'm asking for. Let's not devolve into nigga shit. But if you want to get into some nigga shit, I say let's go full-blown nigga. Let's not fucking skirt around with it or play games of pussyfoot with full-blown nigga shit.
Absolutely.
Now, if you want to have a conversation and be rational and be respectful, we can do that all day long, even though we have different ideals and different value systems. We can do that all day long. But as soon as you step outside of the guidelines of good taste and you infringe upon boundaries that you know you ought not to cross because of the anonymity of the fucking internet, oh, I'm anonymous. Nobody can touch me or put their hands on me, so I can be as disrespectful as I want.
Keyboard warriors.
I told you before, men or women have the capacity or the ability to exhibit either virtue or vice.
Right.
All I've said is, on my channel, is that for the past 60 to 70 years, all we've heard from is the bad shit that men do. We've heard what the fuck men do. Ad nauseum. We heard their shortcomings and how they're brutal, how they're rapists, how they're misogynist, how they're patriarchal, and so on and so forth. We've heard all of this shit.
Wannabe white men.
Mm-hmm. We've heard it all. We've heard it for the past 70 years. They've had the microphone. But they've had the microphone not just in social media. They've had it at the university. They've had it on network news, cable channels and shit. CBS, NBC, ABC. They've had the microphone for a long time. We are getting off the bench, expressing our frustrations. And as soon as we vent and express our frustrations, the first thing that gets said about us is that we're too toxic, we're too hateful, and we're too dangerous. We have nobody to talk to. We can't go talk to therapists because the therapists already have preconceived notions about our pathology or our malevolence. So we can't go to them. We can't talk to our parents because they're all fucked up and they don't know what to tell us or what kind of counsel or advice to give us because they're just as fucked up as we were. We can't go to the women because the women right now have the idea that fuck the family. I can do it by myself. Exactly. These niggas ain't shit. They dusties, they nakers, didn't do nothings, and so on and so forth. Or even if the niggas are good men, because you got a lot of men right now, I say men in this culture can be bossed up to the fullest. You can be Jeff Bezos. I don't know what he's doing in his personal life. He could be an asshole and a jerk, and he could be, misrecognizing the value of so on and so forth of his wife. That could be the case. Mm-hmm. Could be. But you got Jeff Bezos, you got Emmett Smith, you got motherfuckers, who are like the shit. Michael Jordan, they probably was fucking other women or whatever. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm saying, it ain't just men that's cheating in these relationships, in marriages. Women are stepping outside just as much as men are stepping outside of the confines of marriage to get their fucking freak on.
But only the women are expected to tolerate it, right?
Bullshit.
Women are Amiri.
That's always been the dynamic in this country is that a wife, the women were expected to see. This is what I understand.
Amiri.
I mean,
listen to me, Amiri, please.
Why your uncles and aunts got different fathers.
Amiri, listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I am not trying to say what a small group of men have done that's been malevolent and full of vice is now should be the standard for women everywhere, because a few assholes or people who consider themselves to be top G's were philanderers. The average everyday man is not a boss ass motherfucker fucking and has 4 or 5 different chicks, man.
Nope. And there's numbers to prove it.
That's not the norm, bro.
There's numbers to prove it. Multiple fathers.
The average regular dude.
Numbers to prove it.
The average basic regular dude does not have 6 or 7 hoes on speed dial, ready to play daddy, and she ready to play little, you know, whoever the fuck Debbie does Dallas to him at his whim.
That's if they have kids at all.
Mm-hmm. Now you should know.
Amiri, bro. You see, because you do realize that patriarchy is a mate guard, right?
What?
See, both of these things can be true. Patriarchy is a mate guard, and because patriarchy is a mate guard, the way men viewed it, especially in the Anglo-American context, was that the white men could do whatever, but because they put white women, this myth of white womanhood, because they put white women on this mythological pedestal of being feminine, demure, and chaste, it was a double standard. See, the fact of the matter is this, is that patriarchy is a mate guard. And because patriarchy is a mate guard, the way that score is kept when it comes to patriarchy, it's waged on the woman's body. Period. And so from that perspective, see, white men sought to control white female sexuality through the myth of racial purity. Black men, let me finish talking. Black men have sought to control black female sexuality through racial solidarity. But the problem, let me finish. The problem is that each of those men like to keep their options open. See, because this is something that we hear. We hear black feminists say this, that black men will preach black but sleep white. But really, that was white women who started saying that about their white men. See, that's what you see what I'm saying? Because white men was telling white women, yeah, you know, y'all pure. Ooh, y'all Southern Belle, y'all the light of the home. This code of domesticity shit. And it's all about racial purity. So that's why we got to protect you, Sally Ann. And then while he was telling her that, he was creating a whole buffer group of mulattoes, quadrones, octorones, and everything else, because he was sleeping with every other female he could. You see what I'm saying? So that's true. It's true. That's just what it was. That's just hold on. That's just what it was. Are y'all gonna keep interrupting? Are y'all gonna keep interrupting?
That's what you did to be.
I've been sitting here listening.
No, continue. Let me continue.
So with that being the case, the way that patriarchy works is it's a mate guard. So it's all about men being able to score. See, the reason why this terminology was used as it related to sex. A man it's all about being able to score on the other man's field, which is the feminine body, which is the female body of whatever that in group is, while protecting your own. Whatever that out group is, while protecting your own end zone, which is your women. That's what patriarchy is, a mate guard. That's all it is. So it's a mate guard, and this is hold on. And this is the way that the social. Wait a minute. Let me finish. This is the way that the social stratification plays a part in it, and this is part of the reason why white men did everything they could to economically push black men to the brink of irrelevancy, to make them as less appealing as a sexual option to the women of their group, while they hoarded the resources and while they still had access to the black men's women, which were black women. You know what I'm saying? The women of black men's group. It's all about mate guard. And if this isn't true, then just look at it for let's just follow the crest theory out to what she said. The conclusion is that white supremacy is all about what? Fear of genetic annihilation. And so with that being the impetus of how we get white supremacy and racism and these things today, if a black man mates with a white woman, that is viewed as dysgenic. If a white man mates with a black woman, that's viewed as eugenic, because they're supreme and they're preeminent and they have better IQ and they are the masculine men. Green Gorilla know what I'm saying. It's true. You know what I'm saying? So when I give my assessments, I come from all of that history, and I come from the fact that we have to understand how because of that male paradigm, these things have had an impact and an effect on the way that black men operate. This just is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? On a certain level, this is on a certain level. On a certain level, this is just male behavior. This is the way the male paradigm works. That's what patriarchy is. It is a mate guard.
So let me just say this, okay? Look, let me this is hold on, man.
No, that black man this shit for who?
For
you
men,
don't get to package black men with white men because we are not the same. For who? It's a mate guard for who?
As a male species, you are the same. We are the same as a male species. We are.
No. In the context,
this is what black men. This is what black men don't like. No.
You don't not.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't get to do that. You talked. So now I'm asking you a question. You said it's a mate guard. And then you went on and on about what white men have done to white women, et cetera, et cetera. You don't get to transpose that on us and then call us conquered, powerless, et cetera, et cetera. You don't get to do that. You don't
listen, brother. Listen. No, brother. Listen. No, listen.
We know what white supremacy is. We know what white male privilege is. You don't get to superimpose that on us like
listen, brother. Listen, brother. That's the only. White men haven't done anything unique as it relates to male behavior. You have to be able to understand the nuances between. Hold on. You have to be able to You have to be able to understand the nuances between gender thinking and race thinking. And what I'm saying, just as a matter of fact, as it relates to gender dynamics, this is how men operate. So in that way, men are the same. The male species is the same. They all have the same instincts. It's not bullshit. They are.
Hold on.
You're a racial outgroup. You're not a gendered outgroup. You're a racial outgroup.
No, we are gendered. Hold on. Go
ahead,
bro. You spoke.
You just want to be right, brother.
We are gendered and racially outgroup. Yes, we are.
You're not a gender outgroup. You're a man.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not.
Stop telling that lie.
If anybody,
bullshit,
y'all just like this white boy.
Hey, bro, you're not gonna talk over me, fam. You just spoke.
Go ahead.
If anybody should be making the intersectional argument, it's us. Okay, we understand in this country that there are things that affect us as racially negative, and then because we're men, we're the threat. You just said it yourself. It's eugenic for us to fuck with white women. Is that what you mean?
It's dysgenic.
No, well, it's eugenic for them.
Yeah, it's eugenic for them. It's dysgenic for us.
You can't, and I tell these niggas all day, you can't breed out black. You can't breed it out. It's impossible. So the same way the white man went and laid dick all over the fucking world and created these subgroups and these sub-ethnicities and things like that nature, understand that, because we are in a reality where they are thinking about genetic annihilation. That's what they think. That's not a concern of ours. The only way that you guys argue that it's a concern is when you're talking about ADOS or FBA Black American people, which still, if you're going to look at it that way, we should have been going a long time ago, all the intermixing that we done from when we got here to now. At the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, we do not control the thing that you just laid out to benefit from it. There has never been a time in human history that we had control over black women in the manner that white men have control over America. There's nothing in America that we could deny access to black women to force their cooperation with us. And I know you know that because you clown black men about it daily on Facebook. Okay.
Listen, brother, that's not you're confusing and conflating things here because that's not the point that I'm making. What I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when it comes to there is a base. This is what I'm saying. No, hold on. No, this is what I'm saying.
Is what I
no,
said
it's not
correct.
correct. I'm gonna have to say no if you're not going to let me further clarify what I'm saying.
So then we have control. So then we have been able to deny women access to things in America. So that's you saying that's incorrect.
That's who even brought that up?
No,
I told no. This is what I said. I said patriarchy is a mate guard. It's the reason why patriarchy is global. It's not unique to white men. It is a global feature of social arrangement. That's just what it is in a male dominance.
There's no black patriarchy in America.
Well, and why is that?
Because we don't have the power. It's the same as racism. In order to be racist, one must have systemic power. Correct?
Mm-hmm. That's not entirely true.
So as a patriarch,
I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that.
You don't have
to, brother.
Hold on. So let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. I don't care what you do or don't subscribe to, bro, because you'll debate dishonestly all day. But understand this: in order to be racist, you have to control the system. You have to be able to dictate. No, you have to be able. No, in order to be prejudiced or discriminatory, you don't. But in order to be racist, see, the important word is race, which is a social construct. It's not real. Understand this: in order to exercise racism, I can hate white men all day, but I can't deny him access to anything in this system.
So we're talking about.
I'm not done.
You can get to the point, brother.
You can accuse me of being discriminatory or prejudiced towards white people, but you can't accuse me of being racist because I can't affect my racism in the same way I can't affect a patriarchy on black women because we're conquered. We're weak.
Well, the patriarchy.
I'm not done, nigga. I'm not done.
Go, hurry up, man. Hurry up.
No, you don't.
You're butchering the argument.
We let you talk.
You're butchering the argument, bro.
No, ain't nobody butchering shit. Let me get it out.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Understand. The only way we could exercise this mate guard that you're speaking, we have to be able to. We have to have the control of the mechanism. But we don't. And you clown us for not having control of that every day. That's my correlation, bro. We don't have control of the mechanism that you're laying out with white men in reference to white women. We don't have it here. And that's the black feminism flaw, is that they try to superimpose white feminism onto black people, and it doesn't work that way.
They don't have to. They don't have to, because the fact of the matter is, that black women never needed feminism solely because of black men.
I'm not.
You got to get to the point. You got to get to the point.
Bro, you'll lay out 11 different points, and we'll let you rock, bro. So let me finish it up. So because we don't have control of the apparatus, we do not steer the fucking vehicle. You can't then blame us for getting lost or blame us for the crash, bro, because we don't have control of that thing. And again, it's something that you and black women and your homegirl Cynthia G reminds us every time you get a chance. So you can't blame the one who doesn't hold the steering wheel for the problems in the direction or the functions of the vehicle, my nigga. You can't say that, oh, we're using this as a mate guard when we don't have control of that apparatus, bro. And then you tease us for being the weak niggas that can't do it. You can't do that, bro.
All right, okay. Now back to what I was saying.
Before you rebut, I got housekeeping to do. Let me keep this house. That's what a patriarch does, right? Okay. So let me see. You ain't like that entendre. Anyway, the gloves are off. I'm just doing my part to keep the conversation going. Shout out to Kiem Quali, man. Appreciate that donation, son. You got to do the housekeeping, man. And I don't mind keeping house. I can sweep, mop, and do all that shit. I can cook better than any goddamn body I know. Let's go. Shout out to Jam4777. He says he wants us to play make-believe with him and fight a losing war. These type of men destroy nations from their ideological hubris. He must be talking about you, Amiri.
Why I execute what they can't effectively under the same circumstances in the same war. As far as I'm concerned, these niggas are AWOL, and they should be dealt with extreme prejudice. They make my position less safe. But want to talk about war? Because it don't look good right now. Now you want to fall back and run like a little bitch. Y'all want to go overseas. I'm right here on the front lines every day doing what men are supposed to do.
Wait, hold on, man. Before
I let y'all talk.
In response to the
I let y'all talk. Yeah, I let y'all talk. And I still want to rebut.
On my channel, I'm
sorry,
talk as
go
much
ahead.
as I want to on my shit.
Yeah. I didn't mean you, Green Gorilla. I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you, Green Gorilla.
So let me. I know. So let me continue the housekeeping. He says, Heroin the Apocalypse, $9.99 donation. Appreciate that, my brother. He says, I like GG better when he's going off on fuck niggas, especially when he's putting information out here ad nauseum. Thank you. Appreciate the donation, sir. Appreciate that. I just, I have to do this, man. It's a duty that I have in order to ensure, man, that the people who've donated are observed. He says, the sphere is here and we ain't going nowhere. Thank you, brother. DDS O2D for the donation. Appreciate that. Rudolph, thank you, Stan Shelton. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Also, appreciate you, Aaron Peters. We said that St. Louis all day. Kossuth and Fair, baby. You know what it is. Natural Bridge and Kings Highway. Come on with it. You know what it is. You feel me? Hey, bro, I've been tried and never denied. I'm ready to be tried again. What's cracking?
Mm-hmm. So why is...
Hold on, I'm not done yet. I still ain't done with I got to get the housekeeping done, my brother.
Sorry.
Says dime time for the PPV. Very grateful to be a member of the Black Manosphere and the GG Nation. Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. You deserve the cluster. And Elwood Johnson, I think he's the last person to donate. He said that was a whole lot of nothing. 70 years of guys like him in charge, and you wonder why things are this bad. Now, I don't know who he's exactly referring to, but I can assess and assume he's talking about you, Amiri. Now, AB hasn't spoken at all. It's just, the conversation's pretty much been dominated by Amiri and Marcus for quite a bit of time. And now I would like to have AB, spit some shit on his own accord, and then I will come in with some comments of my own. Go ahead.
I have a question for Amiri. How is a dude a bitch for going overseas to find a woman that works for him?
That's a succinct question. Can you please get a succinct answer? Let's go.
Yeah, because if you're if as a brother whose comment I was responding to is going to quantify this as a war, but if you leave the front lines of a war, that's called retreat. That's called going AWOL, and I call that being a bitch. He the one to describe it as a war, not me. So you would have to, if that's the scheme we're going by, then I think we all can agree that that's some bitch shit.
In the war.
He's the guy who made the comment said that. I was responding to his comment.
Okay, so here's another comment, Leon. Here's another question. Amiri, or a statement rather. Amiri, my individual success in my marriage does not give me the power to judge others as if every woman is my woman, an outcome of my relationship. Your logic is cap and toxic. How do you respond, sir?
My success in my marriage does. Next topic.
Anecdotal.
Well, I mean,
I'm just merely saying that if anybody's going to dominate the conversation on what ails the black community and this whole thing about what's going on between black men and black women, it's going to be men like me. We should spearhead the conversation. Not brothers who are single. Not brothers who are single and childless. Not brothers who are pimps and players, but those of us who have been able to successfully do what everybody claim they want. Black men and black women are claiming they want families and all this stuff. So, from that vantage point, then men like me and our wives and stuff, where the authorities on this stuff.
So we're gonna
that's my position on it.
We simping
I haven't said anything in quite a bit of time. I would like to make some statements of my own if it's possible for me to do so. Is that okay with you guys?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Is that according to your taste? Okay. So here's my deal, right? Here's my thinking. In order to make a marriage work, it takes two people who are dedicated to ensuring that takes place, correct?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Okay, now, if it is the case that my wife, if I'm married, decides that she doesn't want to be married anymore, does she need to have a reason for which that relationship dissolves, or can she do it on her own accord?
You want the legal? I mean, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to say. You want the legal answer, or do you? No,
I want you to say the facts. I don't
Are
want
you
you
asking
to
my personal opinion, or are you asking me the legal? Because this is the thing.
Not legal. Look, here's the deal. Is it the case that if a woman decides, I don't want to be married anymore for whatever fucking reason it is, it could be because this nigga don't pick up his socks, this nigga don't wash his ass, this nigga ain't cool enough, his dick ain't long enough, whatever it is it possible for a woman unilaterally to say, I don't want this shit to work? Or either the same goes for a man. A man can say unilaterally, this chick ain't knocking my socks off anymore. It's a wrap for this shit. I'm on to the next one. Is it possible for either party to do such?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the right. I think that's the right approach. I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't want to force a person to be with me that don't want to be with me of their own free will and their own volition. That's just the part of the a part of the risk that you're signing up for when you get married or when you engage in any endeavor. Like relationships, friendships, partnerships, they fall apart all the time. I don't know why we treat it as some especially tragic thing when it so happens to be two married people. We all have boys that we was cool with, and over time we just grew apart and we don't communicate with no more. But nobody is sitting up here advocating for the need to not have friends. So I don't know why we apply some special type of tragedy when this happens between a man and his wife. Like, come on.
Amiri, come on, let's keep it a buck though, dog. I'm gonna explain to you why, according to my logic and what I think is to be an essential component of human behavior as it pertains to people who've had an intimate relationship. See, my friends I'm not intimate with them. Okay? It's different when you're intimate with somebody, meaning that there's an openness and a form of vulnerability that's shared between you and that individual. I mean, if it's a marriage, you would assume it would be there, right? That wouldn't necessarily be there in relation to just a friendship. And not to say that friendships are less valuable than marriages or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. Because I'm well aware of the fact that friendship is essential to the soul, root to the bros. I understand that. I get that. However, human beings, when they are involved in intimate partner relationships, often have, as a pretext of that relationship, especially if it's a marriage, a dedication, especially if it's a traditional marriage, a duty to monogamy, correct? In the Western culture or in the Western world.
Yes.
Okay? So, when it's the situation in which monogamy has been promised according to a covenant between a man and a woman for a lifetime, which is what the marriage contract is supposed to be, what you're signing up for, right? I mean, maybe I'm lost on it, or maybe I'm confused about what the contract or the covenant is supposed to be emblematic or what it's supposed to be comprised of. But traditionally, you're supposed to dedicate yourself to monogamy and joining this person physically and spiritually as one until death do you part, right?
Right. So now, with that being the case, right? Because one of the tropes on the statistics. I'm sorry.
I know I was long-winded. Amiri, I know I was long-winded, but I wanted to underscore this point. The point is, God forbid, this is not an attack on you. Just understand this. But let's say, for example, somebody got down with your wife and you didn't know, and you find out. Would that be gut-wrenching to your fucking heart? Or would you be like, oh, well, you know, let's just let bygones be bygones. You know, I mean, people just drift apart.
It wouldn't be gut-wrenching to me at all. I would just take it in stride and make my moves accordingly, but it wouldn't be gut-wrenching.
It wouldn't hurt you that your wife, it wouldn't hurt you to see another man's dick down your wife's throat when you come home from work.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. That's
oh, come on.
I'm just y'all want me to lie or y'all want me to lie or y'all want me to tell you?
We don't want you to, but we know you will.
I'm telling the truth. It would not be as devastating as you know, as people think. You know, it's like I would just look at it. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. I would just look at it as we understand what the possibilities are when it comes to life. Okay. When we engage in anything, we hope for the best. You know, things happen, things can go sour, so forth and so on. So it wouldn't be as gut-wrenching to me as some people would think. Now hold on. Hold on, real quick. This is the point I wanted to make about marriage and divorce, right? Because you know, they say 50% of marriages end in divorce, but nobody ever talks about where that means that the other 50% of marriages end in death. See, when I've never approached my marriage with my wife and the possibility of divorce as some especially tragic thing, because I know the only other way we're not going to be married is if one of us should leave here. You see what I'm saying? So, and with that being the case, I had to learn to value the journey, because the journey of being with her all this time is more rewarding than the destination, because I know that the destination is either divorce or death. There is no happy ending to marriage. We need to get that out of our head. That's not the case.
So you would take it in stride a dude fucked your wife in the ass when you came home?
What would you have me to do? Kill myself?
It's a yes or no question, brother.
I just gave you the answer.
It's a yes or no question, brother.
I just gave you the answer.
Kill yourself. I didn't even ask you that.
You did not. No, you can. No,
I mean, I just gave you the. What y'all think? I'm gonna cry? Y'all think I'm gonna be ready to blow my brains out? It is what. Listen, I'm a black man.
Nobody asked you about blowing your brains out. We asked you.
I'm a black man in America, brother. Nothing is guaranteed to me. So I'm a black man in America. Nothing is guaranteed to me.
I got you. So these are the this is the ideology that you want us to adopt for your results.
Yeah, pretty much.
I didn't say that. You're
the expert.
You're the expert. Right? No. You asked me a personal. You asked my personal opinion. Y'all asked my personal opinion.
Right.
That's different than me giving an assessment or giving advice.
You use your marriage as the measuring stick for success. So should we follow your ideology, your belief system when it comes to an outcome of a successful marriage? Because we just asked you, would you trip if you walked in on that? You didn't give us a direct answer yet.
I did give you an answer.
No, nobody asked, would you blow your brains out? We asked, AB, repeat the question.
What would you do if you came home and saw a dude fucking your wife in the ass?
And don't reach. Nobody asked you about suicide. We asked you how would you about
suicide now? Come on.
How would you react? Would it be cool? You go in the other room and watch Netflix?
Yeah, I would. I would be because I'm an even-tempered person. I'm not temperamental. I'm not emotional.
Let's go.
And I would just, and like I said, I would just make my moves accordingly. But I think the most apt question to ask me is have I? Hold on. No, I didn't, brother.
He asked you how you feel.
Because you said. Hold on, brother. You said that I'm using myself in my marriage. You said no. Listen, you said I'm using my marriage as the standard for success. Or whatever. So what I? Okay, so the prompt question to ask me is, have I ever had anything like that happen?
No,
And the answer is a
we actually,
resounding
this
no.
is hypothetical.
Nothing like that has ever happened.
We don't
Nothing like
need
that has ever
that.
happened,
No,
brother.
hold on. We don't
Hence
need
a
your personal
successful
shit.
marriage.
Answer the question.
Nothing like
or you
that has
can't.
ever happened. Hence a successful marriage.
Hey,
And you know, and y'all do know like I'm 9 inches, right? So there's gonna be big shoes to fill coming behind me, brother. There's gonna be big shoes to fill. So I don't really have them problems.
Answer the question though.
I don't really have them
He
problems.
already answered it. Hey, bro, he answered the question. To me,
I don't
it's pretty clear.
I don't have them problems,
To me,
man.
wait
You know
a
what I'm
minute,
saying? I
hold
don't
on.
know.
Look, I went down that path. I went down the pathway for a specific reason. Okay, and the reason is that first of all, human beings have feelings. Okay, male and females have feelings. Okay, human beings get jealous. They get angry. They feel betrayed. Especially after a covenant is broken with another individual, okay? Like say, for example, I make a covenant with you. We make a business deal to, go into business exclusively to sell a product. You and I together. And then I break the contract and I'm like, well, don't really trip off of it. Business deals, they dissolve all the time. And I just, I leave you out of it like some Jay-Z Dame Dash shit, and I'm on to the next venture, and, I'll holler at you later. Even though I was a crucial part of helping you to build the success that you have. Like people invest energy and time, like you said, a journey, and when it comes to an end unilaterally, and people don't understand, well, why did that happen? There's no explanation. There's no closure or resolving of issues. Some people feel like that's fucked up.
And I never said they didn't have a right to feel that way, but the question was posed to me specifically, and I'm just saying what it is, like coming from my perspective. So I can't speak for how another man might process that.
You ain't
so I never said that.
But ultimately, my purpose.
I did. I'll just be honest. I'm more upset if I come home and dinner ain't ready. Okay, that's how I feel about it. I don't know what to tell you.
You walk in the room, you go downstairs, fix your
wait a
soul
minute,
plate,
bro. Wait.
and watch Netflix.
So at any rate, so my understanding is this, okay, that according to Amiri, it is possible that a woman can decide unilaterally, or a man decide unilaterally to terminate the relationship. Now, if a person does, this is the next question. If a person does decide to terminate a relationship with you, is that necessarily an indication that there's something wrong with the individual who is the person being terminated and being divorced? Like, say, for example, I initiated. Does that indicate that there's something wrong or there's a fundamental character defect in the person who I'm divorcing? Because if there is no necessary connection between another person's decision to divorce, there's no necessary connection between that and a person's character. I'm not saying it couldn't be, but I'm not saying that it has to be. It could be that this person.
I can't hear anybody. I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me now? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Fine, loud and clear.
So my question is, he left.
He's going to try to reconnect.
I think we heard his feelings, but okay.
No.
He has a bad connection. I'm assuming that he has a bad connection and he'll be back.
So my whole thing is this. So at the end of the day, my thing is, I can't be responsible for my wife deciding to leave me if I'm trying to be in the relationship. Like if I say I want to still maintain the marriage and she's like, I'm off. I'm out of here. How's that a moral failing on my part, especially if I did nothing abusive or anything else to this person? They just basically broke their covenant.
Amiri has ridiculed men for their wives stepping out on them. I have receipts. He can't lie to me because I have receipts on Amiri. Okay? So what you're saying right now, it makes perfect sense to me. He might jump in here and act as if he holds a different position, but understand he has ridiculed men for that same thing you're describing. You know, not only that. But this man just beat around the bush about cook shit.
In essence,
Beat
what I'm
around the
saying,
bush.
in essence, what I'm saying is this:
Bring light to that.
Contemporarily, women, want to get married, but they want to get married on their own terms, and a man has to have so much money, and they have to have so much success, and they have to look a certain way, and they have to carry themselves in a certain way that's going to be amenable to the woman's fancy. And a lot of times, what women are desirous of as it pertains to people they find desirable is a tad bit superficial. At least according to my understanding. I mean, if I'm missing things correctly, I want a guy with 6 figures, which is not characteristic or endemic of what you're going to find in the majority of the male population in the United States. Okay, you want 6 feet tall, not going to be the normal thing that you're going to find.
Right.
6-pack, you're not going to, typically that's not something you're going to find. So, my whole thing about it is a man cannot determine. If a woman can say, I'm out of here, and they do it quite often. They do terminate marriages quite often. They're the primary divorcers. They're the ones who initiate the divorce process in the vast majority of cases. Men are willing to stand there and tough it out.
80%.
And to be in sexless marriages, to, be in loveless marriages where they don't even sleep in the same room. Men are willing to stick it out.
80%. 80%. They in marriage, they act like they're worried about men walking out when they walk out, and they're incentivized to do so. Y'all ever notice that whether it be the game coaches or these hotep niggas, everyone's blueprint for a successful marriage is to simp.
Yep.
Everyone is to simp, to cuck, to bow down, to kowtow, and to be the financial patriarch, the financial breadwinner of their households, and to allow my man said if he sidestepped an answer to a question of, if you walk in and catch your wife cheating, what would you do? There is only one answer to that. Or how would you feel? There's only one answer.
Yep.
There's only one answer. If a nigga asks you, do you like niggas? There's only one answer. You understand what I'm saying? Their solutions, their ideologies for successful marriages is always to simp. And our, refusal to do so because we don't want to bow under the matriarchy, gynocracy, whatever words you want to use, we are the problem. So we say, fuck that, we going over here so we can have a real patriarchy with either other non-American black women or non-black women. Okay? So we're seeking that patriarchy that he wants us. He says, we're walking away from the war. We're warring with the same black women for the soul of the community.
Yep.
We're fighting them. They say also, you're not fighting hard enough to be a dad. You're not fighting hard. How you going to fight me? And then tell me I'm not fighting.
Be a child, a father to our own damn child.
I'm not. Yeah, my own biological progeny. I got to fight you. And then you're telling me I'm not fighting you hard enough. Imagine your assaulter women, for the women, the strags that he brought up in here. Imagine your aggressor, your attacker attacking you and taking your body from you and then telling you you should have fought harder. Walk with that. You want us to fight a war? In order for us to have a community There has to be cooperation from both sides. We were not brought here as families. Every other group of people, whether it be the Europeans, the Hispanics, everybody else came here as a unit. We didn't come here that way. We were not brought here as families. A bunch of men were brought over here for labor. And years later, some women were brought over here to save money from shipping more motherfuckers in here. We were not brought here as a unit. We never had control over black women. This is not a black patriarchy. We cannot deny you access to jobs, wages, education, homes, voting. We can't and never could. And you remind us of that every chance you get. But then you want to flat, mail your argument into saying that because the white man did this and that to his women, you're aligning us with that on the premise of us being male. And goddamn well, we don't have that privilege. We don't have that access. We don't have that power. Patriarchy is the same as racism in the respect that you have to have the power to affect it. You have to. That's why black people cannot practice racism and black men in America cannot practice patriarchy because we can't. Roe versus Wade is not us. Argue with your white man.
So
the wage gap is not us neither.
Here's my viewpoint on this shit, right? And I'll show it. So black men are saying, look, and it's not just black men saying this, it's men, because there's a white manosphere as well. Okay? And men are saying, like, look, women in this culture are pretty quarrelsome and disagreeable. Like, I mean, a lot of them are gold diggers. They're never satisfied, and their demands are out of this world, and they just don't want to be normal, and they're always bitching and complaining about something.
Yeah, and
I mean, and so this Pat Williams made a comment about how the husband is supposed to cheer up his wife, right? But that's not the only thing he said about marriage and the disposition of people in it. Because there's also a concept called the quarrelsome wife.
Oh, yes. Bible says.
I mean, not to say that I say that men can be assholes, but so can women. And a quarrelsome wife is like a constant dripping on a rainy day. Restraining her is like restraining the wind or grasping oil with the hand. She doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to learn how to better relate, doesn't want to really actually settle arguments. She wants to be contentious and avoid conversations. All she is driven by emotion and what the fuck she wants. Now, I'm not saying that it's only women that do this, but what we are saying is that it sure does happen a lot, that we're acting as if this doesn't occur. You act like it doesn't happen at all, and that all it is men not meeting up to women's standards related to some sort of oppression or domination or violence or marginalization that's taking place in the context of the home. We act like men and women and having problems of togetherness is something only endemic to Western culture or Western society or black people in it, which is absurd. Also, one thing that also fucks me up, it kills me.
I think I know where you're going.
No, you really don't.
Maybe I don't.
This is not about wanting to love women or any. See, this Pat Williams, I don't know who this person is. I don't know.
That's one of his people. He probably posted the link. He posted the link. He probably brought a bunch of girls in with him.
But at the end of the day, it's not just a male. We can go back and forth talking about the relative viciousness of the other gender or sex. But men are voicing their opinions about what they don't like and what they don't want and what they do find desirable. It's not just about about what the fucking woman desires and what she wants and what she feels she ought to be deserving of.
Right. Happy wife, happy life.
Not with a relationship. It has to be mutual. It has to be reciprocitas. It has to be give and take. If it's going to be a useful and a meaningful relationship, it can't just be I want, I need. This is what I think, in the way I feel. And it's also not about building anything. See,
build something and ask for submission. With a Latino man and
wait a minute. Let me stop.
Go ahead.
Let me stop it all.
No, get him.
Only 1/5 of the population are stay-at-home parents.
Right.
In any race. So all of this, we need to build, we need an infrastructure, we need an entire society in order for us to listen to you. That's a bunch of bullshit. Black people were married more during slavery and Jim Crow than they are now.
Right. Overthrow white supremacy, then we'll get the fuck out of here.
Motherfuckers was married during goddamn slavery and Jim Crow, more so than they are now. Now we can talk about the factors related to that, but you also have to understand there have been forces at play that have made marriage be perceived as unattractive to a whole host of people in the United States. And I'm just tired of the finger pointing and the finger blaming like women are doing the work. Well, I mean, you're doing some shitty work. You're not doing good work. It's like, cooking pancakes, but it's still runny on the inside. It's like cooking chicken, but it's still pink near the bone. Because you can't do it alone. That's the problem. The problem is that if you remove the natural impact and the influence of men predicated upon whether it's the government doing it, whether it's choices, subjective, personal choices that are the impact or that, are the catalyst for it, regardless. Because men are not present, it creates lacunas in the development of children. You're free to come up, Fish. You're free to come up.
It's amazing.
Basically you're calling me a bitch now. You know what I'm saying? So, in other words, see, that's that disrespectful bullshit.
It's the name
that if you were around me, if you had a nigga that was your husband or some nigga you was talking to or your daddy, I'd tell him, if you're a woman, I'd be like, man, you better check your fucking daughter before I smack the shit out of her or smack you in order to insult her.
Sign language. Shout out BGS. Sign language.
And that's just the truth, man. You got to be respectful, man. And a lot of y'all are not respectful. You want respect, but you don't give it. You make ad hominem arguments, but you don't want to receive ad hominem arguments. Yeah, I don't want to lead anybody. I want to be involved in a mutual participatory experience with somebody who has sense and has the ability to be amenable to reason. Not somebody I can get like Eddie Murphy had in Coming to America to jump on one foot saying, what do you like? Whatever you like. What do you want? Whatever you like. That's not what men are looking for any damn way. That's not what men are looking for. Men are looking for helpmates, people who they can relate to, just like women are. But the problem is, this is a microwave society with a microwave vision about how to solve problems. As soon as somebody is confronted with difficulty, they fucking move on to something that's more enjoyable or more hedonistic or Epicurean. That's what occurs in our culture. We don't know how to stand in it and get it straight. And it's a lot of narcissism, self-absorption, a lot of egoism and egotism. This is not something that's just the fault of one party and, well, I don't want the male. I don't want to be your pimp or your president. I want somebody who's going to be like, look, right now, the gender pendulum is swung. I can be the face of the business. What plan do you have to get us, the business started? Like, do you have any suggestions? We can go get along. Let's do it. You got people who supposed to be playing on the same team, but they like Mutombo trying to slap you from fucking scoring the ball. Like what? I'm Jordan. I'm trying to put the damn ball in the hoop. I'm thinking I'm playing for Chicago. Scottie Pippen on the court trying to fucking foul me before I go up and put the layup in the opposing team's basket. What the fuck is that? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. I can't comprehend it. That's like my mother wanting me to fail. That's like one of my sisters engaging in glee when she sees me hemorrhage or, get incarcerated or be subjected to death by the police. Oh, joy, I'm glad it's another Naker dead. Another didn't do nothing dead. It makes no sense. I can't get it. When my mother used to look at me, all she did was smile and say my last name, go, go, go. Like Kanye's mom. That's the kind of mother I had. Didn't spoil me as much as she encouraged me to go out and get it. You can do anything. If you fail, get back up again after you fall. We're not about to cry and have a pity party. Now we got women saying, we don't want to have male babies. We don't like the male babies. What is that? I don't understand it. It confuses me. I just don't get it. I am at a loss of understanding.
Sir, can I speak to that?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for letting me on your panel. I'm an older woman, so I'm very sad to hear what you young men are talking about. I do follow a Mary show. And so I decided to come over here because I saw the link and, some of us came over here and I'm just really undone. I do want to say this though. The woman that you're talking about who said, do not have black babies was Cynthia G. And she is ridiculous. And I can tell you where she made that statement initially was on Tanya TKO's show. And I follow Tanya TKO. Tanya checked it all the way. And black women and such as myself, we said, no way, Cynthia. Cynthia lost tons of support from black women. So I'm not sure why black men will take what one ignorant, and I said it, Cynthia is super ignorant. Come for me, sis, because you're ignorant to say that. Tanya even checked it. Tanya and Cynthia were real close. The very next day, Tanya said, I'm not going to tolerate anybody on my panel advocating for the genocide of any black child, nor anything talking about a black male. And I think she even brought her nephew on there. She said, I love this young man. So you're not going to do that. I wrote into Cynthia G. So what I'm trying to understand, why are you all judging all of us based off of the idiot Cynthia G? But if we do that to you all, well, that ain't me. That's that black guy. Why can't you all give us the same leeway to say that's not all black women? Most of us checked Cynthia for that ridiculous and ignorant statement.
Most of you? I disagree with the most assertion.
Tanya kicked her off listen, Tanya kicked her off. Tanya has not had Cynthia back. I stopped watching Cynthia. A whole bunch of us started watching Cynthia. I can tell you that for a fact. That is not even conjecture.
I understand that, but you said most. If most people dropped Cynthia G, her numbers would be low. Understand, a group of you may have walked away, but most is a stretch because we're
Well, I
aware.
won't say most, a lot. I did.
Oh,
I think I
okay,
said she lost a
that's
lot of
fine.
support. She really did, guys. But I'm
Second,
saying is,
go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead, sir.
Secondly, I am personally Tanya TKO is a personal friend of mine, right? So we have conversations off the internet. I know her views, right? A lot of what she says on the internet is maybe not as far-reaching as a Cynthia G, but she does push out a lot of misandrous shit, right? So to say that you were following Cynthia G and the breaking point for you was that statement, it says a lot, right?
No, I
Because
wasn't following Cynthia. No, let me correct it. I said that a lot of women were following. I followed Tanya TKO. Tanya had Cynthia. I said when Cynthia made that statement about, unaliving, quote unquote, because I don't want Mr. Gorilla not to lose his, you have to say unaliving on Facebook. When she made that statement, she made it on Tanya TKO show. So
No,
I
I
just want
get
to
that.
clarify that.
I
I followed
understand.
Tanya TKO, not Cynthia. No.
Right. So, but understand that this isn't an indictment on you personally. So understand when we say what we say, you can't then follow that with, well, what I do or don't do and who I do or don't follow. This is about the masses. And we know that, we can't use you as a measuring stick for how many women might have walked away from Cynthia G when we know that she still maintains a heavy following. And so does Tanya TKO, even though both of these people, push out anti-black misandry on a daily basis. You follow Tanya TKO, and I can attest to that. Amiri is associated or formerly associated, or at least espouses some of the views of Cynthia G, and we know that to be factual. The abort black male babies line that Cynthia put out there is probably the most extreme shit she said. Maybe
that was horrific.
It's in the realm, but understand that she said
horrific.
But she said things that should have offended black women before that. So what I'm saying,
like I said, I didn't follow the young lady, young man, but
okay, but understand that there's a reason why Tanya would have a Cynthia G on her panel in the first place, because their views are aligned, and maybe that was the breaking point, but their views were aligned for the most part. Another thing is Cynthia G was on Fox Soul, right? She was on Fox Soul. Okay, we can go and run the gamut of black women that have been on TV historically throwing black men under the bus for decades, as long as I've been alive, and it's been talk shows, whether you want to talk about Donahue's or
Oprah. I'm old enough to remember. Yes.
Okay, so you understand this. Can you name me one major mainstream platform where black men have been able to get on and speak similarly about black women? Because from what we know, until the internet, until YouTube, until social media, our voices were limited to maybe rap music. Okay, so understand,
and black men have totally devalued black women in rap music. We are bees, we're hoes, we're thoughts, we're skanks, we're horrible, we're everything horrible,
right? But
to the whole world through rap music. So thank you.
Okay, so understand the type of black women rappers come into contact with when they're on tour. So if that's the case, if you can understand that, because what we usually do is we try to give understanding to why black women feel this way and their experiences and this and that, but then we throw why out the window when we're talking about us, when we're talking about black men. So
can I ask you a question, young man?
You can respond to that, but I have more. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. And thank you for being respectful, and I will give that equal respect. Here's my issue, though. And I agree with you. You're absolutely right. Look, I'm old enough to remember the Oprah, or I was even telling Amiri the other day, I remember, and I was a kid, my parents, they're in their 80s now, but I was a child, and Oprah had a whole show you guys make, you probably find it. She had a whole show, a whole panel, just an audience of Black men in Chicago. I'm in Chicago. So she had the whole thing. And I'm not going to lie, I was not a fan of Oprah. Even as a child, even my mother was like, ooh, Oprah did, I think, pushed a lot of envelopes with that. But let's talk about this rap thing.
But we
I
got to talk
understand what you're saying.
collectively, not your personal
No,
feelings. We got to talk as a generally.
I understand, sir, but at the same time, I can only speak for me. I can't speak for the whole world, right?
Yeah, you kind of can, because we know that Oprah's successful and she has a large audience, and she has that regardless of whether you find her palatable or not. So you can speak to it. You can speak to it, and I think I'm gonna say, no disrespect, I think that when women do that, they follow this very solipsism approach in their arguments. Well, I don't, and I this and I that, right?
But men do it too, because I've heard many times on panels when Black women say, oh, well, Black men are beaters, Black men are cheaters. Well, I don't do that. That's that brother. That's Pookie and Ray Ray. So come on, brother. Both sides do that. Okay?
Yeah, but we have numbers. Men
Let's
lie,
be
women
fair.
lie, and men numbers don't, right? So if we're going to look at how much support the Oprahs and other platforms that push this message got, if you look at Tanya TKO has 200,000 subs on YouTube alone, and she has a Facebook platform also. So the message that we say on this YouTube, this Black manosphere that's bothering everybody, understand that we're way smaller than the people we're naming. When we talk about the Tanya TKOs, the Cynthia G's, the Derek Jacksons, and people like that,
Derek is a clown. He's a charlatan.
It does historically, and even to this day, our reach is way smaller, which means that there's more value in pushing the other message than this one. Okay, to the point where
that's not. You just not mention numbers, brother.
Bro, wait till I'm done.
But see it now.
To the point where even I'm gonna keep talking.
Before you speak, Marcus, let me just say this. No disrespect to you, Amiri, man, but you just came back. You burned out for about 20, 30 minutes. You can't come back and be the center of attention. There's a protocol. I understand. I understand what it did happen though. So whatever the case may be, really want to undertake the process of trying to explain why and whatever, but you are like, you got to wait for your turn to jump back into the double Dutch.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The double Dutch ropes. All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I want to hear the exchange between Miss Pat and Marcus.
Yes, because I did want to follow up with Marcus, but go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead. You were in the middle.
So understand that Black women have always had the support of mainstream media for their derogatory messages against us, right? And it's a general thing. It's not about who you meeting on tour. It's about all the good men are locked up and in jail, right? You remember, or gay. Remember this? You remember this? You're old enough to remember. So they've been given. So then, who in that context? The argument might be made. Well, you can't blame Black women. You got to blame mainstream media, even though Black women are taking advantage of the platform to shit on us, right? But it's only until recently, because someone in the comments, well, what about Tommy? All of that is relatively new. The Black manosphere is relatively new. So our responses to not only all the lies that have been told, because now that we have the internet, now that we have all these stats and facts and research, we can speak back, we can respond. And the fact that our response is bashing and it's disrespectful, is this and that, is nonsense. Of course, you got a few guys that say, not all Black men are this and this and this, but understand, that's not the collective beliefs of Black men. You have more Black men who are on your side than are on our side. Amiri is in the majority. He's not in the minority. The minority is the red pill manosphere, Black manosphere. We are the minority.
Marcus, can I just jump in there?
Yes,
all right. So a couple of little things. Thank you. A couple of things I want to ask you. So number one, because this is curious to me, because again, I'm an older woman. I'm cut from a different generation. So I'm trying to understand this, because I feel like I went to sleep and I don't even know who Black men or Black women are today, because it's just not what I came up with. So let me start by saying that. Now, the second question I have for you is this. What is the end goal? What is it that you guys want to achieve? Are you guys wanting to achieve a better unity with Black women? Are you guys want to build up the community? Are you guys just kind of on an anger? We were mad. We've had 40 years of Black women trashing us. Now we're here to hit them back. I just want to know, what is the end goal of this?
Okay, let me answer that question. Okay, this is my answer to your question. What's the end goal of this? Like some people say, this is about revenge. This is not about revenge, as much as it is to me about elucidating the truth. See, people like to throw information out there, and they like to say, okay, well, here are the facts about Black women's experiences or what have you. I get it, I understand it, but you also have to say or think, what are Black men's experiences? Okay, we've heard a lot about Black women's experiences and, like their subjection to violence and assault and so on and so forth. But what we have begun to learn, and I'm a scholar. I have a doctoral degree in philosophy. Not that that means anything like I'm the final say on any and everything related to any phenomena or area of inquiry at all. But I do take the time to look at information, to assess it, and to utilize it in order to offer a critique up to people in popular culture. Okay? And I use it to challenge other scholars or activists or political ideologues. I use it to challenge their orientations or their positions about what's actually happening or occurring empirically in the places and spaces, the geographies that we inhabit. Okay? And one of the things people need to be aware of before they start talking about, well, women have been abused and Black men have been abusing them. We know there's over 40 to 50 years of research on domestic violence, which basically put out the fact that women are as physically aggressive or more aggressive than men in their relationships with their spouses or male partners.
That's right.
We know
this.
But
are they unaliving those male partners? I think that's where the nuance comes in, Mr.
Are they maligning? Oh, hold on. You say, are they maligning?
No, unaliving. I understand on YouTube you can't say the M word, or I can say
it all depends. Well, I don't care, but so we can say that. Okay, so
we can say it on yourself. Okay,
you can say it. So don't censor yourself.
Okay. So what are the stats about those Black women actually then murdering those men? Because before you answer,
glad you asked that question.
Can I just throw one thing at you? Can I just throw one thing at you, sir? And I promise you, this is your show. I'm respect. Here's the thing. Literally, this past August, my male cousin lost his life after 2 weeks of dating a young woman who had an angry ex. They're all Black, who took his life and took hers. In 2020, I lost my female cousin to a ex who was being abusive to her, and she finally decided to leave him, and he took her life. So in the span of 2 years, from 2020 to 2022, I had to lay 2 cousins to rest because one male, one female cousin, both of them were murdered because they were caught up with a situation where another young Black man didn't know how to let it go and took a life. Now, I hear what you're saying about the stats, but that's a real situation. And it's still very grievous to me.
Stats are real. Anecdotal.
Okay, so
please don't discount what happened to my family. Don't do that.
I'm not doing that. We're saying anecdotal.
But please don't do that, because I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the gentleman who hosts the show. Go ahead, Mr.
So this is okay. So look. As it pertains to intimate partner homicide, at the current moment, men are committing more acts of intimate partner homicide than are Black women. It has not always been this way. And as it pertains to the amount of people who are dying, like in the ratio of male to female death related to intimate partner homicide, I'm not going to say it's absolutely statistically insignificant, but the numbers are neck and neck in various years, okay? Now, I want to show you a clip, and after the clip, then I'll, try to flesh it out to some degree, I want you to see this, though.
It's about a black woman who can't walk down the street in safety. I lived in Boston for 9 years. In 1979, 12 black women were murdered in a 4-month period in Boston. I lived in Roxbury. That is a black community in Boston. What did it mean to me and to every black female and black man in Boston that 12 black women were murdered precipitously during that period? That's what black feminism is about, to try to explain that.
I'll tell you what, Jet Magazine, which I read every week.
I do too.
And which is very reliable, published some Justice Department statistics that show that more black men are being killed by women than the other way around. Now, when I say that, the feminists get emotional. They say, well, that's not true. Or it must have been because of self-defense. But I think that men should stop killing women.
They should stop killing each other.
Women should stop killing men.
And black men should stop killing each other, too.
One should not be singled out as the repository of all evil in the world. And I think we agree on that.
I'm being facetious with some of the stuff that I put in there and edited, but only because we do know that between the years of, like in the 70s and the early to the mid 80s, intimate partner homicide was something that women did more so than men did.
Right.
Okay. Now the numbers have flipped to a certain extent.
Yes, because that's 40 years ago, sir. That's what I'm saying. You guys are going back. A lot of this stuff, you guys are going back 40 years ago. Can we come into 2023, the millennial? Can we speak about now?
You guys dig into the past.
Can we discuss what served as the impetus for domestic violence laws in this country? Because here's the problem with what I have with what you're saying, Green Gorilla. We want to sit here and act as if because men were in the preeminent position socially, economically, and politically, you didn't have this thing where men could execute violence and aggression against women. And as a matter of fact, all men, and as a matter of fact,
be specific. We're talking about black people here.
And that's why I brought up how you get domestic violence laws in this country. I suggest you look it up, brother.
So then keep it
the larger point that I'm getting to is that there was a common law practice in this country, and that common law practice in this country was that husbands had the right to discipline their wives, corporal punishment of wives. So I don't know why we sit here and try and have this argument as if it somehow delegitimizes the points that feminists were making when they were just stating what we all know to be a fact, that men because of the difference in size and stature, men pose a greater threat to women than women pose to men, and men pose a greater threat to other men than women pose to men. And this is something that that brothers in the manosphere, the black manosphere, talk about all the time. So if we're going to have this conversation, let's have the conversation where it needs to be had at. One group in this country was seen as being able to discipline another, while the other wasn't. Most times when women were engaging in violence, they were doing so in self-defense. And listen, even if
that's just bullshit. That's bullshit.
That's true. It's true, brother.
That's bullshit, bro.
It's true. No, it's not.
The science does not bear that out. The whole notion that only men are violent and women are just sugar.
I never said only, brother.
It's some fucking bullshit, man.
I never said
only.
I never said only, bro. So let me ask you a question. When we look at violence in the black community, who perpetrates most of the violence in the black community? Black men or black women?
It all depends on what kind of violence you're talking about.
I'm just talking about violence. I'm just talking about violence, brother.
You want me to answer the question or not, bro? Or you want to just interject while I answer the shit?
Because you just threatened violence because somebody said something you ain't like.
I didn't threaten violence to you, bro.
You said that earlier. Earlier, when just because a person was trolling, you started talking about being violent.
So hey, look, my whole thing is, if you want respect, you got to give it.
That's right.
And so what you're saying is that violence.
But my thing is this.
Go ahead.
Violence of what? Nowadays, everything is considered to be violence, even a violation of a person's integrity and their dignity by being disrespectful through conversation.
Or hurt.
We already know that trolling is an act of disrespect and it shouldn't be done. I said once, I said twice, I said 3 times, we can have a conversation without you being disrespectful, but you decided you want to continue to flex and be disrespectful in my chat, and you brought them people over here.
Right, but listen to what I'm saying,
but you should have checked them. You should have checked them while they.
Brother, I can't even see the comment section. I'm on my phone and I'm driving. But this is the point that I'm making.
But if I'm telling you, if you know it, if you hearing me talk to your people and they being disrespectful in my house, if you bring people to my house and they disrespectful, I'm gonna put it on you. I'm gonna say you brought them to my house.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, if they came to my house and stole my silverware, or if they came in my house and went into my jewelry cabinet, or they came in my house and went in my liquor cabinet, and I invited you to my house and you invited them along with you, I'm gonna put it on you. I'm gonna say you're responsible for bringing these disrespectful people to my home.
Because men leave, right, Mary?
I understand that. Now let me ask you a question, because
you already asked me a question, so I want to continue to answer the question that you was going to that you asked me before.
Okay, go ahead.
My whole thing is, look, number one, either one, we're going to say women, on the account that they're weaker than men, ought not to ever be hurt in any way or disciplined or have any reprobation directed towards them because they're weaker.
Right.
Either we're going to make that argument, or we're going to make and that's a utilitarian argument, by the way, meaning that women suffer more pain, men suffer less pain from physical violence, so men should not or ought not to, engage in it because they cause more harm. Okay, but then again, there's a lot of factors when you're looking at utilitarianism. It's not just looking at something for one situation, one period of time. You got to look at a system over time. Now, but I'm not going to even broach that subject because I'm not going to get into the hedonic calculus. Then also, there's a deontological position you can take on this, which is basically based upon or predicated upon the golden rule. Namely that don't engage in that action that you can't at the same time accept that you're going to receive your damn self. So if you don't want hands put on you, you don't put your hands on people. Whether you're male or female, whether you're straight or gay, whether you're a little guy or a big guy, or whether you're a large woman or a small man or whatever, you just don't do it.
Excuse me, sir, but Amiri was asking you the question in terms of crime statistics. Who commits more of the violent acts in the black community?
Again, it all depends on what kinds of violence you're discussing. When it comes to
can we go with murder?
We all know the answer. We all know the answer to that question. And this is the reason why I posed the question.
You want to limit all
violence
to
murder or nuance, put any nuance to the question. If you want, wait a minute, can I? This is my show, isn't it?
Go ahead, Gringo.
Or maybe I'm forgetting that I know this is democracy. I love to conversate and deliberate and engage in dialogue and exchange. But like, I am the host. Like if Oprah say, look, okay, we'll be right back after these messages. She gets the mic, right? On Donahue's show, if Donahue got the mic and he going around the crowd and he says, okay, well, and if he moves away and moves to something else, it's his prerogative, right? It's his show, right? So I'm just laying out, I'm saying, what are the norms associated with somebody's channel, right? And him being able to be the master of ceremony within it.
You're trying to be a white man, G, by controlling your own
show.
show.
Come on, man, look.
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
I'm allowing for and allotting space for people I don't necessarily have the same value system as to begin with, which is more than I can say for most people in these spaces.
Absolutely.
Okay? So I'm willing to talk to people I have disagreements with.
All day.
But I'm trying to understand, what are your values? Because my first question to you, sir, was, I said, what is the end goal? You never answered that.
I told you what the end goal was, but you didn't listen.
What is that?
I said the truth. I said my end goal is to get at the objective truth about what's actually occurring in the black community, as opposed to a whole bunch of moralizing and value system juxtaposition imposed and posturing beyond the grandstanding and the virtue signaling, to actually study black people and to figure out what's going there like a public health professional would, as opposed to how some sort of preacher would, or an ideologue would, or anybody who has a committed way of thinking about it. We need to study what's actually going on there practically and pragmatically in order to be able to rectify and to mitigate whatever's going on there.
Okay, but a lot of so your goal is to bring stats and
Not
facts.
just stats. It's not just stats.
It's not limited to that.
Okay, but here's my okay. Let me just get my thought out, sir. I promise you. Let me just get this out. So what I'm trying to understand is this. So if you're saying your end goal is to get to the truth, I would, because I still don't know what exactly that fully means, but I would safely assume what you're trying to say is that you feel as though black men have been slandered over the last 40 years through multimedia. Well, listen, I'm basing off of what he said, that black men.
We all know it's not slander, man. There was a lot. There was a lot of
Amiri, but again, if a person feels that way, who am I not to say they don't feel that way? So I do respect that. So if black men have felt like, hey, what's been put out on the airways for the last 40 plus years has slandered black men, then what you're saying, Mr. Green Gorilla, is that you're now looking at this platform to say, look, I want to now correct the record. Is that the end goal? That's what I'm just trying to understand.
Part of it.
It's not. If you think that what I'm doing here is to try to set the record straight between black men and women for the sake of proving who's right and who's wrong, that's a naive and a sophomorish way of thinking about what it is that I'm trying to do. But I'm telling you, so I'm asserting, I am axiomatically stating that what I am looking for is more intense, more sober-minded, more passionless, objective research into what's actually happening in the black community such that we can begin to mitigate it, the problems there, with practical phronesis, what they call practical wisdom, instead of just basically looking at it from the angle of feminists, because feminist ideology has never been accurate. It's never been objective. It's been political and partial from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. But when you say the same is true for the manosphere, I mean, isn't that also biased?
It can be.
I know it is.
But I mean,
Miss Pat, if somebody dragged your name through the mud,
wait a minute, Marcus. Let me get this out.
No doubt.
Because I want it to be clear what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to set the record straight, not so I can, win some petty argument with especially people who are laypersons and who run channels and blog spots. That's definitely not my goal. My goal is to push back against a machine of people who are assuming that they have the correct position, but they've never been fact-checked, they've never been subjected to falsification. They expect to be able to say what they want to say and make assertions without any challenge or critique being issued to them at all, predicated upon pre-established categories. And typically, those categories are going to be the same categories that were enshrined into law in the 1964 Civil Rights Act: sex, gender, race, and religion and ethnicity. Okay, so those are all the categories that people utilize now in order to make classifications related to themselves and their identities, and to demonstrate how oppressed they are and how subjected to violence they are. And my opinion is this is useless as a methodology to determine what's actually happening in the black community or any other community for that matter.
Well, I don't think we need to speak for other communities because they seem to have a better act together than we do. So I think we need to just focus on how can we, listen, I've been around in other communities. They're not perfect. No one's perfect, but certain things, they got their act way better together than we do. Well, so that's not conjecture.
So I don't know. I don't know why we're sitting here trying to.
So here's my viewpoint.
Other community men are not required to build anything for submission.
No, I don't even care about submission. They
don't. That's not submission. That's not submission. That's subordination and subjection. There's a difference. There's a difference.
So then, what you want your patriarchy to look like?
Y'all are derailing the conversation I'm trying to have, so that y'all can superimpose the one y'all want to have on the tangent.
No, you good. You good. I'm on the sideline.
So here's my view. As it pertains to violence in the black community, when it comes to intra-group fighting amongst men, we know that there's going to be a lot of violence in that domain, and men are going to be the ones primarily responsible for it. Now, we can talk about why that is, but if you look across any demographic, you're going to find that men are going to be more violent towards each other than any other demographic. That's going to be true if you look across any race, any ethnicity, any geographical location, you're going to see that. And I dare anybody to challenge me on that.
No, that's true. That's true.
But however, now when you talk about violence towards children, who's committing the most acts of violence towards children?
Let's get it.
Do you have those stats?
Wait a minute.
Well, it's women, but the reason why it's women is because women have more contact with children than men.
Exactly.
Understanding.
But
nobody never said that women weren't capable of violence. I never said that.
But we also know that one of the arguments that's primarily utilized in order to talk about not engaging in violence against women is because they're weaker, correct?
Right.
And they're more harm can be called. Hold on, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
The primary reason why people argue against violence against women is because women are weaker, but also I think the false assumption is that somehow they're less pernicious than men, less aggressive than men, which I think is false. We all know women can be very aggressive to each other.
I should not look.
But
I mean, wait, I am not done.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you was done. Go ahead.
Not done. As it pertains to violence against children, women are definitely more violent towards children. And when men are present in the home, there is a statistical reduction in violence against children when a man is there.
So how come you guys not there? Please get there. I'm saying get there.
But the reason... wait.
Go ahead.
There's too much coming at one time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay? Too many people want to interject at one time.
I ain't saying shit.
My viewpoint on the marriage issue is, and I'll say this again, there's a variety of factors or reasons for which marriage is on the downtick in the United States and in the Western world in general. Now, one of the things we do know is that women have preferences related to being able to marry.
Right.
They don't just marry anybody. They don't just marry because, I just like this guy a lot. Not to say it never happens, but in a large amount of instances, they want that man to be gainfully employed, making at least as much, if not more than she is.
Exorbitant.
But do you not see a wisdom to that?
I'm not saying it's not wise.
Thank you.
I didn't say it wasn't wise or not.
Compared to other women, exorbitant.
But however, this is what I will say. Increasingly in America, this is true for all ethnic groups and it's happening to men across race at the current moment. The trends are clear. I mean, the information is there for anybody who wants to perceive it or wants to glean through it. That there are a variety of factors for which marriage is on the downtick. One of them is that men, the jobs have been outsourced. So lower, skilled workers can't just get out of high school and go get a job.
I agree. That's true.
So, and then not only have the jobs been outsourced, the factory jobs have become mechanized and computerized.
Yeah, that's right.
Then not only that, men are now having to compete with women for the jobs that women say they want men to have to be able to get married.
So do you want us to go back into the home? Because if we do, we're a gold digger. Now we're a gold digger and we're using men. So you can't be on both sides.
Hold on. I want to interject. I want to interject right there because the problem is we have to stop thinking we have to stop thinking that what's automatically good for men is good for women because it's not. Because what's going to happen if you have a system where, let's say, and this was the actual system or theory that Moynihan was coming from in his assessments and analysis, and that is the family wage systems theory. So if we give men jobs, these men will be able to support a family, get married, get a wife. But the problem with that is that not every woman is going to be able to get a husband because, as you stated, Green Gorilla, women have preferences of who they want to marry, but so do men. You see, and so what happens when we have a system where men are dominating the jobs? That's going to leave some women now in the code. So what happens to those women? Do they become wards of the state? Are they now responsible for us to just put on the welfare roll? See, this is the push and pull of what the American bureaucrats have had to deal with in terms of having an industrialized, modernized society. And I'm just going to be quiet on this point. The fact of the matter is that all industrialized societies are a welfare state. You cannot have an industrialized modern society as a welfare state. From my perspective, the things that men are complaining about, if they want to revert back to, having this position where they're over women and things of this nature, then you have to pick. We got to go back to the Stone Age. You know what I'm saying? Because the technology, and as you've been saying, this is the point I'm making. Technology is changing all of this stuff. And my only problem, it's not that I don't understand where brothers coming from. It's not that I don't understand where men are coming from. But my problem with it is none of this is the women's fault. They're trying to adjust and adapt to it just like men, because this is what happens when you have a small group or an oligarchy, these patriarchs who run and dominate and control everything. This is what happens when you have wealth inequality and income inequality. You have a very small subset of people who are setting the agenda for all of us, and all of us can't live up to how they have it.
But you support.
But we'll try and be like them. Go ahead. What you say?
But you support these women's ridiculous demands from men in an environment where it's impossible. No, let me continue, bro. Now I'm responding to you.
All right, go ahead.
You're saying no, I heard you. No, you don't. Again, I got proof that you do this. But anyway, I'm gonna continue. Women can't be mad that they make less than men or they don't have jobs to be emancipated from men, but then still want to marry up. You're again, like G said, and he made the point that before I would, that they're taking the jobs from men that men would typically use to support families. So we're competing with these same women, right? If a woman is making 80, 90, 100,000 a year, in order, with the hypergamy the way that it is, in order for her to find a man suitable, he has to beat her income by at least half or double. And that's what we're seeing. Women are saying that men that are making the same 80 or maybe 10 grand above them are broke because they want those men to come in and assume the same patriarchal structure that the white man does. See, it's funny. You're one of those guys who will say that we're judging black women on the European standard of beauty or XYZ, but they're judging us on a European standard of patriarchy in an environment. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
In an environment that you just said it doesn't support it. All these things that make it impossible in the small oligarchy that you pointed to, but these women are still demanding that, and you massage their egos by telling them they deserve it. So in a way, you're in your house practicing your patriarchy while putting batteries in these women's backs to move another way. This is what you.
Hold on. Let me respond.
Wait a minute.
You gotta let me respond, man.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute, bro. Y'all. The problem is y'all so eager to respond,
right?
And y'all not willing. Y'all not ready to listen. As a whole, collectively.
But he keep bringing up what I'm doing and what I'm doing in my household.
Restrain your impulse,
bro. I'm
saying your impulses, bro.
I'm saying
in your marriage, you would restrain your impulses, right?
Fam, I'm using your words. You presented. You the one that said, "Well, I practice this. I do this in my home. Yada yada yada." And you wear that shit as a badge of honor to use it as proof of our failures. So at the same time, again, you're like Beyonce singing "Single Ladies" while being married to Jay-Z.
No, brother. What I said is
I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done. Right. It's just one of the points that I'm making. Understand that the economy is not infinite. It's limited. There's only so many jobs and only a certain amount of money in the economy. If you want families traditionally, because that's what you do, you claim to do it. You're in a traditional patriarchal structure in your house with your 6 kids and your wife, right? understand that female empowerment does not allow for that. You're saying, well, it'll be if we have men and we give all the money to the men. Understand, you give all the money to the men, men will work and support families. That's not what women do. They hold on, you don't. So, okay, since you laughed, right? Women at large, they don't want to support Dusties. They don't want to support this, support that. They don't want to be in a family structure with a stay-at-home husband. Typically,
can I speak to it?
No, you can speak to it when I'm done. I don't want it because I don't want to hear no anecdotal responses. I know my cousins, sisters, brothers, uncles, cousins, brother, sister. I don't need to hear none of that. What I'm saying is, at large, on the macro, women do not want to be the breadwinner of a family with a man present. Y'all would rather do bad by yourself. This is a phrase that you wave the flag on. I'd rather do bad by myself. Ain't no nigga gonna be living up in here laid up with me and not be the breadwinner. You don't want to do 50-50 because that's a roommate. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do. If a man enters your space, anything that you was doing, you want him to assume the role of in a space where you've made it difficult for him to affect by competing with him in the workforce.
Can I speak to it now?
Black women have always been in the workforce. So let's just kill that lie.
Brother Mary, let me speak to Brother Mark.
Hold on, not in the positions that we historically held. We weren't competing with black women to wash clothes, be washer women and nannies. So knock it off, bro. It wasn't
no,
no
listen.
women. It wasn't
No,
no women.
see,
Hold on. It wasn't. So
no,
women
you just talk, brother. I let you talk. The bottom line is this, and I have the data. Like you said, numbers don't lie. In the 1960s, black men and black women comprised the majority of the labor force, outpacing white men. The only reason, hold on, brother, I'm talking. Brother, I'm talking. The only reason, one of the main reasons why Howard W. Smith added sex, I believe that was Title 7 or Title 9, whichever one has to do with employment, is because now that they were Title 7. Okay, now that they were adding coming with the all this civil rights legislation, they felt that white men would have been at a distinct disadvantage if you make everything equal along the lines of race and you have a labor market that's dominated by black men and black women. So to offset that, they said, okay, we're going to add sex so that way we can open up the floodgates for white women to come in, and that'll make things more balanced for white men. That's what actually happened. You see what I'm saying? So black women have never had to fight. Black women have never had to fight to be in the labor force. That's not what BGS says.
Look, BGS says that. Look. At the end,
no, he doesn't.
Let me just say, bro. Let me say this.
Don't tell us what we don't say.
Here's the deal, man. I came out. Look, you talking about it. I have a clip that I've been showing for the past 2-3 months, at least, maybe even longer than that. Why is my mouse getting stuck there? Okay. Here's the woman. Now, I already told you, I'm the one that provided the information on Howard Smith, the Democrat from Virginia who introduced sex into the Title 7.
I provided that 4 years ago, Green Gorilla. They just don't listen.
Well, I did it myself as well. So we on the same score then.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important change was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had never had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Now, this is a white woman. What year was it?
That was 19. Wait, what year was the video?
Taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps most important change was the one that added sex to the bill.
Okay.
That was when you were just born, Green Gorilla. That's 52 years ago.
So what I'm saying is this. what was intended for black people, particularly for black men, because we already know if you're going to have strong families, you got to have men working.
That's right. And he knows that.
We already know that if you got a lot of black women working, not to say that black women haven't worked, they always been required to work alongside either men in fields or as nannies, domestics, or whatever the case may be. We already know, even when they didn't want to work, in North Carolina, they came up with a bill and demanded that black women work because white women didn't want to work at all.
And that wasn't black men that pushed that, as said in the comments.
Now, what I will say is this. The benefits that black women enjoy now are all undergirded by shifting what should have went to black men and women collectively, but primarily to black men. In order to build strong families, all the shit went to white women, and dovetailing white women, they went to black women, because what you get is you get intersectional feminism directly after second wave feminism. They call it third wave feminism, okay? Where black women are like, well, we want some stuff too. We're not seen, we're not heard, we're not represented, we're not acknowledged. We also want a part of what the 64 Civil Rights Act has to offer. Everyone is able to squeeze and wring out something from the 64 Civil Rights Act, but black men. And the issue with it, the problem with it is that when it comes to racial aggression in general, the people who suffer from it the most are men. Doesn't matter what society it is. It doesn't matter what culture. It doesn't matter what historical era and time. Because racism is primarily misandric aggression.
That's right.
Because if you look at racism in and of itself, it is the assignment of a group of persons or a population to an inferior category on the basis of their ethnicity or their alterity, whatever you want to call it, from the dominant group or skin color, such that their humanity is called into question. And its most lethal effects are directed towards outgroup men. That's how the game goes. It's always been that way. Francis
Now, what's causing that, Green Gorilla?
Even your idol, Francis Cress Welsing, acknowledges that that's what happens when there's a political conflict amongst two different races or ethnic groups.
That's because of the mate garden. The reason why patriarchy is primarily targeted against men and misandric aggression is because of the mate garden. That is how, and this isn't something I'm making up. You see that same behavior.
But it's not just a mate. Hold
on. Go ahead.
I wasn't finished myself, but
go ahead.
It is. But go ahead and finish with your mate garden.
Well, the thing is that the mate garden, that's something that you even see in primates. That whole thing about the misandric aggression and the mate guarding of the feminine quality, because not only is patriarchy and misandric aggression, it also calls for control of the feminine faculty, control of the woman's reproductive choices, because it's a mate guard. So, and this is why I've always said that feminists weren't lying, primarily white women, because that's what it was all about, coming from the perspective of white men, was making sure they were doing everything in their power to make sure that they could score on black men's end zone, i.e. the black woman's womb, while black men couldn't score in their end zone, i.e. the white woman's womb. That's what it was all about. The entire system of Jim Crow was situated around sex. So I'm correct in what I'm saying.
Absolutely. But let me, y'all, can I speak to Brother Marcus? Because I've been wanting to respond to his question. Can I do that, gentlemen?
Go ahead, Bam.
Okay, thank you, sir. So Marcus,
reiterate the question for me.
Okay, well, Marcus, you were talking about when I laughed, because I did laugh. I held you in derision, as they say, when you were talking about how black women, I'm just giving a summary, when you were saying about black women don't want to marry the dusty or something to that effect. And they don't want to, they've got to have a guy, with hypergamy, but let me tell you something, young man. I don't know how old you are, but let me tell you, there's a wisdom to
that. There was context. Okay, well,
okay, I understand, but I'm just trying to get, for people maybe checking in, I'm just trying to remember it because it's been a while, right? So here's what I want to share with you. And this is a wisdom, and I don't understand why men maybe can't see it, but hopefully I can shed some light being the woman on the panel. Let me tell you one of the dangers that a lot of men don't understand. I come from a family of a father, a Black father who raised me, and 3 elder Black brothers. So I'm not a feminist. I never have practiced it. I never believed in it. I think it's really something that's also deep steeped into white supremacy. I think that video that Mr. Green Gorilla just showed even speaks to what that lady was saying, that representative in 1971. However, here's the issue. A man with good sense, you should not want to be with a woman who you don't make more money or equal money to. And I'm going to tell you why. It has nothing to do with hypergamy or anything like that. Now, Black men, listen to me, hear me out. Black men love to say, some of you all are religious, some of you are not. But whether you're religious or not, I am a born again Christian. So I'll say this. If I'm going to look at the word and say that the man is the head of the woman, as Christ is the head of the church, he's the leader, I accept that. I receive that. The woman should submit to the husband. The husband should love the wife as Christ loved the church, giving himself for her. It's a beautiful exchange when it's done right, with both people will act like they got good sense. But here's the issue. Men and women are different. If a man is really going to walk in that level of order and leadership and headship, one of the dynamics that gets confusing to women is this. If she's bringing in the bacon, so to speak, right? And if he's not bringing in, I would say maybe equal to, and I'm not talking about a brother who loses his job or you have health problems. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about if this woman, quote unquote, marry a man who's not at that level, pretty soon there's going to be a conflict that marriage. Go ahead.
No, what level? Clarify for me. Be specific. I don't like vague talk. So when you say not marry a man on that level, what is that level?
Whatever her level is. Okay, I'll use a woman. If a woman is making 40,000, well, no, listen, I'm talking about economic finances. Okay, let me be very pedestrian with it. If a woman is making $40,000 a year, she's going to be in a problematic, and he's going to be in a problematic situation. Let's forget about her. Let's look at him. If he's making only $17,000 a year, and if she's making 40, which is not a lot of money to make. I'm just being honest. $40,000 is not a lot of money to make. But let's say she's making 40,000, which is, it's meh. It's okay. So if he's making 20,000, I'll make it even. If he's making 20, she's making 40. Already there is right then and there a conflict in the dynamic of him being the leader and the headship in that home.
Why?
And even Kevin Samuels, who a lot of you guys loved and praised, even he agreed with that.
Okay, so I don't have to subscribe to everything Kevin Samuel said. So let me say this, right? Why? You said that there's a conflict.
It's about order. It's about order and headship. I can't be the man and ahead of her if she's going to be shot calling the finances. That doesn't make good sense.
Okay, so now I have to respond to you.
Go right ahead, please.
Okay, so that is what we like to call conditional or transactional femininity / submission. I can go into plenty other cultures, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's first lay some things out. Black women weren't the only ones who got welfare. Other groups of women in this country got welfare, and
but we're not talking about women who are in the system. We're talking about women who are working, sir. So let's keep it in right context.
Okay, you know what? Let's do that because this is easy.
Yeah,
this is an easy one. It's not as difficult. It's not that difficult. You women told the I'm strong, independent.
What do you women? Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Because at no point have I said you men. Don't do that.
I can do that. And let me tell you why. Because you want me to answer.
Well, then you're being biased, sir. And I haven't done that. Go ahead.
But you're being anecdotal. You're trying to use your beliefs and you quoted the scriptures and all of that to make a case.
But you're being anecdotal. Unless you're bringing stats, you're also being anecdotal.
How about this? Feminist culture is pervasive. So whatever is for pervasive. So whatever you feel or you believe or you
I'm
practice.
not a feminist, sir. I'm not a feminist.
Fine. Okay,
I just
so
want you to
again,
answer the question. Why can't you see that it's
I
better for
am answering
you
the question.
not wait, hold on.
I
Here's
am.
the question. It's
I
not, it's
am.
better for men to not want to marry a woman who makes where he doesn't make more than her. That
if that's
shifts the
okay, so then
order of the home.
okay, so then quit the jobs that we're supposed to have and
Thank
let
you.
us
So
have.
that's what I wanted to get to. So that's
Okay,
that's what you guys
no,
want us
no,
to
no.
do,
Hey,
right?
hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. You asked me a question, so this is my turn to answer. You're stepping all over the response.
Go ahead.
With your stilettos and shit. Understand this, right?
I wear Nikes. Go ahead.
Hey, whatever. Black women ain't about to do that. Feminist culture is pervasive. There is a freedom without responsibility aspect that black women are not willing to let go. Okay, you don't want to let go of your jobs and give them to black men so we can lead. You don't want it.
So we can hire you all. Are we sitting at the boardrooms?
I'm not done.
I understand, but what you're saying is, brother, I have to check that. You're saying give us the jobs, but it's the white man is hiring me. If I quit, does that still mean he's going to hire you? Do you believe that?
Oh, we
exactly.
Okay, so understand this. Okay, so who said the exactly? Was that Amiri?
Yes, that was Brother Amiri.
Yes.
Okay, so how about this? A lot of us are businessmen. I'm a businessman. Amiri knows that. Most of the people I ain't gonna say most, a good number of people in the chat know I am a businessman. Okay. So understand this. If you are given a job, how about this? I'll use this as a perfect example.
Given a job, I didn't go to school. I didn't have to take a test. I was given it. Okay.
You just use the term given a job. If they take the job from you, will they give it to us? So don't take the context from me. Don't play the semantics.
Touche. Go ahead.
Okay. If I go down all this passport brother shit, we know that men travel to DR. And in some cases, they give their money to those women down there. You know what those women do? They take that money and go back to their broke household, their poor third world existence where their man is, and they hand him that money. They are the de facto breadwinners in that space. So understand this, right? There are also women in this country who do the same. I want to understand.
So are you saying the passport brothers are benevolently giving money, or are they exchanging that for sex?
I can say what I'm saying. That was the example. That's not the point.
Not a great example, brother, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, a better example is y'all sell pussy here. You're telling me that I have to make more than you to gain your submission.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that.
No, you did say that. You said it's better for me to make more than you so you can cooperate with me.
No, sir, that you totally missed it. That's not. Let me, sir. Because, listen, let me say this. I did not say that. So let me put in context to make it pedestrian and easily understood. I would say if I was a man, if I was a man, I would understand the wisdom of me not making less than my woman. Because
that's not what you said.
This is not what you said. This is what I said. I said it shifts the order. I said even Kevin Samuels himself even agreed with this. TD Jakes even got in trouble recently for saying this.
How about this? I don't care what TD Jakes or Kevin Samuels said. They ain't here.
I'm sure, but at least they're speaking from a real place.
You want the answer, but you keep talking, and this is part of the problem.
Well, what is the answer? Go ahead, brother.
The answer is you can't compete with us. No, we can't make. So how about this? You can't be in a position where you want to compete with us for the same money that you want us to support you with. Now you're saying, well, how do we know?
So you want us to quit the jobs?
We're not. I'm not done talking. This is getting kind of frustrating here.
Yes, because it doesn't make sense, brother.
No, because you keep interrupting me. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So understand this. Again, if you put the money in my hand, I support a family. We put it in your hand. You'd rather do bad by yourself.
So if you put it in my hand, am I not your wife at that point?
I ain't talking about me putting it in your hand. If I put it in your hand, I had to get it from the white man first. That means I have to have the job I bring the money back to the home to hand to you if I am to hand it to you. But what we have now is I'm strong, independent, and educated. My degrees, I don't need no man. I get my own bag. But what we don't have is women who say, well, we understand the plight of the black man and this and that, and the system is like this. So we make this money and we bring it back to the family, and I hand it to the man so we can be a family unit and he pay these bills. What you're saying to me is,
so you want us to be like the women in the Dominican.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm saying because I'm tired of you interrupting me a little
following
bit.
you. Go ahead.
No,
I'm
you
following
follow me, then follow me because I'm trying to be respectful of you, but you're not reciprocating this.
I am.
Again,
Go ahead, brother.
Part of the problem. What I'm saying to you is you're making a point that through scripture and all that other stuff that you quoted, that it is better for me to bring the money in because I'm the man. I will have a better time with you, and you will have a better experience with me if I'm the man and I bring the money into the household and support the family. Correct?
No, well, no, let me clarify. Well, you just asked me a question, correct? So do you not understand what headship and leadership means from a male dynamic? What does that mean to you?
Wait, real quick. Let me interject real quick.
No, I won't let you interject. Because there's a lot of fucking deflections going on here. And I will not have it.
Okay, well, before you speak again, I have something I would like to say now. If it is okay, on the Green Gorilla channel, this is Short Bus Tuesday.
I will not have it.
Okay, so we have a super chat from a man by the name of Prime Virginia 757. He has given $5. He says, ma'am, there are non-black women who make more than their husbands and still respect that man, whether he is black or not.
Right.
He's been in corporate for 12 years. What do you say to that, Miss Patton?
Okay, can I respond?
I'm not done. I'm not
let
done.
Marcus finish. No, right. That's true. Let Brother Marcus go ahead and finish. I do want to hear what you got to say.
The super chat. Respond, please. I want you to respond to the super chat, but then I'm going to continue, and that ain't an opening for Miri or nobody, other than if your name ain't Gigi, to jump in from there. So respond. You can respond to that super chat so we can go in order, and then I'm going to continue.
Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, Marcus, and I'll make it brief. So to respond to the person on the super chat, here's what I'm going to say. I know plenty of white women that I worked with in corporate who absolutely did make, more money than their husbands. But let me tell you something. Yes, some of them, I guess, respected their husbands. What I would want to know, what does that mean by respect? Respect means I'm not talking down to you. I'm not going to put you down. I'm not going to cheat on you. I'm not going to do things that would be egregious in behavior. Now, let me answer you directly, Super Chat, and I'm going to turn it back over to Brother Marcus here. When I was saying to him and saying to you all tonight, it's better for men to make more or at least equal to, not because, hey, now I have to submit and I'll treat him better and he has a better time with me, I have a better time with him. I'm talking about order. In my mind's eye, the way I was trained biblically and the way my father did it is, guess what? Part of the man's dynamic, part of that calling is that he is the protector, he is the provider of that home. Now, if the woman is now taking that role, in my opinion, that household has just shifted into a chaotic setting. Because in my opinion, and based on scripture, it was never God's design for a woman to walk in that provisional role. Now that's my answer. Go ahead, Marcus.
This is GG channel. I would like to respond myself. If that is okay. Okay.
I was going to get up, bro, but
go ahead. Marcus, if you can encapsulate your statements within a minute or 30 seconds or less, I would please really greatly appreciate it.
I love it.
No disrespect to the African brothers, man. We just fucking around over here, man. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Marcus.
This. Black feminists don't want what you want. Black feminism is pervasive. So we could talk all day about the Bible and church, understand that the same women that use the Bible for their talking points, don't even play their own role in this in the scripture context. Don't even play their own role. They consider that to be, you know, oppressive, archaic, whatever word you want to use. Modern women are very happy with their position in the workplace, in quote unquote empowered financially, and all that other shit. Another thing is, you know, yeah, and y'all ain't giving that up. This fake act that y'all want to revert back to black male leadership. Y'all don't respect black male authority. There's women in the chat talking about, if you only build it, the same women that walk into black owned restaurants naked because they don't want to obey the dress code, the same black women that will jump on your glass table and twerk. When we build it, you don't respect it.
Okay, so now you're just
no,
painting all black women bad.
I'm not
you just
done.
painted all black women bad.
I'm responding to you.
But you're painting us all bad. I can't do that to you.
Listen, you're not going to tell me how to respond to you. You asked your question, and then you went on another soliloquy with the super chat. So let me respond to you. Okay? When we build it,
I asked for the, like, can you
not because she stopped me from talking, fam. I know. We know the white man's ice is colder.
I get it.
The white man's ice is colder. If you want to be supported by black men, you can't be competing for our positions in the same space. Y'all don't want us to lead. You want to be partners. You want to be equal. But
what's wrong with that?
Until it's time to pay bills. And if you notice, one more thing, you notice the context of all this revolves around money only, and then you're sensitive to the term gold digger, because in order for us to be harmonious, your demands are financial, not character based, not based in anything else, not based in our abilities to raise children or our inclinations.
So you're nurturers now?
I'm not done.
Sir, baby, you going
Stop
on and on,
interrupting
sugar.
me. You're making me raise my voice to you, and I really don't
because
want
baby, you got to get to the point.
Baby, you're interrupting me and you're disrespecting me.
Okay, come on. I'm gonna get. Let's go. I'm
Knock
watching
that
my clock.
because when you spoke, I didn't. You're woman-splaining me.
But I made it brief.
Woman-splaining me. You're woman-splaining me. Don't do that because I didn't do it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is the exact dynamic that we talk about that plays out in black relationships, that gets physical, where Gigi didn't mention when he said it depends on what violence you're talking about. Women initiate most of the physical violence in the homes. Now, do you not win the fights? Yes, but you lose the fights you start. So understand that's what's happening. That's a fact, and you can look it up if you want to.
I'm totally
confused. I'm not done.
We're talking about leadership in a home and finances. You're
me
all
again.
over the place.
I just used that.
Mr. Gorilla, can you at least tell him he's all over the place?
What you're doing right now is the exact thing that made me make the point that I just made. It was a side argument. Understand, if you want to be led, get out the seat of leadership. You're competing with us for the tangibles that affect leadership.
So we're gonna quit our jobs. Let me stop. Because I do this the Gigi show, Short Bus Tuesday. I got something I want to say.
Let's have at it. There's some treats on us.
Okay.
There's some treats.
So look. I started to make a similar argument to Marcus. But I mean, primarily, what ended up happening was white women became the beneficiaries primarily of the Civil Rights Act, which basically became a means by which to obstruct black men from getting those jobs and being enfranchised such that they can begin to develop healthy families and gain a foothold in the market so that they can get property and have healthy and vibrant communities just like white people did. And white people were very clear in the understanding that just from a developmental point of view, they know what it takes to nation build. They're not stupid. They do it in foreign countries all the time. They gave Europe the Marshall Plan. If they really wanted to enfranchise black people, they could have gave us access to FHA loans like they subsidized for white people in building the suburbs. They could have, gave GIs, black GIs, they could have gave them access to the GI Bill and thereby have subsidized black middle class life, not putting money into mothers' pensions programs or the AFDC, which is what they opted to do in order to deal with the problem of poverty, especially ghetto poverty. They came up with, a welfare system. They didn't give themselves a welfare system in the 30s after the Great Depression. They came up with public works programs that enfranchised not just women, but men and women, okay? But primarily men, because men, like you say, are the ones who are traditionally, at least in Western culture, okay, at this time. I'm talking about the 20th century or the later part of the 18th century, the 19th. The latter part of the 19th century and all throughout the 20th century, the idea that the man should be the provider has been the primary understanding of how a family arrangement should be, made up. But I will say that in and of itself is also an artificial understanding of what a contribution towards a family is supposed to be. Right? Like the whole idea that the man goes out and provides and the woman stays at home and pretty much does nothing but homemake and goes and buys luxury products and cleaning products and bakes cakes and makes Jiffy and all of this. That's just unrealistic. Most life for most people throughout history has been either hunting and gathering or it's been farming. Okay, that's been the primary work that most people have performed throughout the entirety of history. Okay, only with the Industrial Revolution do you get stratification in society to the level of which you're seeing it now. Okay, of course, in different periods of history, you got nobles and clergy and a division of hierarchy along those lines. But I mean, most people were relegated to farm work, which it took a family to do, and it included the labor of women no less than that of men. And children. It wasn't a woman get to stay home and she get to work on her soft girl life. And no. If the woman didn't make lard, if she didn't get the fat out of the milk after having actually manually milked the cows, if she didn't cut the heads off the chicken, if she didn't, do things, labor around the house like washing clothes and stuff, the family was not together. It required labor and effort of the magnitude and degree. And she also had to get out there and farm and harvest crops. Wasn't no days off. Wasn't no, we can just chill and rest and I can bask in my femininity. Like this whole concept of bourgeois white femininity is some brand new shit, especially for black folks.
Right.
But Mr. Gorilla, can I ask you a question? Mary, I just want to sneak this question into him because he's making a dynamite point. I totally agree with you. But wouldn't you say that is where slavery really gave rise to where the white woman said, I'm laying back. I'm going to be the Southern belle. And now these black women are going to be out in the field with these black men being slaves. Because I agree with you. Before that time, it was both men and women having that hard life on the farm. But I think that's where westernized slavery really brought that type of, understanding, really that white feminism in. I'm asking you the question. Would you agree with that?
To a certain extent, I will agree with you and say that the life of leisure afforded to white women was predicated upon the excise of labor or the exploitation of labor from the slave class. We know this. This is something that we know. Okay. Wait a minute, Amiri, man. I know you're eager to jump in because you've been sitting on the sidelines for quite a bit of time. Okay? Right. I understand that. But my point is, nowadays, black folks, especially black folks who come from the rural South, who primarily are like 2 or 3 generations removed from sharecroppers and domestics themselves, okay? Primarily by means or by route of the Civil Rights Act in 64, which added sex to that act, which opened a pathway up for women to enter into the market, it has had a disastrous effect on the so-called gender, the traditional gender roles that are supposed to be supplied by working middle. Now, I'm not talking about farm jobs or, rural farming type jobs, which requires labor from both genders. Like the whole idea of a woman just being kept and looking so nice and neat and got time to get her nails done and they 3 to 4 inches beyond her regular fingers. That shit don't work on a farm. It don't work for a woman using a washing board to wash clothes. It don't work. Now she might put on some fingernail polish to go to church or something like that, but when it comes to on a regular daily basis, ain't no getting dressed up to the nines to show people that you got money and you live in a boss life, male or female. Okay, so at the end of the day, all I'm trying to articulate is the concept, and it is underscored. So there's a woman named Eleanor Holmes Norton who wrote an article, and just recently I read it. I'm going to share a portion of it, not all of it, just a portion of it with you. Okay, and it basically says, the qualitative change in fundamental family relationships could have occurred only under extreme and unrelentingly destructive conditions. It wasn't just poverty or cyclical unemployment alone that could have had this impact. After all, poverty afflicts most of the world's people. And this basically goes to the point that Marcus or even other men in the manosphere make about how family togetherness is not just predicated solely or isolated only on income. There are a lot of other factors at play here, but economics is a part. It does play a role, okay? If economic and social hardships could in themselves destroy family life, the family could not have survived as the basic human unit throughout the world. And one of the things that, a lot of people get as a misconception is that chastity and that, the close regulation of virginity prior to marriage, even for boys in some instances, okay? To argue that this was not a requirement throughout most of the world, Asia, Africa included, is to romanticize, predicated upon the sexual liberation movement of white folks, something that never occurred in history. Most marriages, in fact, were not arranged and predicated upon romance, like chick movies and shit, between two people who fall in love at a bookstore or coffee shop. These are arranged institutional, by design in order to, basically sustain a way of life for not just the individuals getting married, but to blend families together, which today it really doesn't happen at all. But having said all that, what you see here, if I can, so what you see here is that the transformation in poor black communities goes beyond poverty. These deep changes are anchored in a middle-class society that associates manhood with money. Shocking figures show a long and steep decline in black men's participation in the labor force, even at peak earning ages. And then it goes back. In 1948, before the erosion of unskilled and semi-skilled city jobs and rural jobs had become pronounced, black male participation in the labor force was 87%. So it's not that niggas don't want to work, they didn't do nothing and they lazy. They never been lazy. But the conditions, the circumstances, environmentally and economically within the United States changed.
I agree.
Okay, so in the generation since 1960, however, black men have experienced a dramatic loss of jobs, dropping from an employment rate of 74%, which is a drop from 87%, right, to 55% in 1982. While white male employment has slipped in that period, much of white decline has to do with age, okay, or retirement. Since the 60s, black male population over 18 has doubled, but the number employed has sadly lagged, okay? These figures tell a story not only of structural unemployment, but of structural changes in low-income black families. The unemployment rates of young blacks have been the most devastating and militate against the establishment of stable marriages. This year, for instance, black teenagers overall had an unemployment rate of 39%. 2.5 times that of white teenagers. The loss of roles as workers has led to the acceptance of other roles for financial gain, many of them antisocial. This is where your Pookie and Ray Ray thing comes in, okay? But this is a black woman that wrote this article. This is not a white guy, okay? It's not some stuffy old black dude either, some black national. This is a black woman who is a congresswoman, okay, in D.C. Among whites, the ratio of men to women does not change significantly until the age of 50, when men's shorter life expectancy creates a gap. But among blacks beginning at age 20, women outnumber men significantly enough to have a major impact on the possibility of marriage, which I think speaks a little bit to what Amiri was saying earlier, that there's more men out here, women out here than it is men. Okay?
Exactly, gender asymmetry.
So it does exist. Okay, so it is what it is. Some argue persuasively that the female-headed household or family is an adaptation that facilitates coping with hardships and demographics, or hardship and demographics. This seems undeniable as an explanation, but it's unsatisfactory as a response. And ultimately what this woman is going to end up saying is, and whether we like it or not, the objective reality is bearing out the truth of it. There are a variety of factors, some subjective, some economic, which are objective and exist on a macro level, not the micro, which is the subjective level, where you make choices and you talk about personal responsibility and decisions and such. But there are macro factors that are having an impact on family formation amongst black folks. Okay, these are just the facts. But one of the things that black people, like black men, are lamenting is the fact that the women that we have aren't even jockeying for us to be enfranchised such that we can be empowered and have the jobs that they say they want us to have, so we can go out and create the families and provide in the way that we're supposed to be doing.
Cappity cap.
How do we do that, brother? As black women, how do we do that? Do we quit our jobs? Do we stop getting degrees? No, you don't have to quit what do we do?
Quitting your job is unnecessary, okay? That's not the solution to this issue. However, when men try to develop a policy or a set of practices where they can begin to enfranchise themselves and to call out the kind of injustices or imbalances that exist amongst their demographic, don't fight against us and say, well, we don't want you, didn't do nothing to take away our blessings and all of this. It's not about zero-sum games at this point. It's about trying to restore balance in the flourishing and functioning of an organism, which one could argue if you got any community, you can make an analogy and say that it's akin to an organism. It's not just, okay, well, we got to look out for people predicated upon gender or categories of oppression developed by Westerners who basically, and this is the ironic thing about all of this to me, white women are oppressors themselves. They own slaves. They were women. They were never treated like black people. They definitely were not treated like black men. They were treated way better than black men have ever been treated in the United States. And unfortunately, what we have to also admit, but it's so difficult for people to do in this age where everybody is so butthurt to talk about and to defend women and their oppression, that the biggest target of racism has always been the men.
That's right.
And if you don't strengthen your men, you're not strengthening yourself for futurity. You're saying, fuck the future of our whole organism. Fuck the future of my entire community.
But Brother Gorilla, are you saying black women, we have never had y'all back? We ain't never supported y'all?
No, I'm not saying that. I ain't never said.
I ain't said you ain't never had our back. Are you saying it's never what you're saying?
I ain't never said.
Well, but I do want to speak to that issue real quick.
Mary.
Huh?
Nothing, Brother Mary, go. Yeah, Brother Mary.
I do want to speak to this issue, and this is the problem that I have with with contemporary brothers. We don't want to face the fact that on many levels, black men just dropped the ball. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be frank. See, I speak very objectively and frankly too. And so let's not act as if a black male-headed household or a household with two parents can't also be dysfunctional. And especially when we're talking about from this standpoint and in that environment, let's not act as if you didn't have many black men who were acting as head of the family and stuff like that, who didn't get caught up by the vices of that environment. Who didn't get hooked on? Hold on. Who didn't get hooked on drugs? Who didn't get caught up with this is why I mentioned the gender asymmetry. Because the fact of the matter is that men are only as loyal as their options. We know from a empirical standpoint, because I have the book Behind Ghetto Walls with Lee Rainwater. There was this thing where men would call for the wives to be home committed while they was just free to do whatever. You see what I'm saying? And we know they're not making it up because brothers advocate for that now. You see what I'm saying? So what? The only point.
Advocating for what?
Advocating for the wife or the woman to be self-effacing while they reserve for themselves to act any way they want to act. And you just made the argument, brother. Let me
that is a subjective argument. That's not predicated upon anything other than theory, dog.
Let me finish. Okay, all right. It might be anecdote, but did the brother Marcus Aurelius just now use the Dominican Republic as an example of how those women will go out and sell ass and suck dick and bring it home to the man so he can operate as head of the household. Hold on. Let me make the point. 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 I'm not mischaracterizing the argument. No, I'm not. All I'm showing is how you expect the woman to be self-effacing, but guess what? You ain't gonna go out as a man and sell your asshole and suck dick to provide for the family, but you expect her to do it. This is what I be talking about with brothers. And so when I'm saying listen, brother, I'm talking.
They expect us to get the motherfucker that's breaking in the house.
Brother, listen. I'm talking. All I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. All I'm saying is we have to face the fact that many black men in those environments succumb to the vices and the dangers in that environment. That is something that we have to be honest about. And so the reason why I'm saying that, brother, I'm almost finished. And so the reason why I'm saying that, let's not act as if black women's hesitance and reticence to just hand over the whole kit and caboodle to black men doesn't derive out of a very real response to failures of previous generations of men. But that's the bad news. Now the good news is that right now in 2023, as black men, you have the opportunity for the first time. You have the opportunity to provide a different example, walk a different way, and show your women, your children, the world, and everybody exactly what you're made of. And the one thing about Amiri is, I do it.
Speak about
I do it. Hold on. Let me finish. I do it. I'm not preaching to brothers to do anything that I haven't done. And so the only reason why I'm saying I'm about to be finished, brother. I'm about to be finished. The only reason why I say
talk, but you don't talk vague.
Brother, you keep calling me off. You keep cutting me off, bro. Like if you want to respond, just let me. I'm almost finished. Just let me respond.
I'm not trying to respond. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, but you interrupted me.
Do what I do. What you do? Say what you do.
Okay, so I take care of my family. I don't ask my wife and my children not to do anything I'm not willing to do. I don't get caught up in bullshit. I don't run around here in ho-hop and have sex with various women and seek to and tell her this is just me exercising options. You should just accept it. Brother, you asked me, so I'm giving you specifics.
Right.
All they've ever seen me do is be consistent. And I'm gonna tell y'all, it's too many, and it's not necessarily brother's fault, but I never made it about whether it was my fault or whether it wasn't. It was always about the responsibility. And so the first thing is you have to be consistent. Period. And it don't if something happened out here while I'm out here doing what I gotta do for my family, They don't see any of that. All they see is whether I've succeeded or whether I've failed. So it's you see what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. So you have to be consistent. So that's the good news for brothers. You are the first generation of men who can actually do it differently. No one we always say, man, if I knew then what I knew now, we know better now. So we can do better. And that's my point. That's always been my point.
Hey, bro, your premise is faulty because that first of all, you want black men to, like Nameless likes to say, solve the human condition to then get basic respect or for this idea that you had some black men on drugs, so women had to do XYZ is bullshit. It's bullshit.
It's not bullshit, bro. We know statistically that black men were the prime distributors and users of crack cocaine.
Let me finish.
Hence, their mass incarceration, brother. So it's not nothing. I'm just making it up.
Okay, but black women don't even cooperate with progressive and productive black men then or now. Okay, so understand
that's a bias. You're saying that's not true. My mother cooperated with my father all day long, and I'm sure yours did too.
Anecdotal.
Do you come from a two-parent home?
Anecdotal argument.
Do you come from a two-parent home, brother?
Talking about me, you're deflecting.
I'm sure that's what you're doing.
I don't do the deflect. No, that's what you're doing. We ain't talking about my home. You're deflecting. What I'm saying is he's trying to make the argument that because some men were on drugs, that women had to do this and do that. Understand?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay, but before that, because drugs was the 80s, wasn't it? The crack epidemic was the 80s. We talking about this pre-exists that. So if we're going to talk this history talk that y'all said was too old to talk when it wasn't convenient for your argument, let's get it right. Let's get it right. Okay? Understand that pre-crack epidemic, we had these issues. We've been had these issues. We could pull up the videos. We could pull up the videos of the girl sitting in a circle talking about black men ain't necessary for a family unit and to raise children. We got proof. We got receipts.
What year was that?
So hold on. So y'all don't get to jump on the internet and cap no more.
No, I said, what year was that, brother? You said that you got the video. What year was that?
Listen, we don't got all night. You can, if you don't.
Now we don't have all night. Okay.
Listen, the year is inconsequential. I ain't got to give you the exact year. If you want to see what it is, look it up.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is this idea that, oh, well, you know, the majority of black men were on drugs at some point in history. If you want to compare, because we're a small population in this country, so understand that a small group will percentage-wise sound like a large group of motherfuckers when you compare them to larger groups of people in this country. Another thing Amiri failed to say to you when he used my Dominican example is I also use examples of women in this country, first world, that cooperate with their men who do not run industries, who didn't build shit. And I use two examples of black men building shit in this country that black women challenged the authority of. The twerk shit and the woman who walked in.
Wait a minute, brother. You just said all black men.
I didn't say all black women shit. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Well, you just said women, so please parse it out.
Don't do that. You're making absolute arguments. I don't. If you major in the minor, he just made it like all niggas was crackheads, and that's why black women had to step up.
No, brother,
hold on. You didn't require him to say not all black men when he made that statement. So don't require me to do the not all shit when I speak. We not playing this semantic. Hold on. Y'all not playing the semantic games with me. I'm too fucking sharp for it. I'm too sharp for it.
That's just the whole drug thing. Listen, brother. The whole drug thing is just one. No, listen. The whole drug thing is one example, but you have to deal with the alcoholism problem. You have to deal with. Hold on, brother.
I'm making the same argument.
You got to deal with the mortality rate problem. All of those things. All of those things.
Women wasn't on drugs. Women didn't sell their daughters to drug dealers for crack. That didn't happen. You was a crack fiend mama. As a crack fiend mama.
Listen at what I'm saying. Listen at what I'm saying.
Nigga.
Listen at listen at what I'm saying.
Make it make sense, fam. Make it make sense, bro.
Let's just stop acting like black women can take it. I'm just gonna make it simple. I'm gonna put it in layman's terms. Let's stop making it as if black women can just take at face value. If they hand the reins over to you, you're gonna do what's in the best interest of them. Okay? It just is what it is. That's not the example y'all said. That's not the example you said. Yeah, it just is what it is.
Too. Actually, a lot of times black women was the one looking for the drugs.
Brother, that's not the example. That's not the example.
All right,
well, let's do it like this. Okay, well, let me ask you a question, Marcus. What can black men be blamed for? So we know we can blame the white man. We know we can blame black women for, which was welfare. What can we blame black men for? What can we blame them for?
Bro, all day on this internet, on this YouTube, me, Gigi, T. Hassan, and whoever you want to name, we talk about our issues. I got a stream coming up where I'm going in on niggas. If you go to my community tab, niggas are at odds with me right now because I'm calling niggas out. Understand that niggas like you never, unless you're trying to fool niggas into your game that you play, call out black women. I got receipts, screenshots of you saying the shit that we're saying about black women that if Miss Pat and the rest of your crew in the chat saw, they'd be offended, bro. I could post that.
Brother, I call it straight. I've never said anyone was perfect. I've never said anyone was perfect, brother. I've never said anyone was perfect.
The manosphere for saying the shit that you've
I've never said anyone was perfect. I've also never said let the black community burn. I've also never called black men simps for protecting. You ain't gotta believe me. The results speak for itself, player. So you ain't gotta believe me.
Results what?
Because listen, I'm not trying to convince no grown ass motherfucking niggas. I'm not trying to convince no grown ass niggas.
Nigga, we don't have to kiss up the women.
It's easier to raise strong children than to repair broken men. It's easier to raise strong children than to repair broken men. And all I hear from you brothers is that you're broken. We're going overseas. We don't know what to do. This, that, and the third or the other. They won't let us lead. All these excuses. They won't do it. I've always been the one who's shown initiative, brother. This just is what it is.
Just so you understand what I'm about. This is hold on, G. Let me straighten him. Understand, this is Keep It 100 Marcus Aurelius. And niggas who follow me, they know. I don't tell niggas to negotiate shit. I don't tell them to beg for shit. I don't tell them, oh, let me lead, let me do this, let me do that. I tell them to keep it the fuck moving, nigga. SYSBM. And that's what I'm about. I don't kiss no woman's ass, and you know, because me and you have gone back and forth. So your ideology for
brothers been SYSBM and yet they not saved.
Work for me. I don't give a
brothers been SYSBM and yet they not saved. Since the end of anti-miscegenation laws, brothers have dated out more than any other male group. So SYSBM and passport blowing, that ain't nothing new. Y'all been doing that, brother. Y'all been doing that,
bro.
Y'all been doing that, fam.
It
ain't nothing new.
These are the women.
It ain't nothing new, Marcus.
We the ones.
It ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new, brother.
With options,
it ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new.
Stuck, my nigga. They stuck with cats and dogs, nigga.
It ain't nothing new, brother. It ain't nothing new. Now all of a sudden y'all want to act like y'all just some family, man. Man, get out of here, man. Like I said, I grew up around y'all. I know you. I grew up around y'all. I know you.
Get what they can't get from us. They can't do it. They can't get it
here. I grew up around y'all. I know it, brother.
The white man don't want them. The Asian man don't want them. The Latina man
don't want them. And black men don't want them. Black men ain't never wanted them.
That's why they back here trying to negotiate that shit. And
black men ain't never. Black men ain't never wanted black women like that. But see, and that's why I mentioned the anti-miscegenation. That's why I mentioned miscegenation. Because soon as the white man said y'all can give it this white woman, there y'all niggas win. There y'all niggas win. Soon as the white man said y'all can have white women, there y'all niggas win, man. Stop trying to pretend like y'all just want to be with black women, man. Y'all like y'all options, man. We know what it is. But y'all ain't gonna gaslight though. Y'all ain't gonna gaslight while I'm around, yeah. I'm gonna bring up the pad. I'm gonna bring it up.
So look.
I'm gonna bring it up. Now all of a sudden they want to do it. You can't stop it.
You don't run your house. You pretending to run your house, nigga.
Stop it.
And
stop
nigga,
it. As if I gotta qualify myself to you. As if I gotta qualify myself to you. As if I gotta qualify myself to you.
You gonna catch
Can we?
as if I gotta qualify myself to you. I ain't gotta qualify myself to you.
This is
interesting. Okay. So look,
I understand leadership. I ain't gonna throw my wife under the bus. Little short nigga. I run your house, nigga. I run your house.
Hey, bro, come on, man. Hey, bro. Hey, look. You gotta stop hitting the unmute button, bro.
Lord have mercy. This is hilarious. Oh God, this is
somebody
crazy.
Somebody got triggered real quick. Okay, so look, let me dissect all this shit as far as I'm concerned, right? Because it's Short Bus Tuesday, and I'm gonna keep it short as I can. To me, man, I ain't gonna lie, Amiri, man, look, it sounds like to me, man, this is what you continuously say about black dudes, man. It's like that's all we are. Some fucking brutal savages beating the shit out of women, or like being unmanly, or like not being able to fucking be leaders. We're ineffective, and all we want is just pussy and shit like that. We can't restrain ourselves. We just pussy hounds, and that's all we want to do is just chase pussy. We don't have any dedication or any, commitment to legacy, family. All we want to do is just fuck around, and if the wife don't do what we say, we ready to slap them around and all this kind of stuff, man. To me, that's just stereotypical, man. It's not rooted in any objective fact or reality. It's just rooted in a stereotype about black male backwardness and, black male savagery. And, I think that has to be cleared up. If we continue to talk about black men predicated upon stereotypes and, features that have been, given to us by popular culture without, having any facts to back it up, then we got a problem, bro. So all I'm saying is black people are abusive to each other. Males and females. We're abusive to each other. But the problem ensues, in my mind, when only one group of persons, one demographic, is pigeonholed into a category of savagery and evil, while other, demographics in the black community get to walk on easy street because of a narrative pushed by white bourgeois women. And white bourgeois women, these are some of the meanest, nastiest bitches on the planet. And that's been one of my main arguments for a long time. Look at these ladies, man. They're right there with dudes. They not in the house, subjected to abuse and shit like that. These women are out in the fucking streets like, fuck you niggers. These women are not like, oh my God, there's nothing I can do. These women are out in the streets, bruh. They are at the lynchings. Mm-hmm. They are full participants in this shit. They not bystanders like, well, everything's happening without my agency. I don't know quite what to do here. Cleotis, can you tell me what I'm supposed to be doing now? No.
So what? So Green Gorilla. It's not that I disagree, and this is why I mentioned that white men sought to control their feminine faculty through this notion of racial purity, while black men also have sought to control their feminine faculty through the concept of racial solidarity. And so this is what I'm saying. What caused white women to say, okay, we are oppressed? The only thing that really caused white women to say we are oppressed is we're not able to fuck black men the way white men are able to fuck black women. Because it was all about sex anyway.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, to their credit.
Black racial solidarity. That's actually women pushing racial solidarity, not us.
Yeah, now.
Why would you want to push racial
solidarity,
bro? If you're gonna make the argument that our tactic is Mr. racial Green solidarity, remember that's what women do.
Can the Green Gorilla speak? Because I gotta be able to get my thoughts and ideas out as well. I will give you the mic again.
No doubt.
So the only thing I'm saying is this.
Lying.
Man, if you look at the history of the United States or of the Western world in general, you will see that throughout it, if you intend to see it for what it actually is, okay, and the subtleties and the nuances that existed within the Western world in general, and we're part of the Western world. We're westernized former slaves. This is just a fact, okay? So, in the Western world, you had hierarchy and hegemony where men were left out and they felt like they were being oppressed because they were not either members of the clergy or members of the nobility. Okay? Now, one of the first instances in which you saw a bucking of the system along the lines of religion was Martin Luther during, I think, what was it, the fucking 16th century? I am not exactly sure, I can't remember, but sometime around that era, when Martin Luther posed a protestation to the Catholic Church and said, the shit y'all doing is unjust. Your whole ecclesiastical system is corrupt. Okay? So that was one of the first seeds that were sold for the advancement of the whole concept of rights, in addition to the whole Magna Carta, but I'm not going to go into history like that. I just don't feel like going through every step-by-step stage. But no, that increasingly, men began to protest, and possibly women too, okay, against the excesses and the injustices parceled out to them by the nobility. Eventually, this culminated in the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, which was the only black revolutionary, movement that was ever successful in its own continent, like in the history, the first, okay? But the point I'm making is this so-called idea of rights and freedom has not been something that has been easy for any group of people, white people included, even white males. Which is odd because, like a lot of white dudes who came to America were indentured servants, and them motherfuckers got treated worse than slaves. Not to mention the fact that you had women who were part of the nobility of American society, if they were the wives or daughters or nieces or sisters of fucking plantation owners. And sometimes they were plantation owners because their husbands died and left the fucking plantations to them. So what are we to say? That these women just had no power whatsoever. In fact, you got to think about it, man. Most men in America at the early inception of its formation, they didn't have a fucking right to vote either. Only 10% of the fucking goddamn population had the right to vote. So, like men, the whole concept of like there's been some pernicious patriarchy where men have been hijacking women's rights all throughout time. That's some bullshit.
Or even black.
I'm not saying that there aren't situations in which there are hierarchies that are unjust. But the idea that only men have been part of them, that's some bullshit. White women, especially in the United States, these women owned property. They were present at lynchings. They were motherfucking obfuscators of justice any chance they could be. They were the catalyst for most of the lynchings that took place in the fucking South. On some old, we were abused by this black man trying to rape us. When in fact, they fucking husbands and they brothers and they daddies was full-fledged fucking rapists.
Birth of a nation.
They was raping the domestics and the fucking boys. They was fucking little boys damn near every day. Having their way. And them women was turning their eyes to the shit. Oh, go on, Cletus. You did that girl wrong. Or get him. Or they was fucking a black Cleotis. And if they found out she was fucking him, they hung his ass and basically told her, reprimanded her in some way, said she was a nigger lover. Or did what they could to preserve her honor by killing the guy in an honor killing or some shit like that. So these women, man, I don't believe, and they know it themselves, they were never treated as harshly as slaves because of race. They know it. They understand. They are not aloof as it pertains to these matters. They'll say it themselves. For example, I like to use examples. So the one chick, well, that's my mouse, man. Keep continuing to act up, man.
Not forget the daughters of the trade, black women who own slaves. Let's not
Well,
forget.
you know,
I'm just tossing that as an anecdote.
Oh, please.
It happens.
Well, I do want to ask Green Gorilla a question right quick.
But before you
okay.
ask before you ask the question, I am obligated to do something that present. I don't want to share that part of the screen, but I do want to share. I'm gonna share anything I can get my hands on at this moment. Stop screen. And hold on. Present, share screen. I'm gonna go to YouTube. I'm gonna pull up this shit from my own channel. Cause I'll be having dope ass content.
I just noticed that, just real quick while you do that, while we say, all these different things about black men, whether we were alcoholics or drug addicts or, anything that, points to the inadequacies of black men, nobody jumps out to say not all, but we're required to say not all.
I do.
When speaking about, well, collectively, it doesn't happen.
Well, collectively, y'all don't say not all black women are not twerking. Come on, brother.
Because we it's same energy. How about
wait. This is what I want to say about this. This is what I want to say about the red. This is what I want to say about the red pill. Right? And this is speaking of what Green Gorilla was saying. And this is why I said I can understand the white manosphere and their whole thing with the red pill. See, because they were so dismissed of white womanhood, that white women were pristine, that white women were feminine, that white women were demure, that white women were sugar and spice and everything nice. Black women were never given that. Black women were always seen as being aberrantly feminine, quasi masculine, just men with a vagina. So none of these things that typify womanhood in Western society have black women ever been privileged enough to experience, including being submissive. The only place we actually see that type of scheme playing itself out is in like as Miss Pat was saying, the religious realm. You see what I'm saying? See, once upon a time, black people were very religious. They were Baptists, they were Protestants, they were Catholic. You see what I'm saying? But coming from the perspective of white society, black women have never been given the benefit of being any of these things that brothers would need a red pill to awake from. We've been told the exact.
Take it over, white.
Brother.
Continue. I'm just saying, take it up with white people.
No, you take it up with white people because you're the one who have a problem with it.
It's your argument. Take it up with white people.
You take it up. You the one got a problem with it.
So
y'all expressed it. Why I got a problem with it?
I'm overriding.
You the one said it.
I'm the judge. I am the judge here.
Hey, G. This is funny as shit. It's my problem that they brought it up.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny.
It's hilarious, bro.
But okay, so he popped out again. But okay, so this is the point I want to make, right? Namely that, look.
Why not civil rights? He said the back of the bus, and you said no, that should be a
civil rights question is moved to the federal level. I support that.
Well, why civil rights on race but not on sex?
Because it's a different question. Women have not been treated like blacks. I certainly do not subscribe to the view that women have been treated like blacks.
Right.
This is something every white person knows. Even black people understand it and know it. Women have not been treated as harshly as black people related to race.
Nope.
But Mr. Gorilla, isn't that white women? Because black men acting like black men, we've been treated like we're the queen, and we have not. We have been treated like garbage. Period.
Look,
man. So you're resentful towards black men for not providing you with the white female American experience, because that's what this is about.
No, that's not what it's about.
No, it is. You look at white women. You perceive their reality. You perceive white women's reality. You perceive
can't
white
speak for
women's
me.
reality and life. I'm not speaking. When I say you, it's a general you. Black women perceive white women's reality to be a certain way, and they are holding it against black men that they have not been able to, at least in any substantial way, give black women that experience, those amenities, etc., and so forth.
But aren't black men doing that to black women? You guys want the white man experience. You want the white man
It's not that
experience.
we want it. We have to go out and get it to appease you. You're demanding it from us, and you're our women, right? So you just made an argument that, oh, you have to make more than us. Hold on, you made an argument. If I look at, first of all, let me say this: black men make more money. Our net worth is higher than other groups of women. Of men in this country who get respect from their women. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Black men's net worth is higher than other non-white groups of men in this country who get respect from their women.
That is a lie, sir. That is a lie.
Fact.
Give me your stats, because I will go to the U.S. Census Bureau. I will go pull those stats.
You got Google like I do. I don't got to get
then you pull it up. You pull it up because black men is the most underpaid non-white man. Asian men is the highest paid. Then it's white men. Then it's Spanish men. Black men. Then it's white women. Then I'm absolutely sure. I'm very sure, honey. So no, don't bring misnomers and things that are not factual to Mr. Gorilla's show, because that's not true.
Okay, so then explain to me, because the one thing that factual that you did say is that Asian men out earn everybody else. So why?
Because I read the real statistics report.
So then why are there women in droves to the tune of above half marrying out?
But they're marrying white men. They're not marrying you.
But they make the most money, though. They make the most money. So
wait. But they're not.
Hold on. If the argument is that white men, you're not going to talk over me, Miss Pat.
No, listen. But you just asked me the question. You said
why? Earn enough. Then what should happen is that
Did you say why?
Not be dealing with white men who make less than
No. Wait. You just asked me the. You just asked me a question. You said why? You said why are these Asian women marrying white men?
Asian men. White women should be dating Asian men on the premise that money is the determining factor.
And many of them do.
Your argument is done.
No, sir. Your argument hasn't even begun. Your argument hasn't even begun, because here's the thing. No, sir. Yours hasn't even begun, honey. Yours haven't even begun.
You said that cooperation is predicated.
On
income.
No.
You did say that.
I did not. I said order. I said biblical order.
You didn't say that.
Biblical. I didn't say biblical order. I didn't say biblical order.
Asian men, based on that, Asian men.
No, not based on. Did I say
number one
order?
dating option, and marriage option
did I say
every
biblical
woman in the country.
Order? Did I say biblical order?
Man, get the Bible shit out of here, man.
Oh no! You're not going to disrespect the word. Now you don't have to be a Christian, but don't say something I didn't say. I said biblical order. I said biblical
You said
order.
Asian men out earn everybody. So based on
because I was talking about the statistics.
Argument, they should get all the women, but they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom of what?
They're at the bottom of what? Wait.
They're at the bottom of preferences when it comes to dating options. They're at the bottom.
But guess what? They're more married than black men. Asian men are more married than black men.
You want stats?
Asian men are more married than black men. What are you talking about?
You ain't some women. The word up in here.
Okay,
we
so
ain't
look,
doing that today.
Let me just say this. Let me say this. Let me
stick to the script. We not
doing you need to get a script. I have a script. You don't even have one, sugar. Go ahead, Mr. Gorilla. Go ahead, Mr. Gorilla. Because Mr. Gorilla is educated. Let me just give Mr. Gorilla a compliment. Mr. Gorilla, thank you for letting me on your panel. You are very intelligent. You are very studied. You're astute, and you are very learned. This
Black
brother here,
men,
Marcus,
black men
baby,
are the
try
ones.
again.
Black
Baby,
men are the
read your
ones fighting for
stats,
racial
read the
loyalty,
word,
but black
get some
women are your
knowledge.
mama
Then come
blacking
back
the
and
shit
let's
out
have
of
a
niggas.
conversation.
Your
Go
mama
ahead, Mr.
black,
Gorilla.
racial
Take care, man.
loyalty, racial loyalty
Thank you, Mr.
argument,
Green Gorilla. You know what,
morality
you know
clash,
what, Marcus, brother Marcus,
morality
you need
arguments
to
don't work.
follow Mr. Green Gorilla a little bit
Morality.
closer, because that brother do bring his stats. He does his homework,
I
baby.
need God, right?
You need to try
I
it
need
again,
God.
brother Marcus.
I
Try
need
it
Jesus.
again, boo. Try it again.
I need Jesus, right?
You sure do.
I
I'm gonna pray
need
that you get a visitation tonight. Jesus,
Jesus.
come on in the room.
Y'all about
Come
to get this work
on
tonight,
in the
baby.
room. Baby, I'm
Mary,
gonna tell you to come on
Mary
in
in the
the
picture,
room.
y'all.
Hallelujah.
On that midnight train to Georgia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, man.
Glory.
Look, okay,
Mary
so
Charles in the Charlottes.
Hey, look,
Y'all,
man. Everything is
the
fine,
background
man.
singers
Everything
not gonna work.
is
Y'all gonna
fair.
get
You
this
know,
work
look.
tonight,
Okay,
baby.
so all I can say is, man, look.
This work.
It's been fun, man. This has been Short Bus Tuesday, man. But it damn ain't show been a short show. We've been going on. Look, we've been doing this shit for 5 hours, bro. I thought I was gonna cook my chicken and do a whole bunch of shit, baked potatoes,
Now we
sour
cooking.
cream and chives and
There's some
all
chickens
kinds
in
of
here that
shit.
got cooked. We cooked some chickens.
Man, bro. All I'm
Mr. Gorilla, thank you all so much. Listen, brother Marcus, I even love you too, and I'm gonna pray you get Jesus for real. Thank you. This has been wonderful. Thank you all for letting me
Hope we
be
all
on the
survive the
panel
flood.
tonight. And I do love black men, and I love y'all. Y'all my brothers, whether I agree or not. So
Well,
y'all
we
be
drunks
blessed.
and crackheads.
Well, thank you, Miss Pat, man. Have a good one. Pass a good
You
night.
too.
All right. So look, man. I'm a man. You know, look. All I can say is, bro. You know, dude came. You know, he kind of been wanting, you know, to have a rebuttal or argument and, you know, a conversation to some degree. You know, the only thing I say is, man, it's a lot of blame to place. And to place it squarely at the feet of black men and to say, you know, that they're solely responsible, I think, you know, is a little bit one-sided. I mean, and then, you know, to judge and assess everybody else and their interactions with women in this culture, just based upon, you know, your interaction with your wife, I think that's biased. You know, you can't, you know, make an assessment about what's going on in the current dating or mating scheme in the United States just based upon your own experience with your wife, whether it's a good or bad one, or, you know, you just can't. I mean, you know, there are a lot of things out there, man. Like, all I can say is, man, we're eventually going to do a show this Sunday. And I'm going to have Dr. Neal come through and Dr. Tia-San Johnson come through Sunday, 3 p.m. We're going to have a conversation about passport bros or whatever, you know, what have you. And, you know, my thoughts on it, you know, can men be disrespectful? Of course they can. Can men be derelict on the job? Yeah, they can. You know what I'm saying? But, like, you know, we have to face the facts, man. There's some blame for women, you know, to take as well, man. That's my whole issue, man. Nobody's perfect.
It seems like.
Hey, bro. K. Williams say, hey, bro, it took me 2 blunts to make it through this one. Dog.
Hey, K, you know this was 2 years in the making. Understand, everybody, for everybody, G, for everybody, and they know, for everybody who don't get it, for everybody, y'all know, me and this man have been doing it for 2 years. And this is the first, G, it happened on your channel. We've been trying to get on this man. Understand, this is some road runner coyote shit between me and Amiri. You understand what I'm saying? Niggas who, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. You understand what I'm saying? That motherfucker has ducked me for 2 years. G, you knew this shit was going to go left. You knew it. We kept it, for the most part, respectful. It got loud and shit, even though that motherfucker is guilty of egregious disrespects with me. Understand this. Black men are the only ones required to do Superman shit to impress their own women. Superman shit. We gotta buy women back from the government. We gotta buy you back from the black man. We gotta buy you back. And then you talk about, oh, dudes are going overseas to buy some bitches. The reason is because they're cheaper than you at a higher quality than you. Understand, compete. If think about how drastic it is that a man has to get on a plane and leave because of the environment is crazy. If it was the other, if we were so bad, you would be flying out. Or if you were so great, other groups of men would be stealing you from us. That ain't the case. The white women are taking all the good black men. You know what I never heard? Asian men are taking all the good black women. This group of men are taking all the good black women. This ones are the Russians are taking all the good black women. You ain't never heard that shit. Passport sisters, when you fly out, you pay. You buy the dick. You offer green cards.
Hold on.
You
will
offer
never hear it.
lifestyles. You become the men in the situation. There is nowhere you can go. Not here or anywhere else. The highest price you're going to get for your vag is in North America. The price drops if you leave. And you know that. If you could have left black men, you would have done it already. You can't. And if you look at the stats, with every decade, the divide, the interracial stats grow for black men because other groups of women fuck with us. I got other groups of men saying they don't want their groups of women acting like you. Asian men are worried about Asian women acting like you. Latina women, other groups of women. They're worried about Megan Thee Stallion, this one, that one. They're worried about their women acting like you. It's unattractive. So guess what that means? That means they don't want you because you are the prototype for what they don't want their women to be. Submission, which I think is a word that we probably shouldn't use. Cooperation. I told dudes, use cooperation. More dudes use the word cooperation, and now even that's a problem. We can't even ask you to be fucking cooperative. You tell us to build, you don't even fuck with the niggas that build. You got Kevin Samuels went 2 years trying to find women or find women, high value men. The high value men didn't want you. There's a reason for this. It's not us. You want to blame it all on us, right?
Motherfuckers worried about chaos, man.
I'm gonna let chaos rock, but I just want to close this out. Understand, right? And there will be more Saturday night. Y'all already know what it is. If you ain't following me, follow me, because I gets it in. Understand, if you were a prize to be won, they would have took you. Understand, when colonizers take land, they take the women. They take the women. When they went to Latin America, or what we now know as Latin America, they took the women. They made a whole subculture from the women. When they attacked this, they took over this, they took over this. They took the women. Guess what? They ain't take you. They didn't take you. And you want to be taken.
You know what? My thing is, I just got charged $25 for motherfucking StreamYard. God damn. Can I get a $25 hour? God damn.
Right. Yo, one more stat, and then Chaos, you're gonna rock. Chaos, you're gonna rock. Because she said stats, prove that. 52% of American-born Asian women marry white men, although their men make more than white men. It's a stat. She threw it in the pot. She threw it in the discussion. Asian men make all this money, but their women, over half of them, marry white men, right? According to her standard of income for respect, all groups of women in America should be seeking Asian men because they make the most money. According to that standard.
You know, my viewpoint on all this shit is, bro, you know, at the end of the day, man,
it doesn't matter when. And then I'm sorry, bro.
No, I ain't gonna say it don't matter. All I'm gonna say is
no. I'm responding to the chick in the chat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, my whole thing is, bro, at the end of the day, man, the gender war has been facilitated by motherfucking the CIA, man. And you motherfuckers,
Bingo.
instead of seeing each other as team members, motherfuckers see each other as enemies, man. It just is what it is. Like if you go look at it, Gloria Steinem was a motherfucking CIA operative, man, and she had this shit pop off real strong, like, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, at the end of the day, she was the co-sponsor of Michelle Wallace and all of the black macho shit she was a co-sponsor of, man. And, you know, look, I ain't gonna say that women don't deserve to have equality, but, like, if they have different ideas about what equality is, they're gonna have to change their perspectives on what kind of contributions they're supposed to be making to the household. It just is what it is. You can't be like, I want to be kept woman. I want to be a kept woman. Ain't no keeping. We at war, motherfucker. Ain't no kept motherfuckers in no goddamn war. Ain't no kept motherfuckers doing a goddamn war, and breakdowns in communication and misunderstanding of where loyalty's supposed to be is the first reason why motherfuckers lose wars. They say proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. That's the 6 P's. Niggas ain't even got the 6 P's right. They ain't even got the proper preparation. Don't even want to perform. And that's the problem. Woo. So, you know, hey, man. Hey, Chaos, man. Are you alive, man? Do you have a fucking pulse, bro?
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive and well, man. Just here editing
Chaos,
some
we knew
things,
this was coming.
man. What's good? What's good? Damn,
We
so a
knew it
lot
was
of things has been said, man. I don't know where to start, where to go. I'll say this. Like anything, if people are prized, people value prizes, unfortunately. Like anything, men have to compete at the end of the day for wherever they can get. Same for ladies, as much as they want to hear it. It is a taboo and around us as people, you know, and they have to come to reality at the end of the day. Other groups of men, we already know what it is. We men, we be around and we see the scope that they won't say much, but when they do have an entanglement with our sisters, is just a pump and dump and keep pushing over. And the ones that do get them, you always got to look at the nature of the man. Say, what type of man are you? It's like they don't even qualify. They don't even can't get their own women, and they're hoping banking for those type of men. So really, you're doubling down regardless. If you date out, that's like, you get me? If you get them, you're lucky, and very few will meet that. I remember one time I was listening to one stream, particularly of a woman said that when she's dealing with a non-black man, the man don't require much, and we all know that's false. And if he doesn't require much, you always gotta look at the nature of the man, who he is. And very few non-black men are not of that nature that's not going to demand much at all. They will demand something because they feel they're entitled and they own your bodies. That's why they don't scoop you up. They know when the relationship between blacks and whites, especially when it comes to white men, is usually a sexual relationship. End of story. We should not be going around with this. We've seen it, and that nothing has changed. Even let's be honest, even some women are comfortable with that position. That's their business.
Yeah,
well,
can't get bound.
But we have to be honest here as men that any man that wants you don't take much. Miscegenation laws has been removed for last going on 57 years now, coming to New Year. Everybody been scoop already. Always know women on other race, they know that they need a man and they're gonna do whatever's necessary.
So let me interject on this, man. And I'm gonna end with this shit. These are the words of a black woman. Just as it took a complex of social forces to produce ghetto conditions, which is, one could argue, one of the reasons why the black family is in the condition that it is in now. But we haven't even begun to broach that subject related to the Ghetto Ish series that I'm doing. I would encourage all the people, man, who are following from Amiri's channel to at least listen to the Ghetto series so that you can get an understanding of what's occurred in the ghetto from a perspective of a professional philosopher. Not my work, but the work of an individual by the name of Tommy Shelby from Harvard University, who's written extensively on ghettos. But having said all of that, what I would like to do is to say what the woman here says, Elizabeth Holmes Norton. As it took a lot of complex social forces to produce ghetto conditions, it would take a range of remedies to dissolve them. Not just women getting their shit right and getting their mind right. Not just black men getting their shit right and getting their mind right. It's going to take a constellation, a complex range of remedies to dissolve the complex problems. Okay? The government, and this is a black woman, is deeply implicated in black family problems. Its laws enforced slavery before the Civil War and after it created and sanctioned pervasive public and private discrimination. The effects on the black family continue to this day. Given the same opportunities as others, and this I think is true, given the same opportunities as others, blacks would almost certainly have sustained the powerful family traditions that they brought with them from Africa, where society itself is organized around family. And it's something like people just fail to even inspect or to even understand. The whole concept of bureaucracies taking care of families and families dissolving and men not being present in them because, oh, well, he just too stupid and lazy, didn't do nothing, naked, and women's just to slow down, dirty stride. It's an incomplete assessment. Now, we all have subjective factors that implicate us in participating to the problem. But goddamn, we talked about some of the ways the black men have been problematic. Women need to hear what they fucking up to. That's all we're saying. We ain't saying the black men are devoid of problems.
Nope.
I've never professed that. I've never said that. Never have I ever uttered the words, black men are perfect.
I challenge men all day.
I've never said that. I have never, ever said black men are perfect. They're like Enoch. They need to fucking attain apotheosis and just ascend to the fucking ethereal plane because they have no blame, no problems at all. Never have I said those words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But the government is going to have to be instituted into trying to resolve this issue. It's going to have to because they helped to make it. But the problem is, and the woman, man, we already know what the solution to this problem is. And this woman is pointing it out. It's no disrespect, but she already understands what it is. A primary incubator for ghetto problems is the poor female headed household.
Mm-hmm.
Stopping its proliferation would prevent a spectrum of often unmanageable, that's what intractable means, social and economic problems.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is you can't do this by yourself. You can't do it by your damn self.
I'm a boss, bitch. I get the bag.
I mean, they could try.
Even if you get the bag, you still are going to have a difficult time doing this shit by yourself. Now, women, they act like they don't. See, one of the things that motherfuckers don't understand is the myth of the black macho and the what?
Right.
It ain't just the black macho. It's not just that. What else is attached to it?
What, the strong black
The superwoman.
Yeah, strong, independent. I don't need no man. This, not, no, da, 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 da. Let's not forget. And a side thing is, this is something that they was talking about before they left here. Let's not forget that interracial marriage was fought for by a black woman and a white man. Let's not forget that. And I just want to insert these short anecdotes before we get up out of here. Let's not forget that black women have always had access to black men and vice versa. Black men have not always had access to white women or even non-black women. It's only more recent in American history that has changed and these women can't handle it. We all got, them uncles and aunts and people that look extra light skinned in our family lineages, okay? And it ain't all, rape cases or sexual assault cases. But yeah, going back to what you said, I just wanted to throw that in there because I wanted that to be a talking point before, because all this pretend, white black men, we chasing white women and nonsense like that. Man, please. Yeah, black women have always been trying to escape the black experience through her femininity or trying to align herself with the state or white men. They always been doing that shit. Okay, so going back to what you said, G. You know what I'm saying? They pretend to want black male leadership. Black male authority to them is the color purple. The idea of it, because anytime you suggest it, the first response is abuse. The first response is violence. They see us in the same manner that white men and women do. They've been sold this idea of all black. We got to make sure we don't say all black women, but we are the face of domestic violence. We are the face of rape. We are the face of all the bad shit that's happening here. We are the face of all of those things, and nobody challenges that. And then a few years of motherfuckers on YouTube is a problem when we give our side of the story. So what the purpose of the Black Manosphere is not to bash black women. There are men here that bash black women, just like there are women here that stand up for black men. But there are also women here that say abort black male babies and bullet bags and all the other shit. There's not that much language in the Black Manosphere that compares to the language women use when talking about us. It's not even comparable. It's not even. It's not.
So what I have here, man, is like, look,
is that a PDF?
Look,
Drop.
look, I'm going back to the old one. The fact,
drop the comment.
Can't
see it. Drop the comment on the screen. Can't see.
You can't see it.
Well, take that comment down on the stream. Take that comment down because covering the comment.
Okay, bro. Look,
we ain't supposed to tell our truth. Fuck out of here.
Look. As recently as the early 60s, 75% of black households were husband and wife families. Okay? Something went wrong. The sharp rise of female-headed households involves mostly those with young children and began in the mid-60s. So in the early 60s, 75% of black households were husband and wife families, but this rise happened in the middle of the 60s. Okay? This is what we know. In 1948, this is during slavery. This is before the fucking you need to build. This is before you needed Blackistan to be with a man. This is doing sharecropping and Jim Crow. The marriage rate was damn near 70 to 80 fucking percent.
Right. Oh, we ain't built shit then, but we had wives.
And the fucked up thing was black men were the ones building the shit but wasn't able to benefit from it.
Right. They saying
so it wasn't that we wasn't building shit.
Right.
The fact was we was building it, but we couldn't go inside the house after the motherfucker was built.
Mm-hmm.
So, having said all that, man, I just, at the end of the day, something culturally changed. And those cultural and macro changes had an impact on our micro culture. The macro cultural changes had an impact on the micro cultural changes. And now everybody is looking to fucking blame everybody else. Why you lose the game, or why did you get? You at halftime, everybody is fucking on the team trying to blame. Nigga, you fucking got a turnover in the first quarter. Nigga, you missed that free throw. It's like fucking watching the Bad News Bears, nigga, in the fucking 5th inning. This is some sad shit. It's fucking sad, man. I gotta go, man. I'm about to get hoarse. Hey, look, I enjoyed it, man. I ain't doing no more motherfucking 5-hour streams, bro.
Yeah. But I just want to say that if black women really loved black men the way they say, then they wouldn't put a price point on it. They wouldn't make these conditions,
but
because
you know
no other man has that.
Look, bro, but marriage is not. See, this is what motherfuckers get twisted and contorted to begin with anyway. Marriage is not just an association between a man and a woman, but the association between the man, the woman, her family, her brothers, father and mothers, and the other family members that they're supposed to be marrying into. Like, when do we get it fucked up that everything is like supposed to be based upon some fucking romance novel?
Gee, if you my man, right? Okay. And if you my homie and they're favoring me over you, then I take the benefits of what they're giving me and I share it with you if you're my brother. There are times where men have been broke, but they got enough money for a sandwich and they split it with their brother. What black men have to realize is black women are flatly telling you, do for me what I would not do for you in the same situation. So if men are obligated to give and share to women. But when women have, nigga, you got to get your own. I'm not obligated to use it. Women would share what they're getting from the state with black men collectively. I ain't talking about no individual bullshit. I'm talking about on a collective level. They would not wave and taunt black men with the crumbs white daddy giving them. They wouldn't do that if they truly loved us as a group of men, or they truly respected us, because that's what we see other women do. Because if they understood the reality of the situation, but instead they would rather play boss bitch and emasculate or taunt us for not being the men in spite, that they want us to be, in spite of what we all know the realities in America is.
So look, at the end of the day, man, I just want to say something in passing. Then this shit is over with. Mm-hmm. Like, people got this idea that, like, a demand for virginity before marriage, like, this is not an ancient practice that extends beyond the Western world, is laughable. Like, it's not customary in various cultures throughout the world for people, when they get married, to, like, be chaste. So anyway, this is like an African site. Goddamn, 2 million members, 7 million topics. Updated last, I guess, on today, February 1st or whatever, 2:31 a.m. It's in Africa, okay? A Kuata could go without shame to salute her husband's parents because she had been found at home. Her husband was now arranging to send the goat and other presents to her mother for giving him an unspoiled bride. Arrow of God by Chinua Achebe, page 122. That's a quotation. In the passage above, Chinua Achebe used the term found at home in a metaphorical sense. He simply means virginity. Virginity in the pre-colonial African tradition was seen as a woman's gift to her husband. Now it ain't no gift at all. Like, nigga, you gonna take this used ass pussy, nigga, it is what it is. Yeah, I got 3 or 4 babies, nigga, now what? Nigga, you ain't about to pay my bills? Then we can't chill, nigga. So anyway, it signified that a woman was properly raised. In some African tribes, a husband was required to prove an evidence in the morning to show that his wife was a virgin. If the evidence proved positive, another celebration would salute such evidence. In Kamara Laye's book, The African Child, the Malinka tribes of Sierra Leone view women's virginity as a pride to the woman. In a scene from the documented account of his childhood, African child, he, Kamara Laye, told a story where his mother bragged with these words: "If it be true from the day of my birth that I had knowledge of no man until the day of my marriage." In Nigeria, different tribes placed a lot of importance to found at home. Virginity in ancient Yoruba culture. The celebration of the bride's virginity in Yoruba culture is known as Asa Ibale. An ancient Yoruba tradition intending couples were not permitted to share the same room before their wedding day. All this cohabitation shit is some Western shit. The wedding night was always frightening for the bride and her parents. Those days, mothers constantly inquired from their daughters about their virginity. You ain't out here fucking, are you? This was to prevent the shame of not being found at home, would bring the bride's family. It was a dishonor to the entire family for your daughter to be a thought. I'm not going to go on, but compare and contrast that with the slut walks of today. I'm a slut. I'm proud of it. I'm a slut out here, and I like it, and you like it too.
GJ, isn't this the same woman said that she's done with dealing with dicks and eating pussy? The same woman?
Oh, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I believe so.
Was.
So
but
for her and her decisions to say she's going to refrain from relationships, I think that'd be a good thing she needs to start doing now. She need to close that womb or that box down permanently.
But I mean, the idea is that sexual freedom, you know, like just going, like, are women actually happy with this? I don't know. I mean, I guess they would. I guess they have to be. But this is not. It's not traditional. I mean, like people, what I don't like to hear is people continuously go ham on Western culture without even assessing or understanding that African culture is pretty similar when it comes to family life, and chastity and virginity were not created by white dudes. I just don't, like, why are people saying that virginity and chastity is only a virtue extolled by Western culture? When I hear people say it, it's like absurd shit. Now look, niggas ain't even calling for black women in this place to be virgins. They just want some respect. Cause we know half of these women done fucked before they goddamn 16 anyway. No disrespect, we just saying the facts. Amber Rose is not a white woman. She looks like a white woman, but she ain't a full white woman.
She's from Africa. She's from Cape Verde. Okay? Those that don't know.
Says. That's what she says, but you know.
What she says.
A lot of people come around here and say a lot of things. Now, I'm not saying that she's white, black. Come on.
Who's challenging it? I mean,
but women, at times, people got to understand.
Women from Cape Verde look like Amber Rose.
Like I said, a lot of these females like her, she like to flip flop. And my thing is this: regardless of who identify as black or not, she's one of the women that is represented that she's the face of what is considered quote unquote black culture. Now,
listen, bro, this comes from the same women were waving the flag that Meghan Markle was a black princess.
Well,
Okay?
black woman could say what she want because she's married to a white dude, but we all know she is partially black, and she don't identify it, unfortunately.
No, but what I'm saying is, fuck what she identifies as. They claimed her. They claimed her. They claimed black women in this country claimed Meghan Markle. If she was marrying Tyrese, he'd be a colorist. Okay, so let's stop playing these fucking games. Okay, go get this work. So all these women talking about you conquered and this and that. Just understand. Conquered men get their women taken from them. They didn't take the women. They didn't take the women. They took them momentarily, but they didn't take the women. Didn't happen. You're still fighting with us.
And like I want to cover something though, because there are a lot of misconceptions about what's actually going on sexually.
Right.
I want to say this, because older black men have sex with underage girls and shit like that. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm pretty sure it does happen. But also, it's a lot of fucking underage boys having sex with overage women.
Yeah, that's actually a fact. That's a fact, and actually, that's getting more notice now. And a lot of people are talking about that.
See, people like. I'm just like, a lot of shit gets thrown around. Like, I go to the scholarship on it, okay? There's an article, Age of Sexual Debut Among U.S. Adolescents. Who's having sex the earliest?
Let's do it.
This study examined gender and racial ethnic differences in sexual debut. Like, who fucked the first? We analyzed 1999 through 2007 data from the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, a cross-sectional nationally representative survey of students in grades 9 through 12 established by the CDC and prevention. The Kaplan-Meier method, which is some sort of psychometric method, was utilized to compute the probability of survival, not having become sexually active, at each year, age 12 through 17. And separate estimates were produced for each level of gender and racial ethnic group. Here's the results of the study. African American males experience sexual debut earlier than all other groups. Asian males and females experience sexual debut later than all groups. By their 17th birthday, the probability for sexual debut was less than 35% for Asians, 28% for males, 33% for, 28% for females, males 33%, and less than 60% for Caucasians, 58% for females, 53% for males, and Hispanic females, 59%. The probability for sexual debut by their 17th birthday was greatest for African Americans. 74% for females, 82% for males, and Hispanic males, 79%. Conclusions. These results demonstrate a need for sexual education programs and policy to be sensitive to the roles of race and ethnicity in sexual debut. In essence, you got to think.
Oh, she said new recent studies, please. So she gonna
Dude, like when you're doing psychometrics, there's nothing more fucking damn near recent than the 2000s.
Get the fuck out of here, yo. Man.
Like it makes no sense to say this. It's absurd to even say some shit like that. You don't understand psychometrics and sociology. It's absolutely absurd.
You show them proof and then they want to discredit your proof.
The reality is that the sexual debut of African American boys is the fucking earliest. And if it's the earliest, who's fucking them? Who?
Show them black women getting abused in the same year.
It's between 1099 and 2007. This is not a fucking antiquated metric.
Right. Oh, she said it's black men doing this.
Man, bitch, please. Stop the fucking cap, man. Cut it out, man. This is the kind of shit.
Right.
This is the bullshit that we're talking about. It's the refusal to see anything that's contrary to what the fuck you want to do to demonize black men.
Right. Now, show her the 1999 to 2007 study on domestic violence, and she'll rock with that. Right? If it paints her narrative to be correct, but she gonna dismiss this.
You don't get to cherry pick the fucking data. You don't get to cherry pick the shit.
Right.
You don't get to say that a fucking 2007 data set is antiquated.
But then they want to talk about WED. But
you don't get to do it. You don't get to do that.
Right.
Stop it. You need some goddamn help.
This is old, but
and this ain't got shit to do with bias, except for your bias. The whole point is what black women are asserting that is happening to them in the community is the same shit you bitches are doing. That's the problem. You motherfuckers ain't admitting your own culpability. You act like you're walking around like your ass don't stink. That's the fucking problem.
But then they talk about niggas was crackheads in the 80s, though.
Hey, man. You motherfuckers is going. So basically, you saying the earliest sexual debut for black boys is all with motherfucking anal penetration from black men?
Right.
Stop the fucking cap. Cut the bullshit out.
Right.
Stop it.
Her flight is boarding, yo.
Stop the bullshit. Cut the fucking bullshit out, man. Stop the fucking cap, man.
Right.
Cut it the fuck out, man. Stop it.
Cap and crunch. Kappa Phi Kappa.
Stop it.
Kappa Phi Kappa. Capites. We belong to the fraternity.
You got Ray Davis who talked about how two women that his mother knew forced themselves on him to have oral sex with him and shit.
Yo, how many of us know a nigga that was banging out a grown woman when we was in our teens, man?
R. Kelly's sister made him eat the box.
Whoa!
Then you wonder why he's a fucking freak.
But you have to understand, Gigi, the things that she was going through at the moment is you don't understand, because the black man.
It ain't just girls going through this phenomenon. The shit happened to Coolio.
Where was his father?
Jim Jones' mama was kissing him in his fucking mouth.
Where was his daddy? He should have stopped it. He should have fought harder.
It ain't just men doing weird shit in the community. We have to stop this, man. Cut it out.
All these women wanted to fuck Chris Brown when he was 15 years old. Run it, run it. We forgot that.
I'm not saying that black men don't do fucked up shit.
That's right.
That black men aren't rapists. That black men don't do coercive things. But you act like y'all don't do nothing. Like black women ain't doing shit.
Y'all 5% higher.
Like, we don't do nothing. We just sit around and knit.
Ooh, girl, look at Chris Brown. He could get it. I fucked that nigga today.
All we do is just make cookies.
Little Bow Wow fucking Esther Baxter.
All we do is just fuck around, read the Bible.
Call me a pedo girl. I'm a pedo girl.
All we do is twiddle our thumbs and sit on the couch, and when we see things that are against our sensibilities, we faint.
We just waiting for y'all to lead. Lead us, black man. Just come and lead us. We just waiting to be lead. We're led. We just waiting.
Just like, come on, man. Like if you look, all I'm saying is there's evidence of women doing shit that's vicious in the black community or the white community. There's evidence of it. It's not just men doing fucked up shit. I'm tired of hearing what men did. What the fuck do y'all do? We admitting that men do the shit.
They killing each other on the trips now.
We admitting that men do fucked up shit. What do y'all admit to doing? That's what we're saying. I don't. What the fuck do y'all admit to doing? Do you take any blame for anything?
No. Anything they do is our fault, G. Cause we let them do it. How y'all gonna stand there and let them girls fight? How you gonna stand there and let the girl kill the other girl? How you gonna stand there? You supposed to jump in and stop them. You the man. You supposed to jump in. Where was the man at? Where was the man when the woman took her kid to the zoo and he climbed in the bear cage? Where was the man?
Mary J. Blige was fucking Danny Boy. Turned that nigga gay and shit.
Woo! Let's do it. Let's go.
Sometimes men are involved, like fucking Boozy the Badass making sure his son got his dick sucked when he was 12 or something, man. That's fucked up.
Right.
I don't think that's right. I think that's sexually coercive too.
But black women take their sons to prostitutes and shit like that. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. Selling their daughters for crack. Letting a man fuck them. Hey, mommy, your boyfriend tried to touch me. Shut up.
But then it's different for men. Boys love to have sex when they're fucking 12, right? Before they get hair on their nuts and shit.
Right.
Because they just pussy hounds, so, you know, it's a privilege for a woman to bestow those juices on your face.
Right. When I was 12, I couldn't wait to get a grown old pussy in my face. I couldn't wait.
Oh, man.
Fuck these Parker trucks.
Not saying we're not arguing that men don't do fucked up shit. We're not saying it. We're not even saying that some of the shit isn't from other males. Mm-hmm. But to argue that all of it is just males because it's some gay shit, cut it out, man. Stop it. Most of the population is not gay anyway.
Right. Let's also throw in biological fathers are on the bottom of the list of abusers, sexual abusers. Bottom of the list. It be your cousin, your uncle, your brother, your stepdaddy, boyfriend. It be them niggas that you get rid of this dude and bring these dudes in, just having them around your kids. That's a big part of the uptick of these, sexual abuse situations with little girls. Okay, the biological dad is at the bottom of the list, and you know who protects the brother, the cousin, the this one and that one, auntie, grandmama, sister, mama, everybody. Or you be quiet. He ain't do nothing to you. You better not talk about that shit. Because the biological father would raise hell.
And did you see that one with Morris Chestnut and child support? And he found out that the motherfucking kid wasn't his and shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, he expressed that, from the jump.
Hold on,
Morris Chestnut is taking care of bastard child. Morris Chestnut.
He was. He was paternity test. Hold on. Morris Chestnut paternity test.
Black women out here putting babies on niggas.
How many kids that Morris has?
Hold on, let me.
Look up. That's some new information.
Come on, man.
I want to go to Angry Man shit because he the one that just put it out.
Understand, niggas ain't perfect, niggas ain't innocent and all charges. Just understand, y'all hands are dirty too. And it ain't a problem that we say it. It ain't bashing that we say it. It ain't misogyny that we say it. It's real. Okay? We have an experience with y'all. Like y'all.
Check it out.
Recently, someone came out and said that I was a deadbeat dad, and he's been my son, and he's he's been my son that I haven't been speaking about for all these years. And I was like, okay, at that time, I was 18 years old. I said, okay, I'm gonna step up and do the right thing. And then all of a sudden, I did get Boys in the Hood, and the movie came out. But this time that we broke up, instead of it just being a regular breakup, I'm getting hit with a paternity suit.
Yeah, trap.
Yeah, now it's
movie style.
Yeah, exactly. So now it's, she's hit me with a suit, her and her mother lawyered up or whatever. And then I had to do the same thing. And at that time, we had to take a paternity test. And it came out that I was not the father of the child.
Dang.
God damn.
Is no one safe?
I mean, look, I don't want to record his reaction to it because I don't want to infringe upon his content.
Right.
But the point is, ain't this supposed to be the sex symbol, nigga? They can't everybody thirsty for this motherfucker. That's the type of nigga they want.
Yo, Maury Povich built a whole show on these bitches. This shit, you remember when Maury Povich used to talk about other shit and nobody watched, and then he became the Not the Father show and made a whole how a man made a whole platform over y'all paternity fraud for years of Not the Father, years. But we the ones that are the derelicts.
All I'm saying is that
DNA is your enemy. Just know that.
Well, that's supposed to be the nigga. That's supposed to be the nigga. That's supposed to be the nigga all the chicks want, right? Oh, I love Morris Chestnut type motherfucker.
Ricky.
Right? I mean, am I missing something? Ain't he supposed to be the thirst trap for ladies and shit?
He definitely is that nigga. He that nigga. He right about that.
They were trying to take that nigga to the cleaners, and the mom was like, "Hey, the mom too."
Yeah, of
imagine
course. If you're making $1 million, I wouldn't
just imagine that shit in comparison to what I showed earlier about the virginity and chastity shit that was practiced in Africa. Now you got girls practicing the whoredom, the man in the bag. Nigga, you gonna be my baby daddy. Even though I've been fucking a whole bunch of different niggas, but you gonna be my baby daddy. You got some money coming.
Check this out, G. What Jerry Springer was for white America, Maury Povich was for black women. He exposed them. Maury built a whole show around black women's paternity fraud. How many white women were on the Maury Povich show? Yeah, multimillionaire. How many white women or non-black women were on the Maury Povich show relative to black women? Very little.
I don't follow it, but it's very little. And the ones that come up and they do get caught up, it's not really the same energy personally.
Right. How you let this motherfucker for years, fuck a Kevin Samuels, for years, Maury Povich built an entire television program and sold advertisings, daytime TV, on the paternity fraudulency of black women in large part. DNA is your worst enemy, and that's why a lot of women don't want that mandatory DNA at birth shit, because it will blow their fucking spot up. Y'all know what the fuck y'all doing.
Well, let's go further. Let's go more in Rappelette. If you think about after the show was finally off the air, was it last year? That was actually the next step before the end of 2020 too. So it seems to me that with the fraternity test, if they're mandatory, right, it will not go in favor of a lot of Western women today, because they know saying that the dual main strategy will be really over. Because now if a man Aspen is not there, he's gonna hightail our already.
Right. Where's the snappy black woman responses that were in the chat earlier, since we've been talking about Maury? Where are they at?
Where's one? We got one here that says I keep getting silenced, but when BWs was getting our word raped, we were told to let it go. Most time we have to heal ourselves. We didn't get to leave our families because we got raped. We fought back.
But who silenced you? I just addressed that. I addressed that a lot of the abuses that were happening to black women, especially in the home, they were silenced by older women. This is a fact. I can get police shit into the discussion. It was a lot of mothers who had boyfriends or brothers or uncles or cousins, and the grannies and the aunties that told the little girl to be quiet. It wasn't in most part, it wasn't your biological father that was telling you, hey, don't be telling nobody.
Because he'll kill a nigga.
He'll kill a nigga, and y'all know it. He'll kill a nigga. He'll kill that nigga, bro. They know that shit. Because they run and get these niggas to kill niggas any other time. But they got to protect their brothers and all these perverted motherfuckers. They the ones, but none of these women will look at their mothers and their female guardians who did that shit sideways. They'll blame the men and they will absolve the women. Because in that R. Kelly discussion, nobody wanted to talk about the parents who gave their children to R. Kelly. Nobody wanted to talk about that. Oh, let's just keep it to R. Kelly. How did R. Kelly get access to your child? How did it happen? How? It's the same as Michael Jackson. Would you let your child sleep with the whatever? You already know the rest of the question. So how did someone who we seen on tape with his head in a young girl's ass get access to your daughter? How did that happen, ladies? Well, the black man wasn't there.
But hey, bro, look, I can say I can go no. I look, you know, I'm right now. I'm like Popeye, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? You know what Popeye used to say.
That's all I can stand. I can't stand no more.
Go.
You understand? I mean, look, it ain't that I don't like to do what I do. It's that I've been doing this shit for 6 fucking hours, bro.
Yeah,
You've
man.
been doing it with me though, and
man.
I really appreciate you. I know, you know, sometimes you got to go hard like this. We've been going hard. We ain't really even made no money from this damn stream.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's been eventful, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Right. So motherfuckers can go back and dissect it and pick it apart and do what they want to with it. Most people ain't gonna look at the shit no way. But we've been going fucking super long, bro.
Right. The women that they support online that have an anti-black male message are by and large bigger channels than anything on from what we do outside of just Pearly Things, who's a white girl. Okay. So when we talk about the Tiny TKOs and Cynthia's, all of that shit is bigger than us. But I don't see any effort. Like she said, oh, I stopped following her, but I don't see any effort by these simp niggas like Amiri and these women to shut down these other channels. It's really all about us. Nobody's boycotting Fox for letting these women get on their platforms. Nobody boycotted or made an issue about these women who got on these talk shows back in the days and talk shit about black men. It was all cool until we started talking. This is some, you know, don't kneel at the game shit. This is some don't take your protest somewhere else or silence your protest shit. Suffer in silence shit. You don't want us to say shit, but you want to drag our names through the mud on every white platform you can. Where we beat you, we assault you, we do this and we do that to you so that when we get shot, it's okay. Understand that anything we say about you doesn't affect your life or death. It just affects your dating choices, but it affects our lives. BLM wasn't about y'all. It was about us, and y'all made it about y'all. You made it about y'all. So
yeah, man. So you know,
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
At the end of the day, man, we at the 6 hour mark, 6 hours, 3 minutes, 36 seconds into this, man. And so, you know,
6 hours, 6 hours. We did it,
man. We this is a marathon of sorts.
Get him this work.
No, and it's time for me to fucking lay down. I don't even think I'm gonna eat right now, man. Fuck it.
We're gonna have to clip this up.
If I do, I order a pizza. Yeah, I'm gonna clip the arguments and shit with you and Miss Pat going at it, and you and Mary yelling and shit. I think motherfuckers gonna be like, "What the hell is that? What is that?"
That was a long time coming, y'all. That was Mayweather Pacquiao, nigga. That shit's been 2 years in the making. That nigga been ducking me, motherfucker, for 2 years. 2 years. 2 fucking years. G, I appreciate you for that shit. Finally went down.
I thought y'all had a conversation before. I didn't know.
No, we've never been on a live, fam. That nigga would troll my lives in the comment section. He would never get on a panel. I've been waiting for that nigga for 2 fucking years. You know, we've been duking it out on Facebook for 2 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time, bro.
Amiri, take this motherfucking L. Fried teriyaki simp on my channel. Check it out. You got this work, nigga. You got this motherfucking work. Don Juan, DeMarco.
Yeah, man, that shit funny as hell, man. You know what though, man? I'm about to take my ass, man, and yeah, I'll probably do order a pizza, man, if it ain't too late. Might be a little too late. It's 11:15 here. I don't know if they're gonna serve another motherfucking one, but hey, bro. Peace and hair grease to y'all, man. I'll catch y'all on the next fade, man. I'm catching fades. I'm catching fades. at y'all Negroes, man. Hold on. I'm just
100, baby.